trying to help somebody, third party that had not been paid, and make Dirk aware out of loyalty to Dirk, because I've got a lot of respect for him, yes, I would still be an ambassador. Again, reflection for myself. I thought I was doing the right thing at the time. On hindsight, maybe not. I shouldn't have got myself involved in the situation. But as staying true to who I am, I will help absolutely anybody. And here we are, and this has all transpired. So I just want to say, in the UK, it's just hit a midnight. And I need to be up at 6:30 in the morning for my day job. I just want to thank Too Cold for hosting this AMA, hosting all the spaces that she does. Too Cold, I have tipped you 500 XRP, just to say thank you from myself as a. I truly do. I am very grateful that you've done this AMA this evening, and I've taken the decision to speak publicly, because I wasn't really wanting to do this, but I thought it was best to sort of give my side of the version of events and story behind the reasons as to why I've decided to step away from the project. So yeah, I don't know if you need to set up your tip box via the XM app. But yeah, thank you for everything. I appreciate, and thank you for everybody listening. And those that are probably going to be listening to
Hey,
this
Rose.
tomorrow with their morning coffee, the recording. I love you all, and I just want everybody to be clear and aware that my intentions are pure. And just to recap, I thought I was helping a situation that somebody reached out and involved me into. Unfortunately, that's backfired on myself. Lessons have been learnt on my part, and yeah, that's all I'm going to say on the matter. I want to move forwards, keep everything positive, and one day think we're all going to be millionaires from the XRP. So yeah, thank you to Too Cold. Thank you for everyone listening. And yeah, that's the XRP goes over and out.
Hey, we can't hear. Hey, Rose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real muffled now.
Oh really?
There
Yeah,
you go.
that's
Is
That's
better.
better.
oh
Um,
sorry, my phone's on charge.
we thank you for coming through, and we got number love for you, and we want to send an invite out to you for the pool party Saturday night, respectfully.
Yeah, sure. And again, I'd love to be more involved with Too Cold Spaces. It really does upset me to hear that she's had to, put up with, horrible people saying things, and I really don't stand by any of that. So yeah, if I can support that in any way, I will. And I'm going to try and take on board this evening's 360-degree feedback, and be more involved in spaces, because I feel that a lot of people would rather hear the voices of said people, as opposed to just, ultimately being an influencer ambassador and promoting projects. So that's one thing I've taken from this evening. So yeah, thank you to Cold. Thank you to everybody that's joined and listened. I have much love for Dirk and the project. And thank you for everything.
Yeah. Well,
You're welcome.
thank you. Thank you very much. Right. That tip. That's wow. I really appreciate that. So
You're very welcome. Mm.
yeah, you're welcome anytime. Like I said, the pinned tweet on my page is the
Mhm.
scheduled calls, and then we're just here all the time throughout the week whenever, there's no good space calls for me to listen in on and, learn about other things that's going on. I just throw them out throughout the week. So, yeah, we really do appreciate you pulling up and, you know, taking this head on and taking the bullets that were being thrown at you and whatnot, right? So that does speak a lot, right, about it. And I'm glad that this conversation has helped open your eyes of the important role that you do play in projects and how you can be using your presence better, right, to be
Sure.
more available to your community by, fuck MySpace calls, right, hosting your own or just showing up in other XRPL community space calls and
Mm.
just and I get it. Everybody, we all have our own lives. I don't have a life, but whatever. But people have lives and stuff, so you can't be here all the time. That's understandable. But you can tell who's in the community shows up when it's just beneficial for them, right? So when you start showing up when you can, like Solomon, right? He shows up, he pops in, he'll stay for 30 minutes and then he'll go and he'll leave. But you kind of see that a couple times throughout the week, or once every 2 weeks, or a couple times throughout 2 weeks or something, right? Versus influencer with a large following who only hosts a space call when it's for a project. That is a trigger for me, and it's like, oh, okay, they're being paid to do this space call to draw in more people to the call. So there's your, yeah, yeah, just be more involved when you can, right? If that's what you want to do. So I'm glad that that opened your eyes about the power that you do hold with your platform. So I'm very happy for that.
Thank you. Okay, good evening, everybody, and thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, speak to you all soon. Take care. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Damn, you ain't even let me holler at Rose. I was about to spit games.
Man, shut your ass up. You was talking to her already. Did she even follow you? No.
Yep,
Exactly.
she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. Yes, she
Oh.
did. Yes, yep.
Oh. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
congratulations to you then.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
to
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Um
I feel good.
we have who's this? Oh, we have who's this? Go ahead, who's this? Peter something, Antachiko Peter, who's this? Hello, hello. Am I rugging? Is he there?
Nah,
Putting stuff on
nah.
my jumbotron.
Good.
Hi.
There you go. Yeah, you gotta unmute your mic. There you go. We can hear you now.
So just a generalization question about everything. I won't be too specific. And I've been in the space for a long time, and I'll just say that I'm just getting into the XRP space, and then all these projects, Expectar. Where is most of your promotion? I'm in the United States, right? Is everything Telegram? I just want to know, because we talk about, potential rugs or scams. And to me, Telegram is loaded with them. And you guys may use it all the time. And I'm just trying to get a real generalization of how everybody feels
Wait,
about Telegram.
I don't fuck with
so
it.
did you ask it? Because I started reading DM. So were you asking, does Expectar do promotions? I mean, or not promotions? Do they use? Or are you asking in general?
In general, what should we trust?
Okay,
Like I said,
me,
yeah.
for me personally, I don't fuck with Telegram. That's
Neither
for
do
me
I.
personally. I rather deal with space calls, right? Or Discord.
That's what I do.
Every now and then I may pop into a Telegram, right? But that's not where I consider getting valuable information. For me, I trust firsthand a space call, because you can have a conversation, right? And from there, and you can catch them off guard, right? With questions when they're hosting an AMA, and then when they do turn hostile or kick you off or block you, that says a lot, right? But
Oh, yeah.
if they respectfully answer or respectfully admit, you know what, I haven't thought about that. Like that tells you a lot about a project. So I
Yeah.
trust a space call AMA first, then I trust Discord, and then I'll go to the Twitter feeds, right? As far as how I put my trust into a project. And then there's some projects where I haven't even heard on a space call at all for a long periods of time. And then I've invested in it, but I've become a part of the Discord community. And upon my research, white paper, website, looking around in Discord and all of that, I've invested in projects where I haven't heard projects speak on an AMA at all. Right. So it's just a matter of what it is to you. For me personally, I don't fuck with Telegram.
And you'll have to excuse me. Somehow I logged in under a different Twitter, so now I'm really am anonymous. Besides my name, but I haven't. I'll be honest. I haven't followed you before. I am now. But again, I've been in the crypto space for a long time, and I feel 100% the same way. I don't even use Telegram anymore. But are you in the United States?
No, she live in Africa. No, she live in Africa.
Oh, you're in Africa? So that's what I mean. The Telegram is directed towards who? Who? What about anybody else? Anybody else have a comment on this? Like,
Yeah, I do. So,
Hey, everybody.
yeah. If from my perspective and trust, you know, I don't even go to social media for trust. I look at the project, whether the project's doxed, if it's 100% doxed and provable doxed, with contact information, phone numbers. That's your number one level of trust. Secondly, to that is whether I've got white paper and accurate information regarding their project and what it's all about, what their timeline is. Tokenomics is something that they can discuss, but is not an important aspect. And anyone who issues a token as a form of pre-sale or anything like that, they get an instant red flag. You know, at the end of the day, Telegram, Discord are probably the two worst proponents of sharing scams. Twitter's not much better, but it's a little bit more open as opposed to closed groups. So yeah,
the way I see it, and this is what I've done after learning about. I won't get into it. We all know what crypto's about. There's good, there's bad, there's ugly. When I get into a project for the past 6 months now, I go right to the founder or the devs, right to the founder or devs. If they won't talk to me, they're not getting my money. But I use Discord. If they're not talking to me and they're not giving me answers and they don't want to spend 5 minutes out, I even get on a call with them, right? They're not getting my money. Telegram, you can't do that. It just seems so messy. You don't know who the people are. You can never get a straight answer. So my question is for the projects on XRP or other places that are only promoting on Telegram, I personally will never invest in them.
Well, I think
that's probably a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was seeing what everybody else does. That's all. Or everybody that's here, the way they feel like about this. That's all. Because how do I ask this question when I'm on Discord or Telegram? But since we're in this spaces, we're talking about scams, talking about dirty projects, and a generalized question. That's what I was trying to get at. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think I've talked about this often. You know, not only to projects themselves, but to people on the XRP Ledger. You know, each and every person has their own set of criteria as to what makes a project trustworthy for them to invest in. And providing you have a checklist that you cross off each and every time, then you set your own standard. And I think the important thing is to actually have a list and to have a standard that you measure each and every time. And providing those things are met, then you get into it. If something's missing, then you find out why it's missing. And if it's not attainable, then don't move your goalposts. Keep your goalposts, don't invest in it until all the tick boxes can be ticked.
Yep, I like it. Yeah, and like I said, when I started, and everybody, unless they're lying, everybody's been in a rug pull, right? Everybody's been a victim of something. But you learn from that, right? So you learn exactly what you said. You investigate. Why aren't they talking? Why aren't they doing this? There's dozens of projects that I've gone through my list, just like you said, your criteria. Once they don't hit the 1, 2, you just move on. It doesn't matter if you're going to miss that one. There's going to be another one. But like you said, exactly, you got to follow that criteria.
I do think. Hi, everybody. Mark from Experts here. Too cold again.
What's
Great
up,
space.
Mark? How you doing, Pimpin'?
What's up, Triple X? Yeah, I do think that probably the most important thing as me being a creator of a project is if the creators themselves are not speaking and they're kind of going through moderators and ambassadors. No offense to you, Too Cold, but you do see how the experts, we are always there every time there's a questions. It's the creators who are answering the questions, not kind of going through like a middleman. Things can be misconstrued going through a middleman. It also doesn't give you the feeling that you have your money in something that someone really cares about, where we're taking
Right.
our time from creating the project and still coming into the spaces and talking and interacting with all the members, whether they're in our community or not in our community. I think that's probably a really, really important thing for making a choice on where you're putting your money.
Definitely. I feel that 100%. I want to be part of the community and part of the project, right? If I'm part of the project and the community is part of the project, that's how we're going to succeed. That's the first step. But that's all. That was my question. I appreciate the answers.
Yeah, good question. So it's just crazy that the space is still going on. What is it? We're already at right now, like almost 6 hours, is that?
Man, this is nothing. I hang out in here all day. It's all good. But like I was saying earlier, I think it's a conversation that has been needed to be had, not only in the XRPL space, but in the crypto space, period, right? A lot of people, they hold these accounts that have these large followings to high regard,
So,
like on a bigger pedestal
yes.
than somebody versus like me, right?
Yeah, so I
Whereas
have another question, Too Cold. Here, let's get your just want to be devil's advocate here.
uh
So you have an influencer in the crypto world who influences a brand, whatever the situation may be, take a payment and influence that brand. Now, what would be the difference between a celebrity brand ambassador? For example, I know we just seen Captain Jack Sparrow join up with I think it was a Dior, where he's now the head of Dior. But what if that fragrance fucking smells like shit, but this guy is still getting paid to promote that fragrance? What is the difference between a celebrity, influencer and a crypto influencer in your
I
mind?
mean, there isn't, right? That's why, like, you know see,
You
not
just get
see, this
paid
is
more.
Hard question,
yeah,
eh?
Oh, it's not
it's a
hard.
question,
It's
because
not a hard question
this
at
is
all.
this is my stance on it, right? Like, okay, if you don't know, I am half black, okay? So I come from what we call the culture, hip hop culture, whatever. And in in this culture, we feel that hip hop drives trends in the world, whether it be music or fashion or whatever, right? We feel very strongly about this, that we do have a heavy hand in these areas, sports, all of this, right? So to take a brand such as Gucci, Fendi, or Prada, right? And half of the time, these celebrities aren't even paid ambassadors or promoters or whatever you want to call it for these brands. But because they rap about them so much, or they take so many social media pictures in these clothes and make sure they hashtag Gucci, Fendi, Prada, this, that, right? And then when there's racial controversy that comes to these brands, they're nowhere to be found, and they don't want to address it.
100%, 100 fucking
And
percent.
then they'll say they won't wear it, but then you catch them a year or two later, and then there they are wearing the shit again, because
Yeah,
it
so that kind of puts the two in the same boat, more or less, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
So if Jack Sparrow, so for me personally, right, if I was Jack Sparrow, and right, and you said, if it sounds like shit, I mean, if it smells like shit, right, I fucking would not take that deal. I'll be like, I'm not fucking promote this shit. Smells to me, this smells like shit, and
You would
I'm
take
like,
the deal.
You're not finna catch me out in public and then I'm in an interview and somebody's all, oh, I like that, what, or I don't like that smell. What is that? And it's like, oh, I'm wearing the Dior shit that, whatever. Like, hell
But
no. Like, fuck that.
what about fucking Kanye? His stuff is fucking gross and disgusting.
Well, yeah, it's just a good thing I'm not a fucking Kanye, like material fan, right? Like his music is all right, right? But I can make my own hobo looking clothes. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
So
I
one
think
of the things you're missing though in this whole talk about influencers and what have you is in each of these cases, like Jack Sparrow, if he's promoting a Dior product, then he's not going to be promoting a Gucci, or he's not going to be promoting some other
yeah,
brand,
he's gonna pick
or
the
whatever.
one.
Yeah, he's picked the one, and
Yeah,
nobody will use them for anything else. Whereas in the crypto world,
it's
it's
crazy.
the more we can get on board to influence, the better. And
I think
and when you've
what
got
are your
two
views?
conflicting,
What are your views on contractual influencers? If you can create like a contract, do you think that's something that can be done? I guess like on the
it's
XRPL.
it's like it's employing an advertising agency. You have a contractual agreement with them
I
to
think that's
promote your brand,
something that's just
and
done, people.
yeah, and then what you have is you have clauses that protect you from the vile and what have you that's occurred today, and has happened in the past. Where somebody has not been as influential as what they were meant to be, and they've been discarded, and then they've gone anti against the product, and that's just wrong.
So, guys, I wanted to jump in here real quick. To your point about Kanye's products, guys, we're talking about a brand. People don't buy Kanye's products because it works. They buy it because they fuck with him. And so, like, over the past couple of years, we have seen a new wave of consumer accountability being projected onto people who are influencers, such as celebrities and businesses. And that's new because we used to just take whatever we were fed. And so now, as we're talking about somebody risking potentially their whole livelihood, which shouldn't be done if you're a sound investor, but in cases where people are able to lose so much, it's a great conversation to have to hold these people accountable. And that's not been done before. And so it seems like Rose, for example, she has very little experience in the influencer world with top brands, understanding her brand's responsibility to her audience and to the people. So, like, we do need to hold and have these conversations more often about everything. We need to know
Thank
who
you.
are the bad actors in this. And we need
Yes.
to create somebody in here, their name has scam in it. I assume you guys are out promoting making a list of the scam coins and projects out there. I say we should have a list, and maybe Jack the Rippler needs to be one of the first ones on there. If we have outed him, there should be
Let
a
me
page.
introduce you to Mr. Rippleton. I think he's XXX's dad, but he's the one that is
Here's
just
my dad.
he's taking the whole space by storm. He's probably saved, I'd say hundreds of thousands of investors' money based on the scams that he's called out. And I think that shouldn't be unnoticed. And everybody does know that he goes, way beyond anything that really would be expected from anybody. But he does do it. And without people like that in this space, as well as Too Cold, I think the space would be a lot more stagnant.
Agreed. Agreed. Again, Tuco, what you're doing, like, guys, I would say just as a little thing for your brands, look up brand archetypes. See what those are about. Tuco, you fall under a Sage brand where you are educating your community as a form of attracting new audience. That's what we need in a industry that's about education. We need influencers that are about education. Because if we go ahead.
Oh, no, no, no. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish because I'm gonna show you how, like, because today it was a serious topic and we're still carrying on this conversation. But go ahead. I'm gonna get to it in a second. Go ahead.
That
Finish it.
was that was pretty much it. Like, we need more. We need to learn to differentiate us as consumers. Just multiple levels on this, but us as consumers, we need to learn to differentiate from who we are fed our food, and then the quality of the food as we're talking about now that we're being fed. So yeah, this is perfect. Thank you guys for putting this together, and I hope to be a part of many more communal discussions as my project gets ready to launch. Because I'm depending on you guys to tell me the pitfalls that you guys have run into. And I love listening to the gentleman earlier. I think this was Digital New Pennies, as he spoke about how he discerns what projects to interact with and all. That's perfect information. Yeah, you guys are freaking great. Thank you so much for putting this together, and thank you everybody for being a part of this. And by the
What
way,
what about what
I
about me? Could you say something nice about me, please?
wait. Who's this one? This is Double X,
Yeah,
double X. I just
triple X.
followed you.
No,
I just followed
I,
you right before I said this. So
I,
did you turn around and follow me back, my dude?
no,
Oh shit.
Oh,
My
Rug City,
I
Rug City,
no,
Rug
I
City.
removed him by accident. I was trying to throw him the co-host
Yeah,
button.
sure,
My
sure. It's
bad.
an accident.
It was,
He
it
only look.
was.
He only gets two X's this time. The last X is lost.
Right, that was my
There he
fault.
goes. He's back.
I was
He's
trying
back.
to
no,
throw him the
I'm a coin
co-host.
pimp named X-rated, but I'm gonna follow you back right now.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I want to take the time since you're new here, right? And we have been sitting here for quite a while. The topic today has been Expectar, right? And just to give you guys a little bit of reminder, and XRP Teller, right? Speaking of, he's brought a new word to me. Can you DM me that word you said I am, as far as so I
Oh,
can do
sure
more
thing. I got
research
you.
on it? But
Yep.
being educational, right? And I try to do it in an entertaining type of way. And a part of that entertainment is through music, right? And so I believe that music can help a lot of these projects on the XRPL as well, as long as the music is educational about their project, right? It's not just a hype fucking song. And what I say when I say that to say this, we have a guy, he's my right hand guy. His name is XRP Lemmy. If you looked in my pinned tweet on my bio and look in that thread, you'll be able to get to his profile and his streaming platforms. He's made over 40 songs about and for projects on the XRPL, as well as just crypto songs, period. And he does it in a hip hop way. And I always say that his music can be used as onboarding tools for people coming to the space. So I want to take a break real quick because I have to take a piss, and I want y'all to catch a vibe. And let's be
She gotta take a
reminded.
shit.
Shut your ass up. Let's be reminded of what Expectar is building, what they have been here doing, and just take a moment to vibe out real quick, right? And then we're gonna continue this conversation. Code and Agent Lemmy reporting for Expectar duty.
Infinitely great. What did you expect from us? What did you expect from us? Meta world peace, constellation runners. XRP winter, spring, summer. Infinitely great. What did you expect from us? What did you expect from us? What did you expect from us? Meta world peace, constellation runners. XRP winter, spring, summer. 8,888 is my number. Build the most innovative virtual economy by giving members exclusive moments on XRP. I go by Agent Lemmy, Agent 2 Colas with me, Triple T, Blockchain P, Triangular Track Tsunami. Transformation, innovation, compliance, security, community and rewards, transparency, loyalty, networking, relationships. Expectar got all of it. They had the whole time square lit. I felt like a New York Knicks. Real estate, law, finances, and IT. Gambling and art utility behind it. They booming from the start. I see no declining. I feel it in my heart. I'm stuck with them like Sami. What did you expect from us? What did you expect from us? Meta world peace, constellation runners. XRP winter, spring, summer. 888. Infinitely great. What did you expect, from us? What did you expect, from us? What did you expect, from us? Meta world peace, constellation runners. XRP winter, spring, summer. 8,888 is my number. Giveaways to the lower ages. That artwork is just so amazing. I need some more tokens cause I'm paying. A custom NFT of me, I'm just saying. What did you expect, from me? 888 trillion tokens on me. XRPL is fast and it's low on the fees. XLS 20, we don't do OpenSea. What did you expect, from me? 888 trillion tokens on me. XRPL is fast and it's low on the fees. XLS 20, we don't do OpenSea.
Agent 2 Golden Agent Lemmy understood the expector assignment. Mission completed. Triangular trap tsunami. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
I
right.
thought you was gonna forget to say this shit at the end.
Shut your ass up. So again, let's reset the room and let everybody know what we're talking about, right? We're talking about influencers and promoting and shilling those type of people who are in the community and the roles they play, right? So I see we got Cash with his hand up. Go ahead, my guy.
Thank you, man. I've been here for a good little while just listening, so sometimes I enjoy just catching the vibe of the room, man, and listening to everything. Only got a few short minutes, but I just wanted to quickly say this, right? First off, I agree 100% with Two Code. Like, you have to call out bad actors, and that means collectively. It can't be just one or two of us. It has to be a whole communal effort, right? It's just like knowing that you have a thief around you, right? And then you bring them around your family or loved ones, right? Knowing that they steal, or they could be even more nefarious, right? You would immediately alert your loved ones in your community about somebody who's suspect in your community, right? So we have to do that. But more importantly, and I didn't hear this said today, is I want to reinforce, and I do this in every space. The biggest thing that we have to do is reinforce personal responsibility, man. Like, at the end of the day, there's nothing that you all are going to do to get rid of bad actors. They're going to be out there. Like, they're part of society and always have been. They're real as real can get, right? So you're not going to stop them from scamming people. Like, opportunists are going to be there. Now, what I have identified is, and this is just real, man, the XRP community, based on their historical behavior, has made themselves a target for scammers, right? So you have to look at yourself and say, what is it that I'm doing that's making me or my community so susceptible to these people, right? And so start looking at what you're doing. And a lot of times it's simple as some of the things that I heard in here, right? We say, well, how are we going to figure out who to trust and who not to trust? I've been in this space a long time, so let me share something with y'all. And no offense to any project creator who's in here. If I have to trust you to engage in your project, I'm never touching it, period, right? I understand there are a lot of people who are going to come into this space based on different things, but let it be based on your belief, not your trust, right? If you believe in something, it should be based on some kind of actual data, right? Something historical that you can point to, and you can ride with your belief, right? But don't come into this space trusting anybody. That's the biggest red flag that y'all are talking about that's going to get people hurt. Don't come into this space looking to trust anyone. Like, if you're buying an NFT and you're one of these people who just has the disposition to be a collector, then you shouldn't be scammed, right? Because you got what you bought. You bought a car, you bought a JPEG, you bought whatever it is that you got. If you're coming into this place investing in JPEGs, right, then you probably need to look at yourself, right? So again, I just want to reinforce that our first responsibility is reinforcing personal responsibility and tell people, hey, this thing doesn't look right. Pump your brakes. Don't have FOMO. Deal with something that has longer history. Like, treat these communities as you would your loved ones that you know, right? Would you let them just go and buy random stuff? Like, so that's what I just wanted to quickly share with y'all, man, because at the end of the day, we have to come into these spaces and be honest enough with each other to say, most of this stuff is probably stuff that you don't need to be buying anyway. And that's just really the reality, man. So pump the brakes a little bit. deal with solid stuff, and call out the bad actors. There are going to be new things that come, and I'm not against new things, right? But we're going to dig deep into those new things to see, okay, is it something that everybody really wants to use or not? Because a lot of these things that are a problem with even good projects are not that they're not developed by people with good intentions, but you're not building something that my cousin wants to use. You're not building something that my uncle wants to use, right? And so you're getting lack of traction from the utility not being there for the people who you want to use this stuff. And this is just a reality. So be honest with yourselves as creators and a community, and just call some of this stuff what it is, and always reinforce personal responsibility. So man, thank y'all for letting me come up here and say that, and enjoy y'all day if I don't get to speak again.
For sure. Thank you, Brother Cash, for throwing that out there, right? And yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's 50-50 responsibility, right? You know, you have to do your own part, and you can't just hop in a project just because
I'm gonna disagree right quick, Tuco. It's 100% your own responsibility.
Well, I mean, yeah,
hold on, that's what I'm saying. I cannot shit what you eat. Like at the end of the day, none of the stuff that y'all do matters to me. Like put this, what is it going to do for you as an individual? Put your self-interest first. Like I don't care if it's just crypto, I don't care if it's politics, I don't care whatever it is. If you're putting your self-interest first, you're never going to be burned. What you start doing when you get burned is you're putting somebody else's interest in front of your own, and that's when you get burned. Trusting, like putting someone else's beliefs in front of your own. Like that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree with that, right? You have to make your own conscious decision to make your own investment, right? And you know, but then I kind of, you know, because it's such a new space, right? And the way art is being delivered, it's kind of a time, it's kind of a renaissance time right now, right? Where art is for the visual artist.
Stop right there, Tuco. Let me ask you a question. Do you think these people are really, I'm talking about the majority, because there are probably some honest people out there who are buying collectibles because they like the collectible. But when you say art, are most of these people engaging and buying these pieces of art, buying it because they're buying art, or are they investing in something?
Well, yeah, no, that's what I was getting at, right? So, like, there are projects that are, you know, by individual artists, right? And then you have NFT projects that are going to bring a video game or this and that. So, it's a new and exciting time, right? So, I get what you're saying, but I also get the other side of the coin as well, right? And but what comes first is what you said before all of that. You have to do your own research. And that is why I have these calls every single Sunday and bring different projects to the cookout to present their projects, not to sell it to us, but to present their projects to us, to educate us about why they started it, what they're doing, what they plan on doing, what they want to do, where they want to take this, and then to answer any questions that the community has. I don't never sit here with a fucking piece of paper with questions that I'm ready to ask any projects that come here on Sundays for the Sunday cookouts. I've done my research. I do a lot in my head. So I have my basic questions upon my research at the top of my head, but as I hear them speak while they're here at the cookout, you got them off guard and you're able to ask them anything after you hear them speak.
Quick question, Tuco. Like, how many projects have created some type of controversy as far as XRP Ledger projects, right? That were not NFT based, just a general number. What you think off the cuff of your head? How many of them were non-NFT projects?
Not so. I've had a couple of projects. I mean, that were no, because most of the projects that come here are NFT.
No.
Projects.
Yeah, but I'm saying as far as that have created historical controversy in the community, how many of them, or percentage wise, were NFT related?
Oh yeah, majority of them are NFT related
Okay,
that are controversial.
okay. So I'm trying to make a point here, right? Again, if we're talking about NFTs at the end of the day, right? If you buy a piece of art, if you buy a JPEG, if you buy a track, you can't come to the community and say, oh, I got rug pulled, blah, 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 whatever, right? You got the track, you got the art that you bought. Like at the end of the day, like the investment aspect of this is what's getting people into trouble. If you're engaging in these NFTs, buy it because you like the art or you like the song. Then you don't have to worry about somebody rug pulling you at the end of the day. Like there's a lot of things that you can look for as far as red flags when it comes to the projects. Because again, token distribution. If you're getting rug pulled, what you're really saying is that token issuer has so many tokens that they can basically dump on the market and run away with the money. Like you,
Well,
if
I
they
think that's the case. That's the case if
exactly, but
so
but
that's the case
everybody should
if
know
the
how many of
project
those
has.
tokens they hold. Hold on, you should know how many tokens they hold, and then you're knowing that if you're buying into this, right, you're accepting that risk. Like you're wrecking your own self knowingly doing it.
Yeah,
Maybe because the XRPL has the token issuing, the IOU tokens, is why there's so many rug pulls, because people are doing exactly what you're saying.
That
But
is
if
exactly the problem you just said. That has
yeah,
been the problem from the start. The issue
it
is
is.
it's so easy to issue at a small price to issue tokens on the XRPL. You're missing the second primary
So let me
function to use that
so let me
code.
ask this:
That has been
Why
the
aren't they
problem
just
from the start.
hang
why,
on a minute,
why aren't they
Pastor.
just taking XRP? Why aren't they just taking XRP for these
Yeah,
pieces of
absolutely.
art and
No,
So
collectibles?
to be fair, right? To be fair, I speak to a lot of projects, and I run one myself, right? Now, you can do stuff with issue currencies, which you don't have to have XRP for. You can do that, and it opens opportunities for investments to other people. So you don't always need XRP, and sometimes you can't use XRP. And I've actually got a project I'm opening up at the end of this year, which is the case. I can't use XRP to achieve what I want to do. And that's the truth. The best way to do it is with an issue currency. You can't do it with XRP. And I get what you're saying. Why not always use XRP? Because it is the native currency of the network. You know, it's the best one because it's not issued. But there is an opportunity not to use it. The problem is there's been such a large opportunity to everyone to use an issue currency. It's caused a problem, and it's caused a problem so big where you've now got people who ain't even blockchain technicians or developers now issuing currencies without a real use case. You know, and then there's
yeah,
new
so
use cases.
one of the other
There are new
issues.
use cases coming up, right? And there's ways in which you could use the code. There's new ways in which you could use the digital currency, and you know what? They might take off because the way things are going, that we are turning into a digital world, and you never know if someone issues a currency. It may work, it may not. We'll truly never know. But the big problem is a lot of people are issuing currencies who don't have the technical capability to use that code for what it should be used for. That's a problem. So
So
many have started
one of
up,
the
and
other
it's so
issues.
easy to issue that currency. That's why a lot of scams come over here because it doesn't
But
cost a lot of
yeah,
money to issue a
that's
currency
only
on the
one thing though.
XRPL.
That's only one thing though. You know, at the end of the day, when the ability became available to issue a currency so easily, and that was manifested by people creating that opportunity. There were a number of devs who created the ease of it and for airdrops and what have you. But you know, in the initial stages, when XLS 14 or XLS 20 wasn't even on the horizon, there were a multitude of tokens that were issued. You know, the XCal and all those, and there was a proliferation of trust lines and new tokens issued without any purpose. They were, you know, everything was plagiarized on their websites. Any content that they had was stolen. They were just out of this world bloody projects that could never exist. But they scammed people out of their tokens. And as soon as that one closed up, they opened a new one. And this went on for months and months and months. And then all of a sudden, XLS 14 became a prominent feature. And it gave people a new excuse in which to issue a token without actually having to deliver. So it gave them a new platform. And then it was proliferated by the likes of Sologenic, who created a platform for these people to proliferate their bloody scams. And, you know, and so people can sell promises, and you had a window box displaying it in Sologenic, you know, and that's the whole problem. It was manifested by people within the community and proliferated on that very basis. And so, you know, you've got an XLS20 situation occurring now where, you know, the standard has been released on the ledger. It is about to be, hopefully become enabled. How many of those projects who have issued promises are actually going to deliver their XLS20? And I could say probably 90% of them won't. Yet they're still selling and they're still promoting, because as long as they don't have to deliver, they can scam you out of your money.
But isn't that the problem of, like how Cash said, the people in the XRP community are so stupid they'll buy anything. So is it wrong for people to create tokens to
Yeah, it
do
is.
ripples at the
It
end? Is
is.
that wrong?
You know, at the end of the day, if you've got absolute no, so you know, I go back to your token, and I go back to any token. What is your use case? You know, why did you generate a token, and what is your use case of it? You tell me you don't have a use case. Yeah, so you know,
I'm my use case for my token. I have a token, twofold coin, and I am the utility.
Yeah, and I accept that. So you hold a method of delivering content, and that is your token relative to that. But you know, I'll say this: what use case does your token actually have, insofar as the use of that token? Because you don't have to use your token to listen to your content.
Now, but when I get popping.
Yeah, okay. So, but that is the thing. You know, if you don't have a use case for it, why issue it in the first place?
Well,
and then when you have a use case, then you issue it. Because when you have a use case, you know how many you need, you know what the intent of it is, and then you mark it and you develop your project around what its intent is and what its intended use is. You know, like we talked about this the other day. There are so many projects out there who issue tokens, and their key marketing is, we're going to burn tokens, and that's their whole bloody project.
Yeah, that's workable. That's not workable. Anyone who burns their own supply, it's not workable. If there is to be any kind of deflationary value, it has to be the circulating supply by users. It cannot be a project holding the supply, then deflating it by burning it themselves, because that value doesn't have anything anyway. It's actually an inflated raising value, a manipulated raising value. Sorry. So
it's not even
work.
that, because
it doesn't work.
You know, at the end of the day, what they've done is they're screwing the people who have bought the token at their original price, because, you know, every time they release new tokens into the market that they're holding, it inflates the value. It doesn't deflate it. And so when they burn tokens, you know, it's, you know, all these people that say, you know, we've got 1 trillion tokens, but we've only released 1 billion, or the other, you know, 999 billion, are all inflationary to the billion that you've sold until they're all released. Everything until every token is released is inflationary.
Any
that's why, you know,
been burning their own supply, making it a big deal, has been burning a supply with no value. Only the circulating supply being burned is credible to be deflationary. Other than that, there's no value in a project holding their own supply and then burn it. It just it's a manipulative raising value for people to buy it to then sell. It's a con. That's what it is. It's a con.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
but that's what people need to understand. But
no, what I was gonna say is, when I created my token, I was like, okay, my dad would really be proud of me. Like, I'm stepping up. I'm going to create my token. And then when I created it, you got mad at me. He was like, oh, you congesting the network and you don't have no utility, son, and all of this other shit, man. Fuck all that. I just want some clout. Why I can't create a token just to do it? Just for the fuck of it.
But that's the problem, because the minute you release a token and you issue that token, it becomes a tradable commodity on the market. And so somebody is going to be convinced that this token's got utility, right, by somebody, and it's going to be sold to them, and they're going to buy it innocently thinking it holds value.
When
And
we
then,
all know it's a piece of shit.
well, irrespective of what it is, at the end
Like
of the
a
day,
3D ape first coin.
yeah, the thing is what I always say to people, when you're measuring the value of a token, if I issue a token, right, I would expect that each token I dish out holds some value that I am able to give out for that token if it comes back to me by way of redemption. So when somebody issues a token, if you go to the bank and they give you $1 note, you can go back and you can get 2 50-cent pieces for that $1 note because it has redemption value. But if I issue a token on the XRP Ledger, I can issue that and give it to you, and the redemption could be an NFT or it could be something, but it's issued by me, the issuer. The redemption value comes from me, the issuer. If the issuer cannot redeem that token for anything of value, like any of their staking projects, right, then who is providing the value? It is the community that's providing the value. So all of these rewards and redemptions and everything else that have been dished out by these token issuers, they're not rewards at all. They're just liabilities on you, the holders, to provide that value for the people who hold those tokens.
Thank you, Ripple. Like, that's what I was trying to say in so many words. Like, let's just be honest. Most of the NFT projects are only using the token as a means of payment. So in that regard, XRP will work better than any token that they're going to issue. And the second thing is marketing. So both of them, right? You simply need to be using XRP unless there's a need for you to actually have some other specific token. And for payments, which is 90% of it, XRP works.
No.
Yeah, wind up your window.
Yeah,
Wind up your window,
that and on top of it, right? Because XLS20 was so far away, it wasn't just tokens created. It was created to fund the project, right? Because they needed pre-funding, and that's how a lot of these projects got it. Now that we're so close. Yeah, right. But now that
some of them required that.
Now that we're so close to XLS20, any project that is a brand new project that is saying and doing their promotion to build their community that has a token, that might be questionable at this point because we're so close to XLS20. Why do you need a token? Because once XLS20 drops, the community is going to exchange the token in for the NFT. So yeah, you don't need a token at this point. For example, Combat Kanga. Combat Kanga created Combat Kanga last year, right? And so they have a Combat Kanga token because that's when they created the Combat Kanga project. But they have 3 characters to their video game and NFT collection, right? So they've released the second character, which is the Dingoes, and because he knows how to build his own marketplace and provide these pre-minted NFTs to where you can pre-mint an NFT, right, and then put it right back up for sale. The Dingoes, which is the second character, you don't need a trust line. You don't need to get a token to get a Dingo. You could go to his website and buy it with straight XRP and pre-mint with straight XRP because he's not trying to take advantage of the community and the ledger, right? And
I have 7 Digos in reserve right now.
Yeah, and that's what. So there's another reason why I haven't been promoting it because the pre-mint is waiting for the art competition to be completed. But you can, you don't have to go get a Dingo token and then go exchange. You just get it straight XRP at this point. And when he releases the third character, which will be an eagle, you will not have to get an eagle token or a trust line. You will be able to purchase it with straight XRP.
Yeah, the benefit of that, the real benefit of that is that he's tapping in directly into all the liquidity of XRP, whereas if he issued his own token for that specific NFT project, he would then have to build liquidity into that project somehow, and either he provides it or the community provides it. And that's why so many of these projects, they have this huge spike up when they first launch, and then they bottom out with a 90 to 95% drop in price within weeks. Because as soon as the buying and selling interest drops off, there's nothing left. There's no liquidity left in the pool because it's all gone out to some other project that is offering the next thing. It's like the new disco in town. As soon as the new cafe or discotheque opens in town, everyone moves to that. And the last new one, was all of a sudden empty. And this just happens time and time and time again. And it's the same liquidity in the XRP market. It's just been shifted around from one project to the next, to the next, to the next. No new money. There's very little new money coming into XRP. So every single project that launches and issues a token is not only but is being inflationary against your XRP value that you hold. It has also been inflationary about all the other tokens you hold as well. So, if you have a certain amount of liquidity in a pool, we've talked about this often, the more you drain from it to fill somebody else's pool, the less is in it for you. So, you're cutting your own throat. And all these projects that offer rewards and airdrops and everything else, you, the community, are providing the value of those those airdrops and what have you. And this is not on the projects. They're walking away filling their pockets with your XRP. And they don't have to provide any value. And that's the part that people don't understand. And it bewilders me that they can't work it out. The number of people who say to me, Jesus, where's all my XRP gone? I've got all these shit tokens and I've got no value and I've got no XRP left. The reason is because the XRP is in the pockets of all those people who gave you the airdrops and gave you all this and gave you that for nothing, because you are funding their reward schemes, not them. And that's what you need to learn in the community. So the less people that issue tokens and the more that use XRP, the better the value you will hold in your XRP portfolio.
Do you know we've spoke about this before, Riffleton, right? And I like what you do, right? I do like what you do, right? But you're not absolutely accurate there. So the more
Daniel, tell him, Daniel, get him.
the more projects that get involved using the XRPL will bring more funds to the XRPL. Now, if I was on Ethereum years ago, I nearly built on it. In fact, the project I'm coming out in a few months, I actually plan to build an Ethereum. If you look at all the Ethereum projects from years ago, it's the same chart. They all have a good big spike, then there's a big flat, and then they all take off beyond. And I absolutely believe that the ones that hang around, it'll be something similar. With the XRPL, the more projects that have a utilized role. Now, you can't say every issued currency on the XRPL has a utility role. That not everyone does, but some will, and then ones that do will bring in a new form of buyers, a new transformation of the way digital assets move around, and the XRPL is really primed for it. And XLS 20 also helps with this as well. So especially with NFT projects and NFT exchanges as a start line, with XLS 20 coming on, you imagine all the NFT exchanges that are prepped, that are trading, that say they have an issued currency used on their exchange, and it's mainly traded with XRP. You're going to have a lot of people come in because of XLS 20 just for that one use case, and that's one. I'm talking about one use case. Now, if you start building other stuff using either XRP or issued currencies that are mainly traded against XRP, that they have to buy XRP to then go into, if there's an issued currency that has a utilized role, you will bring utility into the XRPL. That's a fact, right? The thing is with value, it's not always so when you look at issued currencies at the moment, the main trading currency pair you look against is XRP, but you can actually trade other issued currencies against other issued currencies, and we've actually tested this. So the token I run, XDX, we trade against Shiba NFT, X Squad, and a few others, and we do it deliberately so people in the community can trade issued currency against issued currency. And you know, that's the reason behind it is, I guess, is to offer a decision to say you don't have to, you know, trade into XRP and then trade into this. XRP has its own ball game, its own utility for the future. You know, Ripple itself has, you know, over 100. Is it 120 partners? You know, big partners who potentially could use XRP later. You know, that's its own run. But the fact the XRP ledger allows people to use issued currencies can bring a massive amount of utility just to this ledger. And I'd say it's really, really early. It doesn't feel like it now because everything's down. Like everything is down, and it's real hard to see it. But if there are some actual applications or projects built on the XRPL, you could bring some real utility to this network, which would increase the use case of XRP and also raise the value of it.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you 100%. But the current market and the current environment in which we're working with XRP and the XRP Ledger, the largest number of proponents think the 1,000 XRP makes them wealthy. And, you know, and that's the problem because they are the wrong target market. And so, you know, their portfolio of XRP is very limited.
But
so,
let's... Okay, go ahead, and then I'm going to touch on what you just said.
Yeah, so basically, like I say, the pool of people that these new projects are targeting with the influencers. Now you only need to look at the influencers, who they are. Is that, you know, that
yeah,
but
let me say something. They're not all targeting. Some people are real genuine, building real stuff. You can't cover everyone with the same blanket. You got to, you know, I know it's not a large percentage, but you can't say
but in general, and you can ask most of the devs this, is that the largest majority of projects that are issued on the XRP Ledger do not need their own token and would have been better served had they used XRP in the first place.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something now, all right? Because I actually have a token that's issued on the XRPL. I am already, for the past 3 months, have been preparing a project confidentially that would use XRP because there is no need to use an issued currency. Sometimes it is better to use an issued currency, and it does provide opportunity to investors to switch their value to something else in order to either maintain or gain value. So sometimes it is worthy, sometimes it isn't. And I agree with you. You deal with a lot of a lot of shit on the network. You deal with all kinds of shit, and you broadcast it on a daily basis. You do so well to the whole community. You honestly, you really do. But not everything is bad. Not everything is bad, and it's the good people out there. We need to. We really need to work with people,
I totally agree.
And don't brush everyone with the same brush. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
No, but you need to understand. Whilst you can pinpoint and talk about not painting the people with the same brush, you need to talk about it in general terms and paint the landscape. You need to understand the landscape to understand where you fit in.
If you're looking at it from a perspective, if you look at a lot of Ethereum projects, most of them all started exactly the same way as XRPL projects. All of them.
Hold on, just a quick point about that, man. Like Ethereum and XRP Ledger are a big difference, though, and I think you may have flawed in your analysis when you draw that analogy, right? Because if you spin up your own token on Ethereum, it still has to use Ethereum as the gas to run that entire network. So it's increasing price appreciation and scarcity for ETH and those dynamics. Because it can be traded against another token on the XRP Ledger, as you articulated, it may never bring value to XRP if it's just being traded against USDC or Tether or some other issued asset. So the dynamics between Ethereum and the XRP Ledger are completely different in that regard. So I just wanted to quickly get that in because I think it's there to your error.
They are, and their protocols are completely different. And a lot of Ethereum projects actually have a high fungible limit, and even on a business side, is because the Ethereum token is so high because they're traded against Ethereum. Now, see the XRPL, see the XRP currency. A lot of our currencies, as in the issued ones that are on the XRPL, if XRP was say $10, $20, $30, a lot of business and XRPL projects that are here would look quite large because they're traded against XRP, and XRP would be such a high value. But at the moment, XRP is such a low value, because of everything that's going on. So at the moment, the XRP Ledger doesn't even look that attractive. And I think, bearing in mind, you've got XLS20 coming in, federated by side chains, and the hooking implementation as well, all that coming in. And I actually think it's all going to come in together at the same time. And that's not even talking about the lawsuit. I think the XRP Ledger is really primed for being one of the best networks globally. And we all know about the scaling it can do. We all know about the transaction costs are so cheap. And I really think that some projects that are on this network right now are primed to be really, really big in a few years. And the Ethereum ones, because of their scalability, are going to struggle. And there's going to be a switch. I really, really do believe that. And as I said before, I actually planned to build on Ethereum a few years ago. And the reason I didn't do it after doing some data analysis was because of scalability. And that's why I've actually come to the XRPL. And I generally believe we're in a really good place. So anyone that's invested in XRP or an issued currency with a utilized role that's going to be, have a bright future, you are going to be in a really good place in the future. All you have to do is, wait, let the projects or XRP and Ripple, bring your future. But I really think this is going to be the best network coming, especially into next year.
Yeah, look, I couldn't
see,
agree more. But the one thing that I will say is this, and no matter what project you're involved in, no matter what industry you're involved in, one of the most commonly used phrases in medicine that we use is, you do something because you should, not because you can. And that is exactly the reason what we should be, when we look at issuing a currency or a token on the XRP Ledger, we should be issuing it because we should, not simply because we can. And that, by virtue of that, you're going to get a much better value out of the projects that you actually get your money involved in.
And I
What's
like
up,
how you
Tuco?
put that. I like how you put that, right? Because, like I was saying earlier, all money isn't good money, right? So just because you can make money helping promote this project, should you be doing that if you have a large platform and you really know nothing about the project, or that it's a scammy project, right? So you said earlier, right? People think that holding 1,000 coins is going to make them rich. And why is that, right? Because of YouTube content creators pushing that narrative, right? We're going to be one, I mean, I believe in my heart of heart, upon my own research, that XRP will not be a low trading coin at the end of the day. Now, wherever it's gonna go, I believe it's not gonna happen overnight, and I believe it is gonna take time, right? But I'm not out here. Going
It's
back to
okay,
the general
Take your time. Take
conversation,
your time.
right? These people helping these scammy projects or these non sustainable projects, they also have to be held accountable and called out on their bullshit, just like today.
Let me
The
say something.
community stepped up. Hold on, Daniel. The community stepped up that was involved in his Patreon and brought to light the dirt that is in that Patreon. So when there's influencers that are doing this and you're helping retweet their shit, you're not being a part of the solution. You're being a part of the problem, because you're helping spread their fucking message, right? But then, like me, when I was dealing with all this shit, calling all these bad people out and these bad actors and these bad projects out, nobody was retweeting none of the shit.
I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I
right?
retweeted some shit. I got in some
But
beef.
what, very, very few people retweeted some very important information. And then I start getting attacked and harassed and this and that, and nobody steps in and retweets that or speaks up or says anything in that. But you see the shit going on, and nobody wants to call out the bad actors. Nobody wants to help spread the bad negative light on the people that are being bad and negative in the space. That doesn't help create a better space for us. None of us. Go ahead, Daniel.
I was going to say, see the way things are right now. It seems like a token project or community growth is all about, you know, how many followers you have. No one really focuses on the utilized role of the XRP or the currency that's, you know, issued. So what you'll see, and you'll see this over time, see all these little projects that no one's really noticing, whether they've got 5,000, 6,000 followers, you know, it doesn't really matter. But if they have a utilized role, they will explode. Right, it's a fact, because there will be a utilized role where people will buy into it to then use it, whether it be in game finance or, you know, in a few years, whether it be the metaverse, whatever it may be. If they've built something for that code to be used, it will take off. And right now there's a speculative drive to try and get as many people to follow you as much as possible and say, yeah, follow me, I'm a really good project, blah blah blah, this, that and the other. But the truth is, it doesn't matter how many people are following you. If you've got a utilized role, which is, you know, as I said earlier, advantageous or beneficial to what you're doing, you know, if you can use that code in a beneficial way to bring you more value, people will come to that naturally. And what you'll start seeing probably over the next year is that starting to take place. So all these big massive projects that are in now, who, you know, who have a lot of followers, or, you know, who pay for promotions and all that, right, and that all comes in. But if they don't have something to deliver, then it's going to struggle. And all these little ones that have been working behind the scenes, they'll start taking off, where they have something where it's like, hang on, you know, I'll buy into that because I want to use it for this, you know, and then it starts going on a global scale. They'll be the ones that take off. And I think where it's going to really bring in the XRP Ledger, and it's going to be like, you know, these guys, you know, they're technically savvy and they mean business. And I think that's where it's going to really take off.
You know what? I do agree with you, right? It's because it's not about how fast you can get there, right? It's about what you're, because my space calls, perfect example, right? We've been here. I've been here since October doing this. Since the beginning of January, I have started hosting the XRPL cookouts every single Sunday. And X-Rated has been here from the very beginning. X-Parrots was one of the first projects that came to a cookout. R6 has been here, like, not at the very, very beginning, but came up probably a few weeks after, right? And they have all sat here. Jakes has been here from the very beginning. They have all sat here and watched this room go from 10 people sitting here for probably a couple weeks every cookout. Not very many people showing up. Nobody really understanding the value that was happening in here. But I stayed consistent. 30 weeks in a row was last Sunday. 30 fucking weeks. That's over half a year. Every single Sunday. And look at where we at today. Today and last Sunday, you know, a lot of people showed up. This project down here, did he leave the room? XBitFarm. If you go look on XBitFarm's page right now, when he came and kicked it in the room with us on a chilling night, and it wasn't a recorded call, we were just talking. He didn't come in shilling his project. We started asking him. Then he started talking. I said, oh shit, we need to get you on a cookout, and I'm gonna hit you up and give you a date and time and see if you can pull up. We got him here last Sunday. If you go look at his page right now, he didn't even have 50 followers. He came to the cookout, he gained some more followers, and his project got a little bit more attention. The call is recorded, and I'm not saying this because it's an NFT project, but if you go and listen to that space call and listen to what XBitFarm's project is about, it is about education in the agriculture field tied in with blockchain technology, and you will be able to have produced fruit and bottles of wine with your brand and logo delivered to your door. You want to find out how? You go fucking listen to that space call, because all the information is in there. This is the type of shit we do every single Sunday with projects that are in the dirt and diamonds in the fucking dirt. But we didn't fucking grow until time, right? Until consistency and still continually to be here every single Sunday. And hopefully now people will really start taking these fucking cookouts very serious and take the opportunity to start asking these projects real fucking questions when they're here at the cookout. I hate when people come up here and ask that stupid question. How many NFTs is your collection? How many coins is in the circulating supply? After you just heard this fucking project talked about what they're bringing to the ledger, that's the fucking question you can come up with? That's how you do your investment? That's cool. All right. Whatever. Right? But there's an opportunity every single Sunday to be here and ask questions, ask projects real fucking questions. Go ahead, X.
No, you was mad last Sunday because motherfuckers wasn't asking questions. I'm telling you, you scary motherfuckers. If y'all don't go to the mic and ask these fucking projects real questions and stop fucking around and stop being like little bitches and being scary. Too cold, too cold. Can you ask them? Can you? No, you bring your bitch ass up here and ask them.
Now I understand, this room isn't for everybody. I understand that. There's a lot of cussing in here. It's free flowing. It's this and that. But you know what that has also created? It has also created an environment for people to feel comfortable and not intimidated because of very articulated literature language of crypto and this and that. It makes people feel like they're just talking to regular people, maybe some friends on the street about crypto, hanging out, drinking a beer and shooting the shit. And that's why when people get up here and tell me you need to do this and do that, go host your own fucking space and do that shit in your fucking shit. This is what we do over here.
I thought I had a
Go.
goddamn camera on me. I'm like, damn, I'm putting the beer up to my lips and shit. I'm like, a beer? How does she know that?
Right? Go ahead, Daniel, and then we got Bit Farm.
Sorry, yeah, I'm going to have to go. I thought I'd raise my hand and let you finish speaking. But yeah, I support your channel, and I come on when I can, and I have for quite a few months, and I think you do a great job. And I think it's great that Rippleton turns up as well. And if anyone ever has any questions, message the elephant picture at the top, because that guy helped you out. But
Wait, real quick, Daniel. Why would you leave a real legitimate blockchain like Ethereum and come to this bullshit ass blockchain like XRP? With no real fucking like utility. Like, why would you do some bullshit like that?
I designed a analytical application in 2020. It was December 2020, and the idea of it was to bring in people to cryptocurrency who are not already in it. And there's so many ways you can do it, but regardless of the way it works, it's actually something we have coming. But the point of it was when I actually spoke to David Atkinson from Holochain, because Holochain was someone who I was looking to work with, if anyone knows who they are. And
I fuck with Holochain. Keep going, keep going.
I sent them the designs of what I wanted to do, and then I spoke to a few other CEOs of different crypto projects in Ethereum. And after studying the network, I realized that for what I wanted to achieve, I couldn't scale to the scalability I needed to achieve. So I actually halted the whole thing, and I had a lot of funding behind it. And it was literally before I started bringing in developers and signing everything to go forward. We're talking days to hours. I stopped the whole thing. I cancelled the whole thing. And I said, no, look, it's not going to work. It's a non-starter. So I never went ahead with it. And that's just because it was on the Ethereum network. So I bided my time and I researched a load of other networks of what I was going to look to build on. And then obviously I knew about XRP and I knew about the XRPL. I'd looked into a small amount of detail, but I hadn't considered building on it. And that was just because of the smart contract capability. However, as time went on through last year, I then discovered that XRP didn't have the minting capability for NFTs. So I actually produced a NFT exchange on XLS 14, which is the conceptual type, which I was actually going to launch this year. But then XLS 20 proposal come in, so I actually halted the whole exchange on XLS 14 and refused to launch, which I found kind of strange because Sologenic around the same time. I was going to launch about 3 weeks after they launched theirs. And they actually did. And I found that rather strange because it's not very supportive of the network to launch on XLS 14. And I didn't think they'd actually go ahead with it. But yeah, they did. And I think it was to sort of give the label that they launched first of NFTs, which wasn't really a responsible way to go about it. So yeah, I spoke to my team. I said, look, I don't know when XLS 20 will launch, but we're going to go with this standard. So we rebuilt the whole thing. For those that don't know, you can actually test on it publicly. Everyone is available to mint and trade with Test XRP on there, and that's available now. So everyone can jump on, and that's only 20% of the exchange. But that wasn't actually the first part I was going to do. It was going to be the analytical exchange, but I actually swapped which one I was going to launch first, and that was just due to. I suppose you can say it was due to to fund each one and the other, but I can actually fund both, so it's not really a big problem. But now I've got an XLS 20 DevNet exchange, a small one running for the public to jump on to test and sort of say they've minted on XLS 20, and then I'll be launching the analytical application later on. But it was actually meant to be the analytical application first, and that was to help people trade and learn how to trade for free with a few other features I'm not going to go into too much detail about. So yeah, that's what brought me here. So I'm actually from Ethereum, and I had a lot of investments in Ethereum, and I actually pulled out on loads of them, a lot of them, which actually funded what I'm doing to bring me to where I am today. So not only did I pull myself from Ethereum, I actually pulled all the investments I had as well, and pulled it over to the XRPL. And just through research of not so much just what the XRPL is, but also what Ripple are doing. I think the XRPL is the place to be, and I say that on a professional level. I really do, and it's a really hard time to say that because everyone that's involved in the XRPL is only in it for the money. I'm in it for the technical advantage, but I really do think this is going to be. I'm not saying $10,000, in like 3 days. But what I am saying is this is a good investment. And if you're in the negative, and you likely are, especially if you invested over the past year and a half in the XRP token, all I'd say is hold on, because there is a plan in place and there is a network being built. And I don't see this with any other crypto projects being as big as what this is. And the fact that you can issue the currencies. It makes this a whole different ball game. For those that don't know, like Flare Network, they're doing the layer cake where you do multi-chain. With the XRPL, you can issue any currency already. The technology is already there. So it's like every other project I come across is trying to keep up with the XRPL. The XRPL has already been there. It was so cleverly designed. It was the one I went for, and even now, I'm not so much in it for price, but even now. The way I see it, this is going to be a really big thing in the future. And as a developer myself, and I have my own development team, and we are building on the XRPL. I will help bring in adoption. I will do it because I actually believe this is the best network to be on. So yeah, that's why I'm here.
There you have it. There you have it, Too Cold. Ethereum is better than XRP.
No, that's no. He's the reason why Ethereum is down right now. He pulled all his investments out. You didn't hear that part?
The only reason Ethereum is better, and this is the God's honest truth, is because of the smart contract capability, but they can't scale. That's the absolute.
Oh, let's go! Let's go!
The XRPL does not have the same smart contract capability. I can tell you that right now. However, the hooking implementation brings a whole different ball game. And anyone who follows me on Twitter, they would have seen that I wrote a few months ago. I said hooking will be as big as XLS 20, and it really will. The hooking implementation is very advantageous to all kinds of different businesses. Hooking will be as big as XLS 20. The only reason XLS 20 will take off publicly on our scale is because everyone wants to be in NFTs. But yeah, hooking I see being really, really big. I don't see anyone else doing it, and especially with federated sidechains.
Wait, are you talking about prostitution? You said hooking is going to be very big on the XRPL.
So just on that subject of hooking, Evernote project, which is doing a fully functional testing currently of the hooks, smart contracts on the XRP Ledger. So I'm running a excuse me, an Evernode server, as quite a few people are, as a beta, and yeah, all's looking good. And smart contracts, you know, I'm hosting smart contracts currently on the XRP Ledger via the DevNet, so testnet. So yeah, it's happening.
There you go.
Yeah,
Hey, Brady, I
and
think you found your use case there, hooking, man.
right for
The hook
X.
implementation is going to be really big for a couple of reasons. One, people will be able to produce dApps where the transactions you'll be able to, you know, with the small amount of data hooked, you'll be able to do. You could call it forking transactions, you know, or split transactions, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, and that's just one part of it. And you know, you can test with hooks. You can do all kinds of things, and that's what's going to change the game. So, you know, a lot of people are excited about XLS 20. I'm just as excited about hooking because I've got ideas for it next year. So keep your eyes out for hooks, guys, because they are just as big as XLS 20.
How much do you pay for your hooking?
But that kind of
No,
information is confidential.
right?
Hey, Too Cold, Bitfarm been having his hand up for a minute.
Yeah. Let's get to Bitfarm. Thank you, Daniel, for all that. And real quick before we get to Bitfarm, so I just want to say, right, like I was saying earlier, this when you come into a Too Cold space call, it's not like many others. We're very loose, right? And we find education through humor and being a bit controversial, right? And that sparks debate and conversation. So I understand that this room is not for everybody, but what you will not say is that you did not walk away from being in this space without gaining some type of information while you were in here. So just to let that be known. Go ahead, Exhibit Farm.
Yo, what's up, guys? Just out in the field dragging brush and stuff right now. I've been listening to this call for like hours now, aside from like rugging out here and there. But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for the shout out and thanks for the education because every time I come in this room, I learn something new. You know, that's a big theme with Too Cold Spaces. I love being here. It's a big community. Like the XRP community has been so big for me. It's honestly life-changing. I love a majority of the projects on here. A lot of people have good intentions and I don't know, it's just great to be part of this, you know, especially in the beginning.
Bitfarm, if I was to follow you based off what you just learned, where are we going? Can I get the top 3?
Oh shit, we're getting some whitelisters in here.
Okay, a whitelist, taking notes. Number 1.
Nah, I'm not. I want, because we're only doing with the trees 100, I'm not going to be doing a whitelist because I want everybody to have the opportunity to, you know, get in and get a tree when they can.
Fuck everybody else. Fuck everybody else. Fuck them.
Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for that, Exhibit Farm. Appreciate that. Again, anybody who wants to join the conversation, just hit the request button and you can come on up here. Go ahead, XRP. Tell her I see you.
Ass up here.
Cold.
Bring y'all scary ass up here.
Look, so I'm also in product management, so I'm talking about accessibility for web design and web communication, interacting with different audiences. So I would request that we in this community start the leg towards moving to accessible and inclusive language and refrain from using whitelist and adapt and proliferate allow list for the conversations. Thank you. I'll back off from that.
Big words. He's using big words on that one, Too Cold.
Yeah, right. And I mean, that's a part of, you know, that's a part of the education, right? And the information that needs to be shared, because every day somebody new is stepping into the crypto space, right? So understanding the terminology, just the basic terminology in the crypto space, and then when you enter blockchains, there's different terminology for stuff, right? Like on I think it's on H bar, in order to add a NFT to your wallet or a coin to your wallet, you have to have a association. You have to associate the NFT or associate the number, which that is or associate the coin, which is that is you have to add the coin to your wallet. They call it a association number. Over here on the ledger, we call it adding a trust line, right? Over there on Trust Wallet, you call it right, add the coin or whatever you fucking call it over there, right? But there's different terminology and that's why it's, you know, and I'm not even gonna lie, I'm not the most like articulate person, right? And a lot of people think that because we cuss in here and we joke around a lot, that we don't know what the fuck we're talking about in here. But y'all got us fucked up because we be knowing some stuff. But anybody else down there want to join the conversation? Again, like I said, just hit the request button or type in your comment in the chat box right
Nah,
there
fuck
to
that.
the
Nah,
right hand
fuck
corner.
that. Nah, fuck that. Fuck that. Type in comment shit. Bring y'all scary ass up to the mic. I'm tired of this shit. Motherfuckers need to like get your shit off. Stop being scary. Stop asking too cold to ask your questions. Bring your punk ass up here.
Here he goes. Rippleton, you got anything else you want to add, my guy? I see we got our fam hanging around down there tonight. They really ain't stepping up. They don't want to join the conversation. But, you know, again, right, it's as a community. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have anything more. I think, you know, if people need any clarification or anything, I'm open to questions. Yeah, floor's open from my perspective.
You don't know nothing about the XRP ledger. Stop fronting.
No, I don't. But I learned from you.
We got 808 up here. What up, my guy, all the way from Hawaii? What's up? What's that?
Hello, everybody. Guys, been fucking just kicking it all day with all shit going on, yeah. But I've been listening in, loving what you guys always talk about. It's good.
For sure, for sure. And see, that's another thing, right? Why I don't like being called an influencer is a lot of these people who call themselves influencers and pride themselves on it, right? And that they have this large platform. Do they really know their community, right? People who are regular in my space calls, in these space calls, we're kind of like a family in here, right? I know people, right? I know where they're at, like, you know, if they've disclosed what city or country they're in. I kind of
Sounding
know.
like a stalker now, man.
Right? But you know, a lot of these people who are quote unquote influencers, and I'm not saying that to say that they need to know their community, but that's how much interaction I have with my community, right?
No,
Like
fuck
that's how
that.
much
They need to
engagement
know their
there
community,
is there.
period. It's their community that makes them who they are. And they need to
Yeah,
know their community.
exactly.
So fuck that. They need to know that shit. You know, they're helping these other people out there to understand what they're trying to provide them. And it's the information that the community gets from them dictates what that person's gonna do. You know, I mean, I see a lot of that shit happen, you know, like a lot. And it happens in cycles. And it's crazy. But they, like you said, there's a difference between people who use their influence to help teach people, and then there's those that don't use their influence to help teach people, but to help themselves, pretty much.
Yeah, Chris had sent me a tweet, basically opportunists, right? Which is fine. We're, like I said earlier, we're all not here to stay at the bottom and remain at the same place that we entered this crypto space from. And I'm talking about just being an investor and doing all our own research and in these space calls, whatever it is, whatever part you play in the community, whether it's just being a listener in space calls or this, that, we all are not here to just stay at the bottom and stay in the same place. We're here to try to change our lives, but there's a difference between taking advantage of shit and really just trying to be here and kind of in a sense, make a living out of it, right? There's a difference between making a living out of it and taking advantage of shit, right? Go ahead, Token Panda, and then we got MetaMan.
Just wanted to say, maybe before Rippleton heads out, but I don't know what's going on with a Love Monster project specifically. I know they've got an in-app offering happening with the Cleaver Carpet Man. I wonder if there's any echoes. What's up with people doing funky things?
Oh shit! Go get them, pops. Get them, pops. Tell them, let them know what's going on.
Well, yeah. So Love Monster obviously came to the XRP Ledger after having originally launched and still have as a presence, excuse me, on the Ethereum network. So the NFTs that they're selling are sold on the XRP Ledger. They also sold on Ethereum. So, there's a double spend issue there, I suppose, in a very broad sense. But they announced probably about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago, that due to, and they use these specific words, that due to the XLS20 not being enabled on the XRP Ledger and the delays that it's caused, they've decided to move to the Cleaver network. And they would be doing that at the beginning of August. In July somewhere. But the Cleaver network wasn't even a network. It wasn't a functioning network. It was still in beta, and it was due to launch with Love Monster being their first client ultimately. And there were a lot of people who were really upset about that. And they asked for refunds, and Liam, the owner or the dev or the owner of the project, he says no, there would be no refunds. Like it or lump it. Your NFT will be basically minted on the Cleaver network, which is a bit of a smack in the guts for those people, because he came to the XRP Ledger, funded his whole project from there, and then he's taken those funds and built on the Cleaver network. Now he's when I investigated, researched it. He's been in their back pocket since November when he launched on the XRP Ledger, but he just wasn't open about it and didn't discuss that with anyone. He just made the announcement. And there's a guy by the name of Sam, the Carpet Man, who is 100% Cleaver. He's been in his back pocket the whole time, and has basically been promoting him moving to the Cleaver network and what have you. So a bit disappointing, to use the XLS20 delays as an excuse. He was moving from a project or from a platform or a protocol that was well established and had a huge user base, to one that was brand new and had no user base. And it's a permissioned protocol as well. So unlike the XRP Ledger, which is permissioned, this
So is there something maybe? I don't know why we shy away from it, or I guess it's the recording thing. Dirk said his piece on it. It's like, so what? Do we have to wait until it's officially blah 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 and he's sailed away, or like, do we give this guy a pass because of his track record and say, well, it should pass, blah 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 blah, or like what? We're sitting here talking about calling out this, let's do that and this, but they continue to operate, and so. Is it as much speculation on something being positive as it is being negative? And no wonder people tend to shy away from it. Like it can have consequences going either which way if you start, saying and using. We've watched how words today can be, right?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to there. Love Monster was a project that moved from the XRP Ledger. Just recently, which is what you raised. But then you brought Dirk into it, which is Expector, which is a totally different project.
Well, I meant regarding his comments towards the project and others from the XRPL community that have, gone from one community or one project to another.
Well, I think any project that comes to the XRP, not necessarily the XRP Ledger, but any project that uses a specific protocol to build a project and fund that project build by members of that community, to then up and off and move to another community and to another protocol when they go to launch, I think is wrong, because people invest in projects because of what the protocol they've launching on is going to bring. Okay, so people were of the intent that I'm going to buy this Love Monster because it's been built on the XRP Ledger, and I believe that's going to bring it value. We've got all these users of XRP. There's huge amounts of liquidity. There's everything you need to make a successful project. But when the project's ready to launch, they turn around and say, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to move somewhere completely different, that's something that's brand new, unproven, permissioned, and sorry, guys, but you have no say in it. This is just what's going to happen. We will give you your NFT, but it won't be on the XRP Ledger. You'll have to create all the wallets and everything else relative to the Cleaver network, and you'll get it issued there. And let's just hope you can get the value out of it. So yeah, that's the problem. It doesn't matter what the network is or what protocol you go from to. You shouldn't raise your funds and build your project on one network and then move to another purely because of influences that you've had.
Your intelligence and drone whale footage is always greatly appreciated. I guess just before I go, is it your belief that we're going to have them minted on Cleaver then? Do you believe that that is something that happens in the future? Just your take on it.
Oh, just so Cleaver's a permissioned protocol, no different than anything else. Solana, Ethereum, XRP Ledger. It was a blockchain that was developed by some people, and Cleaver basically got into the back pocket of Love Monster, and Love Monster have moved there. Whether any other projects move to the Cleaver network, who knows? But yeah, so Love Monster has said, yes, we are going to Cleaver. Well, they've gone. And they're going to make all the tokens that they issued on the XRP Ledger redundant, and there will be no ability for people to actually redeem those tokens for anything, despite them owning them and being promised a redemption.
See, I thought you were going to be able to take those tokens, swap them onto the Cleaver network, and still mint your monster.
Yeah, but you can mint the monster, but it's not a monster on XLS20, nor is it on the XRP Ledger.
Gotcha.
It is
Right.
a monster.
Yeah, I get that. Cleaver.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah, so you can redeem your token on the XRP Ledger, but they can't do anything with those tokens. So the tokens, unless they receive them back and burn them, as long as those tokens are sitting on the XRP Ledger and being traded, the trade, those tokens hold value unless they are given back to the supplier or the issuer, who then burns them in by way of giving them a redemption with a Cleaver token, for example. But the risk with any token on the XRP Ledger, once you redeem it, for something to the issuer, if the issuer then resells it or moves it to somebody else, then it still has a tradable value and it still has a redemption value. So the only way you can actually remove the redemption value from something is to burn it. So, we had the problem with 3D Apes when they issued a second token. They had 10,000 issued tokens of 3D Apes, and then they had a problem. So they issued another token, but rather than swap those tokens out, all of a sudden they had 20,000 tokens, but only 10,000 NFTs. So the problem therein lied, who owned the NFT? Was it the old token or the new token? And both of them had equal rights to it because they were both sold as having a redemption value. And so, it's important that when you issue a token that has a redemption value from you, the issuer, that you keep constant control over that redemption value, and that you should never, ever have the ability for somebody else to claim a redemption on that token if it's already been redeemed. And the only way to stop that is to burn it. So
Does the project even get to the point where they can mint on Cleaver though? Like, do they deliver that in your opinion based on what
who
you've seen?
knows?
Like the
Who
guy's
knows?
name is, yeah, seems like
Yeah.
he's a clever rug and stuff. With play on words. I don't know. So,
Can I
look,
ask you a question
who
about
knows?
Monster? Love Monster.
Go for it.
So it kind of look. I was trying to look for a video of the game. I don't see any video on it, like on YouTube. But is it kind of like a Pokemon card game or something?
You just really like interrupting people, huh, Metaman?
Hey, Too Cold. But the thing is, I was waiting for a while. Too Cold, you know.
Okay, but so what? They
No,
weren't
I
done
mean, no,
talking.
he was waiting for a long ass time. Too cold. Let me get his rocks off.
Come on, Too Cold, man. I'm just...
Yeah,
but you know what? Too
yeah,
Cold.
but
I mean, Token was jumping in at the same time. So what about him? Why are you picking on me?
Yeah, why you picking
Yeah,
on
I
him,
like
Too
your
Cold?
family, man.
Token was the one asking the questions to Rippleton
That's fine,
and
Too Cold.
engaging in the conversation that
leave, Too
he
Cold.
had
I'm gonna
sparked
leave. I
with Rippleton.
appreciate you. I appreciate
Just hold
Yeah,
on.
I'm
You can get
leaving
your
too.
That's
question.
fine, but
Just
by the time I get to my question, it's
but
irrelevant.
you've been doing it all day. But just hold
That's
on.
fine. That's fine.
You
Hey,
I
act
got
like
you.
we can't
Much
rewind and go
respect. Much
back to your
respect.
question.
Namaste.
Like
Namaste.
you
No, we
can't
pissed
bring up
off.
a conversation again.
Namaste.
Just hold
All
on.
right. Peace. Peace.
We out of here,
Namaste.
man. Fuck this shit. We
Namaste.
out of here.
okay, so can I just ask? So Metaman came in and says, "Can I tell you about Love Monster?" So here's your opportunity. Tell me about Love Monster.
What did you say, Ripple? Can I talk?
I said, yeah, you came in in the conversation and you said, "Let me tell you about Love Monster."
No, I didn't
So
tell. I
here's
didn't
your
tell you about Love Monster. I'm asking you because it's your invention. It's your creation out of so many video games or whatever games that they create out there. I want to know what makes your project.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing to do with that bullshit.
I'm asking you those questions, like Too Cold said. I gotta ask those serious questions to the people who create projects. So what?
But that's not. But that's you don't make no sense because
Why?
Love Monster
Why is that?
isn't his project.
Okay, then who's?
So what are you talking about?
So why is he talking about? Is it okay? So he's promoting Love.
Do you know who Rippleton is in the XRPL community?
who
Let me
Metaman-
start with
Metaman
that.
is?
Let me
Go
start.
tell him, Too Cold. Tell him, Too Cold, who he is.
First of all, I don't give two fucks who Metaman is. Let me just tell you that right now. So obviously and apparently, you do not know who Rippleton is in the XRPL community. You come in here saying it's his game. No, Token Panda was asking a question about the project because in the XRPL community, Rippleton is the man to ask about any project because he can do forensic investigation on projects. So you need to get your shit together and stop fucking around when you in here. You've been doing this all day. Every time you stepped on the mic in here today, you've been interrupting everybody, and then you've been dragging on your conversation for 10 minutes. So, again, sit back, wait your fucking turn, and then ask your question. So obviously, before you even ask your question, you need to read the room and find out what the fuck is being talked about and who is playing what part of the conversation. Because Rippleton does not have a project on the XRPL. He's not the man to ask about a project that he built. He is the man to ask about projects if they are scams, if there's a lot of movement in wallets, if certain projects have created more than one project on the ledger. That's the type of questions that Token Panda was asking. So you need to kick back and fucking relax.
How'd you get your voice to sound like a man? What the fuck?
No, fuck.
Don't worry about all that. It ain't none of your fucking business. Don't worry about it. So close your mic. Close your mic before I remove it. Close your mic before I remove it.
On Google searches. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, man, we out of here. Fuck this shit. We out of here.
Yeah,
man.
fuck you, and don't hit my request button again.
Fuck out of here,
Okay.
fucking clown.
So for anybody that doesn't know, I don't have any projects, but I tend to do a bit of research on the odd project or two, and like I was being asked regarding Love Monster.
Cut
I
the
looked
bullshit.
into it.
Not no project or two, son. You know you up in that shit, researching it all up in their crack. You know what I mean? You uncover stuff that some people don't know how to uncover. Yeah, not just a project or two. There's more than
So
that.
I tend to talk about projects in a way that projects don't want me to talk about them. But yeah, so Love Monster was, in short, it was a project that came to the XRP Ledger, raised all its funds, then took its funds and the project away to another protocol, an untested one. It hadn't even launched. I think it's launched now, but they said that all the NFTs would be minted on that network and not on the XRP Ledger, and that the token would be made redundant. But I haven't revisited that since I researched it, and that was before they moved. So I don't know what the system that they've used for redemption of the XRP Ledger token, how they've managed to do that, and whether they've burnt the tokens. But the issue is that if you sell something that holds a redemption value, then they need to redeem that. And they certainly can't hold a 2-for-1, so there can't be two tokens out there able to redeem
Hey,
a
Ripple,
single
is that Love
NFT.
Monster? That's the one that was getting the characters that was from a website, right? Was that the same one?
It was a coloring book.
That weird
Yeah,
monster?
coloring book.
Yeah,
so
okay. I know now. I know what you're talking about. I was like, this sounds so familiar.
Yeah. It was the original character that they used was from a coloring book that they said that they'd owned the rights to for about 10 years, which from my research was probably a little bit untrue. But there'd been numerous other nefarious activities that the dev of the project had been involved in. Supposedly, it was advertised on some scam websites, and that was from his previous dealings. But yeah, look, at the end of the day, it comes down to the project now, what it is and what he's selling. And what he's offering in return as a redemption value. And now he's saying, well, your redemption value is only available on the Cleaver network. That's where your NFT will be available. So it's not going to be XLS20. It's not going to be anything to do with XRP Ledger, despite the fact that that's where he raised all his funds. But yeah, and these are things you need to, you need to look into. And when you buy promises, that's the risk you take, is that the person can up and off to another network tomorrow and you have no say in it. And yeah, don't buy promises. It's as simple as that. Make people deliver what they're offering. If they can't deliver it, then don't dish out your money. Really, do you go into a shop and put a full deposit down, 100% payment for something that hasn't even been built? Not even a car. You might make a deposit, but you certainly don't put all your money in, because you just leave yourself open and liable. And so that's these are lessons learned by people, and slowly they're learning. That unless somebody's got something to tell,
why you don't trust nobody? Like, you always like make sure they got a utility.
So to put it this way, Triple X, and all jokes aside, if you walked up to a street corner and a guy had a bucket in his hand and he says, you put $10 in this, I'm going to build a shop on this corner, and I'm going to sell a toy in this shop that's yet to be built in a factory that's yet to be designed and built, and I will give you that toy whenever it's available. You give him the $10. You don't know who he is. You don't know where he lives, what he does. You don't even know about the factory or the toy that's coming. All he's giving you is a colouring book picture.
Sounds like you got robbed by someone on the corner of a street, man. What you doing, bro?
But you give him your $10. You give him your $10 and you walk away and say, fuck, look what I got. I've got this really cool colouring book image that I'm going to be able to redeem for a real toy. at some stage in the future that's got to be built in a factory that's yet to be designed and built. The shop's got to be built that it's going to be sold in. And I don't even know who the retailer is that's going to be selling it to me. Who's the mug? You or the person that's selling you that's got the $10 in their pocket?
I mean, when you start trying to like put it in analogies that make sense, I guess. But I'm just like let's trust them. Let's see what happens.
No, so trust is exactly that. And Castor, I think, talked about it before. It's about belief, but belief is built on trust. So what you've got to do is you've got to learn, you've got to investigate, and you've got to establish what it is about this project that you trust. And then when you've done all your checklists, then you have belief in that project. And that belief is what you go on. You don't go on promises by somebody. You don't go on because this person who's been paid to tell you that this is a really good project. You don't go and buy something because they told you to. You go and buy it because you have belief in that project and that you've found every element in your checklist of trust has been ticked off. And if it hasn't been, then why are you buying it? Why are you buying into it?
Because it's a moonshot. It's a moonshot because that influencer told us to get in there.
Yeah, and so, yeah, sure, there are moonshots out there, but that's speculation. That is 100% speculation. And as a project who has issued a token should not be concerned about the price of their token. I'll say that straight up.
I worry about what the price of 2 cold coin is every day, even though I give it out all the time. And my haters tell me it's a rug pull, and they post charts all the time of what the 2 cold coin chart looks like and what the price of it is.
Half the people that pull charts now don't even know how to read charts.
Yeah, well, I ask a serious question. Why do you concern yourself with the price? If you've got utility, your token has utility, right? And then it doesn't matter whether the price of the token is worth $1 or $1,000. The value of your token is in the utility, not in the speculative value.
And that's why I don't even ever try to sell the shit, right? I try to hand it out, and I don't give a fuck what the price is, because the price is going to start moving when the price starts moving, when it gets in more people's hands and more people see the value in what it is that we do here and read the white paper of what 2 cold coin is and whatnot. The haters are the ones who are more worried about my token price than I am. I don't give a fuck. You want some 2 gold coin? I give you some. I give it to you right now for free. Anybody want 2 gold coin? DM me. DM me. In the comment section, hashtag 2 cold coin, and then DM me a cold face and a number 2, and I will fucking give you 2 gold coin for free.
Okay, so on that basis, right? If you come across a project who all they can talk about is the price of their token, is that a red flag to you?
Every time, because you shouldn't worry about the price. You should worry about spreading the information or the art about your project. About building.
Yeah. So that's exactly it, and that's what people need to learn. And over the last 5 or 6 years, of dealing with the stuff on the XRP Ledger, all we've talked about and all everybody ever concerns themselves with, and I talk about this loosely, it's the majority.
Wait, what happened? Did he get rugged? You mute.
Yeah. You mute your damn self, son?
Yeah,
you're like, I gotta shut my damn self up.
He fat fingered his mic.
No, I didn't. The AirPods blew out of battery. But yeah, so the thing is that when you over the last 6-7 years on the XRP Ledger and all crypto for that matter, all everybody ever talks about and concerns themselves with is speculation and the speculative value. They don't give a shit about the building out of projects. Now, if they invested their money in projects that actually had utility and had something of value to offer, they would have been much better off with their investments rather than spreading them loosely across all these shit tokens that have absolutely no value and nothing to provide for their XRP that they've paid out for it. Then they would have been much better off, and you would have had a much tighter ecosystem. And as much as I'll talk about this until I'm blue in the face, but every token that's issued on the XRP ledger, irrespective of what it is, takes liquidity out of XRP and it devalues. It's inflationary to the price of XRP. It's inflationary to every other token in the XRP ledger. And the sooner people realize that, the better off we are. It's not rocket science to know that, if you have $1,000 in your pocket, you could give $1,000 to a kid, one of your children, right? He's got $1,000. If you have 5 kids, they only get $200 each. So same amount of liquidity, but each child only gets $200. They don't get the $1,000. They've only got $200. If you've got 10 kids, they get $100 each. So the value of the utility is the only thing that's measurable. If you're looking for speculation, then you are taking your money out of it. Every token you use or get, all these people that sit there with their hand out asking for free tokens, they're not free. You, the community's paying for them. You're the people that are funding the value in those tokens. It's not the project that's funding them. It's you, the project. And where does it come from? It comes from your XRP. You're providing liquidity. So all these projects that say, oh yeah, look, you get this APY and 100% APY this month and 20% next month. It's you that's providing the value of it. It's not them. They're giving you tokens that cost them nothing.
XRPZ for freezy. Let's get to digital newbies. He's been having his hand up for a minute. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Too Cold. Rippleton, I put $1,000 in Too Cold token and it came down 90%. So what should I do?
You or somebody.
How many tokens did you get?
I have 5 tokens.
5
down
tokens.
90%.
Yeah, but you still got 5 tokens.
Shit, I wish, right?
So,
I wish that it was that
but
much.
this is the thing. But the thing is that if those tokens had utility, right? If you were able to mint an NFT with the tokens that you bought, or like for argument's sake, if you bought 5 tokens, it cost you $1,000, okay, and each of those tokens was worth, a service or an NFT or something or a piece of art, it is still worth that piece of art. Okay, but if you go to sell that redemption value to somebody, then it's whatever that person's willing to sell it to you for. So it's got nothing to do with Too Cold, because she's given you a token that has redemption value, and you can redeem it from her for that value. And so one token still buys one NFT. There's no devaluation in that. But if she turned around to you and says, you know what, mate, I'm only going to give you half an NFT, then that's a problem.
Right. No.
Okay.
Okay.
So it all comes down to what the redemption value is of a token. Like if I go into a bank and I get $1, right? I take $1 out of my pocket and I give it to them. They turn around and give me 2 50-cent pieces in exchange for it because I've redeemed it 1 for 1. But if they turn around and said to me, hey, sorry, mate, look, we're only going to give you 50 cents. You say, what the fuck? I gave you $1. You're only going to give me 50 cents for it. And they say, yeah, well, I've given you one item back for the one item you gave me. Nothing about what the redemption value was. It was just 1 for 1. And that's exactly the same as when you issue tokens on the XRP Ledger. If I give you something that's worth 0, because it cost me nothing to make, unless I put some value into it by giving it a redemption value from me, the issuer, then any redemption value comes entirely from the people selling it, not from the people who have given it to you for free. So whatever token you have in your portfolio, ask yourself this. If I was to go back to the issuer of this token, what can they give me in exchange for this token? And if you can say nothing, then that token is worth nothing. It is only worth what somebody in the community is willing to pay for it. And that's what people need to understand. There are no such things as free rewards on the XRP Ledger unless there is a redemption value given with that token. So if somebody turns around to you and says, I'm going to give you a free NFT, here's the token for it, great. You can go back to the issuer and redeem it and get an NFT. So that holds value, and the value is transferred to you when you give that token back to the issuer and he redeems it, okay, for you. And that's what it's all about. So all these tokens in the community that everyone issues, a trillion tokens here, a billion here, a million here, they hold zero value. So any value that they hold in the marketplace is coming from you, the community. But yeah, you keep, slapping yourselves in the face and say, fuck, my value of my XRP is going down, but I've got all these shit tokens. Why, where's all the value? The value is you. You provide the value, not the issuer. Sooner we learn that, the better we'll be.
That part, you feel me? Again, anybody want to join the conversation, just hit the request button and get on up here. Who else? Yeah, I mean, I think today was very eventful, right? It sucked for Dirk, right? To be attacked and threatened like that. I know that feeling. It does fucking suck, right? But it has brought up a conversation that needs to be had so that people can start taking their investments more seriously, and the people that they kind of look up to for suggestions or advice towards projects, to hold these people accountable, ask these people questions, to ask the projects questions, hard questions, and the influencers questions when they're hosting their AMAs on their platform, right? Because not everybody comes to a Too Cold cookout, right? I've tried to get on XRP here, right? I've tried to get Sologenic before, right? These are platforms that host their own fucking space calls, and no real questions are asked in those space calls, right? Like no hard technical questions. Why these are type of questions that I would ask if I was allowed in these certain rooms. I'm blocked from a couple pages, right? Not on XRP, but I would ask if I could get in a Sologenic room. I would ask Sologenic, are you guys going to put out a test, XLS testnet like Radical X Exchange has or NFT Master.com has? They have a testing platform for the public to test the XLS 20 NFTs, right? How is this bridge gonna work because of the XLS 14 to 20? How is that gonna work? Is there a potential to lose my NFT completely? Like when you first opened, you didn't have a buy button when you opened your XLS 14 marketplace. Is there going to be that type of situation when you open an XLS 20 marketplace? No. People get in that fucking space call and they say, oh, Solo, when we go to the moon. Nobody's asking.
When you build Corium, how is the implementation of Cosmos SDK is with Corium? Should ask that kind of question.
And then when you right, but we certain people in the community can't get in the space call because when brought up a XLS 20, a simple XLS 20 question, a lot of the community was removed from the space call, blocked from the Sologenic page, then harassed, and then doxed unauthorized, and we drew attention to it. We were commenting, we were posting shit, we were posting the proof that this project was doing that. And you know what? A lot of the community just bypassed the tweets and didn't retweet it, didn't help shine light on it, didn't ask questions in the comments or nothing. How does that help spread light? How is that a positive project on the XRPL when you're treating the community like that for asking a simple question?
This is not even the first time people tried to shed light on what's been going on with them. I remember when Medium was written about certain bots being used, which is crazy and it's very detailed. Now those addresses are deleted. Well, yeah, they're not in use anymore. But now we're seeing it again. You know what I mean? more people is getting knowledge and asking harder questions and actually learning how to do deeper research to understand these different projects being built out, not just on the XRPL, also other projects out there in the rest of the crypto space.
Right? And I didn't say all that just to start bashing on Sologenic, but that's an example of a hostile project when real questions are asked. That's a red flag. When you turn your back on a community like that, and the owner, not even just their community reacted more aggressively because the leadership started it. The co-founder of the company. So that shows you what type of project and people behind that project are. And these are, so whenever any project is hosting space calls, or influencer is hosting a space call and the project is the featured guest, you get up there and you ask these questions. Don't fucking ask how much is your coin supply, and how many NFTs are in the collection. Like, ask real fucking questions that will take them off guard, and see what type of response you really get. Go ahead, Cash.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say this, man, because again, it feels like it's not being said in this space. But here's the reality: y'all are getting in this paradigm of where ask the hard questions because you want to make sure that you have all the information, and it's really back to that trust paradigm, right? All I'm trying to get y'all to really understand is if you have to ask these project creators all of these different questions, it means that they have too much influence over the outcome of your so-called investment. And that means you shouldn't be investing in it in the first place. It could be a security, and it's just not in the spirit of what we're trying to teach people with the use of cryptography, right? It should eliminate that trust. So if you're having to ask them all of these hard questions, that means that they have too much control over the success or failure of that project, and you probably shouldn't be touching it, period. Like, we need to get to that space. So I just wanted to quickly come in and say that.
Okay. I feel you. Go ahead, Nikki.
All right, I have two questions. The first question is it cool for a new project that's just launching on the XRPL to go straight to the Sologenic marketplace and start minting NFTs without proper information to the community? You just want to mint NFT, I will sell your NFT. That's my first question, because to me, from my research, I see most projects that are already minting on the Sologenic instead of waiting for the XLS20 as a red flag. To me, but I want to get more understanding on it. That's one. And then secondly, the question is directed to Rippleton. Like, currently, I have around 72 cold coin and it's worth up to 7 XRP. So, like, Rippleton said, we are the ones, the community, we are the ones giving most of those projects value. So I want to ask if, for example, if we talk about Zodge, you can hold close to 1 billion Zodge and you'll still not get up to 5 XRP, right? So project like that, what can the XRP community at large do to streamline such issues? And also, if you're holding, like, for example, let's say 0.1 X blade, for example, that is worth close to 60 XRP, are we also the ones providing liquidity for such projects? So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Well, yeah. So ultimately, it comes down to that question, whether there's a trillion, a billion, a million of tokens, there's redemption value. If you need to determine a redemption value, you need to go back to the issuer and you need to say, what is the value that you are willing to give to me if I give you back this token in exchange for it? So that's your redemption value, and that's your measure. So whether you hold 1 billion tokens or not, if you can't exchange that for something of value from the issuer, then any money that you get for it comes purely from the community. So any tokens he's selling, if there is no redemption value for tokens that he's selling, right, from his project, from his issuing account, then he's just making straight out profit, 100% profit, because he doesn't have to redeem the tokens for anything. So, and that's the thing that people need to understand is that, if you go into a car dealership and you give him $1,000 and he gives you a bit of paper and says this represents a car, you don't have a car. He says it's not redeemable for a car, but it could be redeemable for a car if somebody's willing to sell you a car. But currently, it holds no redemption value. So, and that's the key thing in understanding, I think, what comes down to value and what comes down to speculative value. So when you trade tokens, you're expecting XRP, or you're expecting another currency to replace what you're selling. Very rarely are you trying to sell or buy an NFT or a service or a product. All right, because you usually go to the issuer for that. So the key in understanding what value your tokens hold is what redemption value they are worth from the issuer. If there is nothing of value from the issuer to gain from them, then your tokens are absolutely worthless unless somebody is willing to pay for them. And anything that is any income that comes into those tokens, or any value that comes into those tokens, is provided by you, the community. And we talk about this often, and people really struggle to understand it. But it's like putting your wallet on the bench. Today I've got $100 on it. Somebody gives me $100. No, they don't. They'll give you something that says, "Oh, this could be worth $100 if you sell it." But it's not. It's not worth $100. It's just a bit of paper. It's a blank bit of paper, and it has no value. And that is the key thing. Always ask yourself, what can I get by way of redemption from the issuer if I was to give back this token? And that tells you the value, the inherent value of the token. And if it's zero, because the tokens cost zero to create, so they've got to add value to it by putting some value into the token. Or if there's no value and they just distribute it or sell it, then you, the community, are 100% liable for the value of that token. And any reward that they give you, or they say they're a reward, you are the person who is actually providing the reward, not them. They're just giving you the medium of transfer of the value.
But
Understand
Rippleton,
that, and you'll make yourself money.
would it be fair to say, though, that a lot of these people aren't really looking at that dynamics, because ultimately their expectation is that the issuer is going to create the value, and then they'll be able to then redeem it for a higher value at a later date?
Yeah, but what the thing is, for an issuer to redeem a value, they've got to buy it back, right? So they've got to buy their token back off you to give value. Or the other way of doing it is to give you something in exchange for that token, by way of an NFT, by way of an NFT, by way of a product, by way of a service. They could give you a ticket to a movie, whatever. Providing it's got a redemption value, then the issuer has provided the value. If the issuer can't provide any value, even inflated value by virtue of the supply, reduction in supply by burning tokens, whatever, any value in a token that costs nothing to produce is provided either by two people, the community or the issuer. And if the issuer provides no value by way of redemption, then it is 100% the community who provides the value. And the sooner people understand that, the sooner they'll keep their hands in their pockets and they'll stop shouting for airdrops, 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 because for the largest majority of airdrops have absolutely zero value, and you, the community, are providing the value by way of your XRP and reducing its value.
Right, and I'm agreeing with you, but what I'm saying is the issuers are actually selling them the dream, in that I'm going to make this product so valuable that I'm going to get other people to buy the token at a higher price. Then you can sell your token to them right, at a higher price, right? And so
Yeah, and that's fine.
that's where
Yeah,
this. Well,
yeah,
it's
but
not fine
the
because
problem,
actually it's a security agreement and it's nothing really dealing with crypto. That more looks like a security because you're totally relying on the issuer to then make that project a success so that you can
yeah,
get the higher value.
yeah, and that's fine. But that comes down to the same thing that I said before. That you talk about a product. So the issuer has a product to provide in redemption for the token. So if anyone comes back with a token, goes to the issuer and says, I now want to redeem this token for the product you're providing, that has the redemption value. And then the token has done the full circuit. It's gone into circulation. It's with value. It has been traded around, maintaining that value of redemption, and then it's gone back to the issuer for redemption, and then the issuer is free to do whatever he likes with that token. He can add more value to it, right, by putting something else as a redemption value to it, or he can burn it. They are the only two options he's got. But if he redistributes that without any value, then there's an issue because somebody's already redeemed that token and now he's redistributed it without value. So despite the fact that he's selling it as holding value. And that's what happened with the 3D apes. They issued a second token that put 20,000 tokens in circulation, but they only had 10,000 NFTs. So they were relying on 100% honesty of the community to burn their tokens that no longer held a virtual value, a redemption value.
And how is that situation? Is the
Oh, look,
first token to 100% burnt, or there's still some in circulation?
I to be honest, I haven't looked at it. But it's as I says to the issuer, I said you should not be distributing any more tokens than a total of 10,000 NFTs value. So if he distributed 5,000 of the old tokens, got 2,000 of them back, then he needed to only distribute 7,000 of the new tokens and maintain 3,000 for redemption of the old tokens. And that's the only way you can do it legally, because otherwise you're doing the double spend thing by issuing two tokens for one value, one redemption value. And that's illegal. That's theft by no other means, because you knowingly are providing two tokens that only hold one redemption value. So who gets the redemption? First and first best dressed, So it comes down to if there is a product, a service, or some form of utility that is redeemable for the value or redeemable for the token that's been issued, then all well and good. Doesn't matter whether he sells the token or gives it away, providing there is a redemption value provided by the issuer, then that token holds value and it is worth something. But if he gives you a token that is worth absolutely zero, and he tells you that you hold 1,000 of my tokens that are worth zero, and I'll give you another 10 tokens every week that are still worth zero, how much are you actually earning? How much are you being rewarded? You've been rewarded with nothing. And so all the value that's derived from those rewards, and with big marks around them, the only value they hold is what you, the community, are willing to put into them by buying them and trading them. And somebody will come off at a loss because the issuer will not be redeeming them for anything of value. And that's what you need to understand. The sooner you can understand, it's basic economics. You cannot give away something that is worth nothing and derive value from it without people putting that value into it. You need to put value into it because they're only worth zero and they will forever be worth zero. Every time they trade, somebody adds value to them and then that value is removed by the person who puts the XRP in their pocket. And then that next person holds something that's worth zero. And at some stage, if it does the full circuit, somebody could go up to the issuer and says, I've got this token that you issued. I want to redeem this for the value of what it's worth. And the issuer says, well, it doesn't hold any value. I didn't promise anything. I didn't say I was going to give you a service or a product. I just gave you free tokens. So you're stuck with having paid for those tokens and you get nothing in return for them. And that's exactly what 99% of the projects on the XRP Ledger are. They are giving you nothing, but you're providing all the value and you think you're making a mint. You're not. You're screwing yourself.
Okay,
How many,
so
how many shit coins have I bought? 0. And that's the very reason why, because they're worth nothing. Understand that, understand it. Go and put a jar on the bench. Sit it there with an empty jar and see when the next dollar falls into it. The only time you'll get $1 in that jar is when somebody puts $1 into it. It's not just going to arrive. Somebody has to put that value into it. But if you put a jar with $1 in it on the bench, then it's always got $1 in it. But that's what it's worth until somebody removes that $1. Okay, so understand that. Whatever you do, when you look at a project, now it doesn't matter whether it's on the XRP Ledger, whether it's on any protocol, if it doesn't hold any redemption value, then it is worth 0. And only you and the community are providing any value. So somebody will lose out. And they're just Ponzi schemes, pyramids, call them what you like. They're just a con. And the person at the top making all the money is the issuer, because he's sitting in the background selling his tokens to you, and they're worth nothing. And there you go. That's it in a nutshell. Gospel.
okay. So logically, what you're trying to say is, if I am to, for example, I'm an issuer of, let's say, Nicky Handsome token. If I'm to issue you 1,000 Nicky Handsome token, it should be at least worth an equivalent of 1,000 XRP when it's converted, or at least 1,000 NFT, Nicky Handsome NFT, if I'm to get you correctly. And then
Yeah, it
also,
doesn't matter what it is, providing it holds some form of value. You could offer a service. You could offer a counselling service, for example, that is redeemable for a 1-hour session of counselling. Providing something has a redemption value, then it has worth, and it's got an inherent value. If it doesn't, then it's worth nothing, and it will always be worth nothing. Doesn't matter who puts value into it, it will always be worth nothing, because the inherent value of something can only be given by the issuer of the token.
okay, so logically, like from my own research also, majority of the projects on the XRP Ledger, they only get to pump when the numbers of buyers increases. So logically, it's the buyers that are giving value to that particular project. So those are, should I say, early holders or early buyers. They get to gain or profit from that project when new buyers buy in to give value to the project, and then the issuer at the back end tends to suck his or her profit by removing some part of the liquidity, right?
Yeah, so they do, but it still comes back to the value of a product. It's like a car. You go and buy a car. So the value of that car when you on-sell it, if you've held it long enough and it's appreciated in value because of its rarity or whatever, then you're going to make money on it. And then the next person wants to make some money on it. Unless he uses it and abuses it, then he can expect to lose some money on it. So it all comes down to the value. But at the end of the day, the issuer of the car gave you a car. You paid money. He gave you a car. It was worth what it was when you bought it. Whether it appreciates or depreciates entirely on the market and the market conditions, and at what point you sell it and what condition it is when you sell it. And so it always comes back to this redemption value and what is the inherent value of that token when it was issued. So that car, insofar as you are concerned, is non-redeemable back to the issuer, but you have a car. And that was a redemption because he sold you a promise of a car. You redeemed the promise by getting the car. No different than anything else. If you redeem something by giving your money and he gives you something, a service or a utility or whatever. But each time you sell that promise, then that is the value that's derived. So it always comes back down to the redemption value. And especially in a market where we're talking about currencies, Because in essence they are IOUs. Every token that's issued is an IOU. What is it an IOU for? And if it's an IOU for zero, then that's its inherent value, zero. Doesn't matter what you call it, what you say about it. If it's unredeemable for anything of value, not from the community, but from the issuer, then that's it. It's worth zero.
He think he know what he talking about. He don't know shit.
Well, go and put your wallet on the bench with nothing in it and see what's in there tomorrow.
All right. Good questions, Nikki. Anybody else want to get up here, join the conversation?
Yeah, I get tired of this shit too, Cole. Cause Rippleton think he know fucking everything. He don't know shit. Let's talk about how you used to mine Ethereum and you actually fuck with proof of work protocols. You don't even fuck with XRP like that. Let's keep it real. Fuck all this shit.
Yeah, so yeah, you did right. I don't currently. I used to mine Ethereum, but I turned it off because it was no longer economical. But yeah, like I run an XRPL validator. I run an XRPL node. I run an Evernode server, which is testing the hooks, not amendment, but the hooks ability of the XRP Ledger. I used to run an Ethereum miner purely to make money, pay my electricity, heat my home, and it worked well until no longer became profitable. But yeah, I'm not susceptible to trying to make money. That's what I try and do. But I also think that as a validator on the XRP network, I think it's important for people to actually understand what these IOUs mean and the proliferation of them without purpose is only shooting themselves in the foot. And as both issuers and buyers of these tokens, somebody has to pay, somebody has to add value to them. And if the issuer isn't adding value, then somebody has to be, and it can only come from the community. And unfortunately, there are many people who get stung, and they've got all these tokens worth a shitload. And even when they sell them through the Trasher apps, and sell them, somebody's buying those. Somebody's buying that value, which is worth nothing. You've taken their XRP from them, and they've got tokens worth nothing. So when they go to trash them, I hope somebody's got a buy order and that they can actually trash them to. But yeah, I think it's important if we've gone through a bear market, we've gone through a bull market, now we're back into a bear market, and I think it's important for people to understand that these cycles are cyclical. But the last thing you want to do is you want to come out of a bear market as close to as being as you could be to the position you were when you entered it. You don't want to have less value in your XRP. You don't want to have less XRP, but that's what people are doing. They're putting them into all these tokens that last a month. They lose all their value and then they're gone. They close up shop and they're gone. And each and every one of these projects are walking away with your XRP, and it's cost them nothing to do it. And simple, simple economics.
Ripple, could you quickly just speak to the fact that, like, initially the XRP ledger was really kind of designed to trade other currencies or commodities and those type of things that would be issued assets on the ledger, right? And then you could see where you would have that redemption value for those type of assets, because if it's a currency, then you would redeem it through the gateway for the euro, the peso, etc. If it was a commodity, right, etc., etc., etc. So it's like that's what the issuing process was more designed to onboard, not just zero valued denominations like you're speaking to.
Yeah, exactly, and that was the thing, So, in hindsight, I think the the proliferation of tokens, and especially scam tokens that originated, were perpetuated by a small group of people who both developed apps for the community to actually build trust lines and build tokens at the same time using the one app. And that meant the small community of people were then basically issuing tokens left, right, and centre, promising the world, promising all sorts of weird and wonderful things, and people were buying into them because they were given free this and free that, and we'll give you an airdrop, and people are screaming for airdrops. And even now, people are still screaming out for airdrops. And why? Because they're worth nothing. And so it was the ease at which it became for people who had no ability to ordinarily issue a token to issue. And it was just, click and play, which was, bad. And there were people in the community who were then putting their hand out for their worth of XRP to provide that facility. And I was quite vocal to those people. I said, that it's not on. And the cost that the charges that you're making are just making it so easy. You need to raise your costs at least to try and remove some of the ease out of people and actually having a cost. And I've been very vocal, even in amongst the validator community, about the proliferation of tokens and why we are encouraging it by building apps for these people to use. We should be discouraging it as much as possible and leave the use case of tokens or issuance of tokens to those projects who, like I said before, because we should, not because we can, but because we should, and certainly not for the ability just to make a quick buck and then piss off. And then rinse and repeat. I can tell you now, there's a project out there that has over 98 tokens. When I say project, it's a person who's issued over 98 tokens. And what are they worth?
Meaning they issued over 98 projects. That's what you're saying?
Yep. So 98 different tokens. And every single one of them is a meme token.
Yeah, and that's when you say should do it, and compared to just could do, right? Like an example of that is Zago, right? Like nobody talks about Zago, but they understood that the problem was getting money moved cross borders, right? So they basically did the same thing that Ripple did, start using XRP as a bridge currency to move those currencies across borders, right? But then they immediately noticed that they needed a representation of the South African Rand, right? So then they started issuing South African Rand because they needed that functionality, right? Not just because they could do it, right? And so those are perfect examples of a developer recognizing the XRP Ledger is a great tool to facilitate that type of activity and doing it for a real reason.
Another one would be GateHub. GateHub is used. We can use GateHub to hold. I can hold Gala, but through GateHub. Now I can send ERC20 token from the Ethereum network to GateHub, but GateHub issues the Gala version, XRPL IOU version on the XRPL, in which in turn I can hold a Gala token through them on my Zum wallet. But that's another way where issued currency helps out what they're doing. But the value is held within that currency from them.
Yeah.
So which makes them, it has a value, but makes them a centralized authority, which they are licensed.
Yep.
But they're like a hybrid kind of thing. They're a hybrid kind of thing.
Yeah. But the key is it has a redemption value. So
that's what I was getting to. The redemption value of it is from me giving it back to them. Then I get redeemed back my Gala. Then in return, I can go back into that ecosystem if I wanted to. Yeah, and not a lot of people talks about that. That's another one a lot of people don't talk about. It's not just Gala. You can do the XLM, Ethereum, and some other, even USD and stuff. It's just awesome.
Yeah, and so it like you were saying, Casher, like anything we do, we in the industry and whatever we do things because we should, not because we can. And because by doing things we can just because we can is both dangerous and probably superfluous to what we actually need. Sometimes it'll pay off, but rarely does it. And it leaves yourself exposed because you're taking risks well beyond what your product or your service or your utility is requiring. And whenever you do that, it comes at a cost. So all tokens, we talk about projects that issue. If they determine that the project needs a token, then fine, issue a token, but only issue it after you've determined how many tokens you need, what your target market is, how you're going to use that token in your product, and only issue the required amount. Don't issue a token with a 200% oversupply on the basis that you're going to market in the first 2 months, that you're going to burn 50% of your supply as a marketing tool. That's just fucking stupid.
No, I wanna burn tokens. I like that. That's cool. Let's make tokens to burn them. That's fucking awesome sauce.
Yeah, it's just fucking stupid. At the end of the day, it shows no ability for you to have faith in the project that they know what they're doing. Because if they're issuing an oversupply of tokens at the start, then they're taking away the value from the tokens that have been bought by the people in the community by having an oversupply. And
you made a good point about what it needs to be burned. It's the one in circulation, not the one held by the issuer.
Yeah. Yeah. So all these people, they turn around and say, well, we've issued 1 billion tokens, but they only supply 10% of their tokens, right? So 90% of their tokens are sitting with the issuer. And so all those tokens are inflationary to the 10% that are in circulation if they become part of the circulating supply. If they burn some of those 90%, it's got absolutely zero effect on the value of the tokens in circulation because they were never in circulation. So, it has no effect. So for them to burn a token to add value, they need to use the tokens that are in circulation to burn, as you just said. So they need to be buying those tokens back, taking the value, giving a redemption back to the customer, and burning those tokens. Then they can honestly say, we have burnt and increased the value of your tokens in circulation. But if they're burning tokens that aren't even in circulation, it has zero effect on the price. Absolutely zero.
That's why I laugh about the burning effect on the escrow.
Yeah. It's just dumb, eh? Like people talk about Jed McCaleb and his umpteen billion tokens. Zero effect on the price of XRP.
They talk about Jed McCaleb and XRP, but don't talk about his XLM wallets he had before.
Well, irrespective, if you just talk about the value of his XRP, and this comes down to why did his selling of XRP tokens and why did his the total amount not have any effect on the price of XRP? Simple reason is this, as I said before, the value of his tokens were worth zero. He got those 9 billion tokens, or however many there were. They cost nothing to produce. They were worth nothing. He couldn't go back to Ripple and get some monetary value from them. He had to go to the market and he had to sell those tokens, right? So he sold them for USD. So the largest majority of his tokens were sold for US dollars. So that was new money bought into the XRP ecosystem by his selling those tokens that had zero value. Each and every XRP that you own is worth zero because you can't go back to the issuer and redeem it, right? And that's the fundamental thing you've got to understand. An XRP is worth zero. So any value it holds is coming from you, the community. And the only way to get new money into it is to sell it for something else outside of the ecosystem. And that would be USD, Euro, whatever. And that's the only way you can bring new money in. That's what Jed McCaleb did. So Jed McCaleb was actually bringing more value into the XRP ecosystem because he was selling his XRP for USD.
And of course, I would disagree with you on that one, Ripple. Hopefully, if you're still in here when I get done what I'm doing, I'd like to discuss that more because I certainly disagree with that one. But I'll just quickly say that the reason it had little to no effect was simply because he was restricted to such a small volume to sell within percentage of daily volume. And that's what stopped it from having a bigger effect. If he was allowed to sell 10% or 20% of daily volume, you would have seen an effect. But I don't have a little time now, but I'll be listening in.
Wait, no,
Yeah,
no, no, hold up, hold up.
yeah,
No, you
but
can
hang
just
on.
read.
He was selling his XRP for USD. He wasn't selling it for XRP, so it would only have a price effect on the value of USD.
No, he sets the price, right? But at the end of the day, there's order books. So if the price of XRP is sitting at 90 cents, right, and I sell into 97, I sell into 95, right? Then I'm actually taking money out of the ecosystem, even though I'm selling an asset for USD. So it's not as simple as what you're trying to explain.
Wow.
And there's also the fact that there's demand that's trying to actually increase the price, right? And the more that you're trying to then sell more at a specific price, it's preventing the price from increasing until that supply is exhausted.
Yeah,
Get his ass, Cash.
yeah, and I agree to a certain degree, but I'll agree to disagree about the overall value.
Hey, Rippleton, I wanted to ask you not to get off subject, but what's up with Evernote? Can you buy those tokens, or has that project not released their tokens, or what's up with Evernote?
No, so Evernote is a project that is building smart contracts on the XRP Ledger using the Hooks Amendment. And so what they're doing is the Hooks Amendment has been built out, and it's in version 2 from memory. And Evernote has built their smart contracts platform out for that, and has a number of initially they started with 30 servers who were running. I was one of them. And that's tested. Now they've gone open public beta, so anyone can hook onto the Evernode's beta test, and everything is entirely on the test net. So any tokens they issued are worthless because they're only on the test net, but they use an Evernote token that's issued on the test net for the purposes of the trial. But yeah, so they're building out, we're testing, where the servers are running, and it's all up, and it's great. Like I've got some days I've got 5 contracts sitting on my server from people who've built a smart contract out, and and so I would derive income based on serving those smart contracts, and then anybody can do it. Anyone can jump on.
Yeah,
so there's not they haven't issued a token on the main net.
We got Vet and Scams up here. Go ahead, you guys.
What's going on, guys? I'm just listening in to Rippleton speak. I think he's dropping a lot of knowledge for everybody regarding these tokens. I do agree a little bit about Jed. Disagree with the way Jed sold his XRP. Definitely had downward pressure on the price, as Kashta is saying. But I think Rippleton's dead right about the value of these other tokens being issued, and I think there's a lot of lessons learned in here from what people have seen going on in the space the last couple of weeks.
So what's up? Y'all not fucking with Jed? Y'all trying to make Jed the bad guy? What's up? Keep it real.
Vet, go ahead, my guy.
Man, always causing trouble. I've seen something very interesting. It was the project that Rippleton was investigating. I think Phoenix Swap or something. And I was really shocked because I realized these people are also front running kind of the automated market maker amendment to some degree, because this is actually when you kind of get this staking stuff that you can do. Right now it's not possible, right? And they're selling promises again. I give a lot of projects on the XRPL, especially with NFTs, definitely the excuse, because
none of them really realized that it would take so long. Like best case was actually like I think last year at Apex or shortly after, people were saying like only 1 month and then we will have XS20 and stuff like this, and then so many things happened at the same time, and it got pushed back, and we got the issues and the bugs and whatever. Like it got delayed, you know, for a good reason. And so I'm really shocked that apparently this is the scheme, you know, like just to front run these amendments with projects and probably not to fulfill their promise, you know. Like I'm sure with XS20 when it gets enabled, I'm sure that some projects will just disappear, you know, because then they have to deliver.
Yep. Here's the only reason I wouldn't be quick to give them a pass is because at least the majority of us, if we look at the way that this space is evolving, the fact that they're pre-selling these tokens to raise money to then further build out whatever it is that they're promising sounds like a security arrangement, man, and it just stinks to all hell, and I wouldn't touch it for that reason. I mean, everybody's free to do what they want to do, but like that should be the biggest red flag of all, like to stay away from this stuff. If they're having to raise money to then get to fulfill a promise to you, that is security, and so I would be cautious about it.
You know these XRP people are stupid. They're not gonna listen to you, Cash.
Well, it literally says on the website, issued currencies on the XRPL that an IOUs is a security.
Yeah, the funny thing about all this is, I don't know if it's actually funny, but when it comes to like angel investing and so forth, the way it works is, you know, you have projects in different stages, and most of the time angel investors only want to invest to things that have like an MVP, a minimum viable product, or at least done like a proof of concept, and, you know, proven out their market and that their product works and that there's customers interested in it, right? And that's usually when early seed round funding comes in. It's very, very, very rare anybody's ever willing to put money into something where there's like no product whatsoever and somebody just like has an idea, because this world is full of people who have ideas of what they want to build if somebody just give them unlimited amounts of money, but like there's no proof that they can execute it. So like nobody in like the professional tech industry is really willing to give money to people who just have an idea, except in some very rare occasions, but they may have some other patents or something that are valuable to come along with their idea, even though they don't have a product yet. And in those cases, you know, those angel investors are taking gigantic amounts of equity, like practically like the majority of the company, because of the risks they're taking. But in cryptocurrency,
okay.
I was going to just finish it up right now. I'll land the plane and then you can go. In cryptocurrency, it's really interesting. Like all these projects come along, and that's like the majority of what we see. People who have their hand out for money, and they have really nothing but an idea and a roadmap. And they're like, all right, give me all the money up front. And then like, this is what I'm going to do with it. And then like, boom, you know, so you're like a very, very, very minority, you know, stakeholder, and it's not even equity, right? Equity gives you different rights than cryptocurrencies give you. They give you no rights whatsoever. So you're getting no rights. You're getting a very small proportion of the entire supply, and you're taking gigantic risks for something that's like not even has a product yet or proven out. And that's just like mind blowing in the traditional, you know, private equity, you know, VC angel investing type world. But in this, you know, space, it's super prevalent, and it's mind boggling. And I think most people don't understand the risks they're taking on by investing in these projects and what a wild long shot it is.
Real quick, Scams, I just wanted to ask you, what's up with the Pink Panther shit? That's like some detective type shit, or what's up with that?
Well, Inspector Clouseau is the detective. He's the one there looking at the Pink Panther's foot. The Pink Panther is he's the sly fox.
He's not a fox. He's a panther.
What? That's a panther? Oh my goodness! Someone told me. This shit right there too cold.
Yeah. I seen what Vet was talking about, right? As far as Phoenix Swap, I was looking at it, and I had started kind of digging around a little bit because I was like, I was gonna I was gonna jump in it before I seen Rippleton make his tweet, right? I started digging around and doing my research on it, and then I was just like kind of hesitant. Like, it's just like it kind of
Nah,
sounds too good to be. It just kind of sounds too good to be true. And then, sure enough, it ends up being. It's turned out to be a moonshot real quick, right? And then, I mean, I know that they're not gone right now, but the information that Rippleton put out, I was just like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I'm glad I didn't make that move. So, that's just me, but yeah, it was attractive what they were saying, Vet. The market maker bot, and they're gonna be building this and bringing this to the ledger, and this type of swap decks and all. So yeah, I was thinking about. I ain't gonna lie, I was thinking about it.
Yeah, don't let my dad influence you on your shit you want to get into. If you want to invest in some shit coins, do you, Tuco? Do you?
We got Winchester. What up, my guy? And then we got New York Crypto.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Interesting points. A lot of interesting points. I agree with a lot of what Scam said, if not all. Too cold. I get you too. I think at the end of the day, we're in a space it's completely new. So the way people are gonna like react with it organically, or the risks they're gonna take, are nowhere near the same as traditional investors, right? I mean, if you look at any of these cryptocurrency projects that have been like the top 6, let's say, same thing occurred. They started up, people bought coins. There was no promise of anything. There was no equity in it or whatever. It was just a belief that they liked the project so much. They thought it was going to go well. They did whatever research they did, and they said, fuck it. I'm going to buy this coin for cheap because I think later it's going to be a lot. This is the nature of what's happened. There's a lot of big questions of how to regulate security for investors that are being taken, not just made a bad mistake. Like if a company fails, guys, if you invest in a company and they said, hey, we fucking made the DeLorean from Back to the Future, you're gonna be able to take a spin, go back in time, enjoy yourself, and you're like, oh shit, they have the technology, it works, this is proven, this is gonna be worth a lot of money, I'm gonna buy coins from it, you're gonna make money. But what if then the DeLorean for some reason doesn't work? The company itself tried everything, but it failed. Okay, you took a risk and you lost. That's you just lost. It doesn't work. It's fine. But if they said that they're gonna build the DeLorean, they had like not even a tire, right? They had nothing, and they just took your money and folded. Well, they scammed you. So how do you protect somebody from that scenario? I think is what the whole space is trying to evolve to, through smart contracts, through consensus nodes, this, that, and the other. Everything is an attempt, which is fine. I think it's just an evolution.
Yeah, I'm in agree. I see you, Vet. I'm in agreement with Winchester, right? I was gonna speak on that too. Is we are so early, right? And it's a new fucking space. We're not the only ones trying to figure it out. The regulators are trying to figure it out. How to monitor and regulate this space, and how can we make it beneficial for us and safe for everybody, right? We're all the guinea pigs right here. I preach this in a lot of my space calls too. No matter if you're a listener or if you're a speaker or if you're a YouTube content creator, whatever it is that you do in this crypto space right now, you just being here, showing up every day, whether you do your own research and you just quietly listen to space calls every day and nobody's ever heard you speak and you have only 3 followers and you're just here every day for your own personal knowledge and gaining more knowledge and information, you are just as important as the people who have 50 and 1,000, 100,000 fucking followers, because this is how early we are. Understand this, that at some point in time, you yourself are going to be a fucking educator, whether you want to or not. because at some point in time in your life, you have tried to get your people in your personal life involved in this space because of what you believe and where you think the future is headed. You have had these conversations with your wife, your husband, your cousin, your brother, your sister, whatever, your best friend, and they all snub their nose at you. Not all of them, maybe some of them listen, whatever. But 90% of the people you have tried to have these conversations with, you're the fucking weird one and the crazy one, and you're gambling and you're playing with magic money on the internet and this and that, whatever shit they say to you about what it is you do with your crypto and these late nights and early mornings, that when the time comes and the tides shift and the masses come, those same people are going to come to you and ask you the basic information of crypto, because now they heard I could get 50% off Walmart if I use my Walmart coin, and they said I'll get something called the NFT. What, like, how can I get this Walmart coin? Where do I go to get it? They're going to come to you and fucking ask you, and you're going to have to teach them. And that's why you, even with 2 or 3 followers and you never speak in spaces, you're just as fucking important. You're a pioneer here.
I gotta jump in
they
and say
not.
yes,
No, they not.
yes, yes. I'm standing up. I'm clapping. I'm saluting the sky, the moon. Too cold. You fucking nailed it, 100,000%. The only thing I want to add to all that is, to everybody, really, just put one thing in your mind. You might be like building on what Too Cold said, like when she said, you whether you like it or not, it's pretty much the truth, because people are going to be freaking out, busting your door down, asking you questions, because they're going to be like, they want to buy a coin that you have 100,000 of, and they're looking at you like you're a gazillionaire, and they're like, I want to be one too. Like, that's going to happen, type of thing. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but you might have to actually create a new industry of being like a crypto advisor, because you're going to know so much. You're going to be able to bypass so many things for them. That's worth money, guys. That's worth money.
Man, don't listen to both of them motherfuckers. They bullshitting you. If you only got 5 followers, ain't nobody listening to your ass. You might as well just shut the fuck up. Nobody's paying attention to you. You're nobody, basically.
You are tripping. Go ahead, New York Crypto, and then I got a question in my DM that I'm gonna address. Go ahead, New York Crypto.
Cold, if you don't mind, can you answer that DM? I'm sorry, it got a little loud here. I wanted to be calm before I speak. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay, it's good. It's good. Okay, so I got the DM. They're asking, what is the tie to accountability to content creators? So obviously, I'm not good at like keeping the fucking title changed, right? But that's with there was a situation that happened today with Expectar, right? Rose XRP was the ambassador. She made a tweet out, and it kind of got the Expectar community and XRPL community questioning Expectar and Rose, right? Because she used some very powerful words, such as she's stepping away from the project because the project doesn't align with her morals or her ethics. So people started questioning DS, the creator of Expectar, like, what has he done morally wrong or ethically wrong, and this and that. And so it turned into a big conversation, and what had transpired on the back end that DS was transparent about was Jack the Rippler had started DMing him because somebody DM'd Jack the Rippler that Expectar hadn't paid them. An influencer had DM'd him, not Rose. Rose and Jack are friends, whatever. Somebody DM'd Jack the Rippler that they weren't paid from Expectar yet, and so Jack the Rippler took it upon himself to try to kind of extort Jack the Rippler. Extort DS and send him threatening DMs and saying, if you don't do this in 12 hours, we have 12 influencers that will crash your project and do this and do that and all this and all that. And because of Rose's personal relationship with Jack the Rippler, she made that tweet before coming here and whatever. And upon being here, people who were in Jack the Rippler's Patreon shared information that he is a pump and dump, and he does promote Ponzi schemes, and Rippleton confirmed it as well upon his tracing of wallets type stuff and all of this. And these same people are going to put out, not Rippleton, but the people who had came in earlier are going to put out a YouTube video of all the screenshots from the Discord of them calling them out and you know, addressing Jack and telling him he's wrong. And at the end of the day, Jack basically says, what does it matter? Get in, we get in early and we get out. That's all that matters. So that's why the title is Influencers Need to Be Held Accountable. So we were on that topic, and we were here for a couple hours with DS and Expectar. DS, Expectar, and Rose. And Rose answered a lot of questions and shone some light on the influencer community, because everybody knows that she is an influencer. She has damn near 100,000 followers. So she shed light that she does get paid, right? And projects do approach her to promote and do this and do that. And some people who were in the space call didn't know that some of these people get paid to do that type of stuff. And it just shed some light on it. And that's where we were having the conversation. And it just is, you know, you got to hold these content creators responsible, because it's like, did you really do research on the project that you're an ambassador for or a influencer for? Or did you just take the bag that they gave you and run with it, right? What did you do? Like, to me, for me, backtracking to this whole thing, so again, for me, I'm an ambassador for 4 projects, right? And for me to be ambassador for 4 projects, I don't dump their coins as soon as I get paid. I try to negotiate to where I can get paid either half in their coins, and I will hold them, and then half in XRP, so that I could do other things, right? I'm trying to build my own project. I have bills to pay and things like that. So, but DS has said he has he has some people that he did have on the payroll, and as soon as they have got the coins, they have dumped them, like as soon as they touch them. So there's a difference between influencers in this space and people who are like representatives, I guess, right? I don't like to call myself an influencer. I'm an ambassador for 4 projects that I could tell you about. I can, if you catch me off guard in a space call and bring up a topic of any of the 4 projects that I'm an ambassador for, we can go on with an extensive conversation about the project, because I know about the project and I was interested in the project before I ever became an ambassador for a project. I didn't just
way before you became the ambassador, way before.
Right, I didn't just become ambassador.
Even some people who call themselves ambassadors, there's actually laws that apply to you. That's there. Even in the U.S., there's ambassador. When you call yourself an ambassador, you legally tie yourself to that project, and a lot of people don't understand that as well. That U.S. has laws for ambassadors that tie themselves to projects.
808, we know you're a genius, bro. We know you're a genius. Do you have to like prove it every time?
No, I'm just giving out information, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people who call themselves ambassadors don't even know that shit.
I'm just fucking with you.
How you doing, Wayne?
I think there's
Doing
nothing wrong
good.
with selling the tokens. I mean, that's what crypto is, right? It's a form of payment. Like you get that as a service, as a promoter, so might as well sell it. You could hold and speculate on a price, but for it really to like there's contracts that make you lock up your tokens, right? I mean, there is ways. I don't think you can do whatever you want. It's your asset.
Yeah, no, you
Oh no, no, I'm not saying that.
nobody's saying that you can't do whatever you want. But there's a difference between, so when you ask these influencers questions about the project or if they're paid, we've even had somebody in here that was R6. I can't pull you up. It's not X. Try to pull R6 up. If not R6, you're gonna have to probably hop out and hop back in. No, so there was somebody in here earlier, Diggeratis, who was saying, you know, I trust the YouTube content creators because they don't get paid to do it. They only get paid from their YouTube views. And we were all in here like, are you serious? You really think that these people that make YouTube videos, a lot of them don't get paid by these fucking projects? You're fucking out of your mind. Well, they say that they don't on their videos. So fucking what? So that's where the conversation is. It's yeah, you could do whatever you want with your coins, but be 100 about it. If you're shilling it to pump it and then dump it,
So if I could
that
just
you
jump
should
in
be
for a sec.
transparent about that.
So
Hey,
if I could
Tuco,
just jump
make me
in
the
for a
calls
second.
real quick.
Huh? Go ahead. There we
Make me
go.
the calls.
What
Okay.
happened? You got fell down? Oh.
All
I
right.
got rubbed.
So if I could just say that I think at the end of the day, everyone's just talking about responsibility. Okay. You can't be irresponsible and unaccountable. Like if you're gonna say that you genuinely like something, then you like it, right? You invest in it, you talk about it, whatever, and then the person in the project comes up to you and says, "Hey, I'd like to give you money if you like, put more attention to your existing views." Well, that's ethical, right? If someone comes up to you and says, "Hey, I just made this fucking Roge coin. It's got no value, no nothing, but you've got 15,000 followers. I'll toss you a couple $100 a month if you just shill my coin," and you do it. You're a piece of shit. Simple as that.
Wait, unless you declare yourself an influencer, right? Because there's some people here that do that or did that.
Yeah, there are, but then there aren't, right? Because then you have people. So how do you become an influencer, right? What determines you to be an influencer, right? Diggeratis, let me see. Let me look at you. You have 600 followers. You will not be considered an influencer, right? Because you don't have the sway to influence a large amount of people, right? When you have people who have, this is why even if I ever break 10,000 fucking followers, I do not want the title of influencer, but I do know that my influence plays a part on people's timeline. So I take my responsibility. Everybody moves differently, right? And it's just a matter of, I guess, kind of your self morals and your ethics and your value, right? Just because you can make quick money by helping projects promote themselves, if you really don't know about the fucking project, why are you gonna fucking promote it heavily to sway your 100,000 follower page to get in this project and you don't know shit about it, right? And the way you become an influencer is by creating that following, right? So when you see anything off of Two Cold's page, 99.9% of the time, you never catch me putting a tweet up that says, whatever giveaway, follow me, follow this project. I don't do the follow me shit, right? Because I want people that genuinely want to follow me to follow me. Because
Yeah, you
I
came
know
a
that
long
my
way. I
page
mean, for
isn't
sure.
for everybody. Huh?
Yeah, you came a long way. That's for sure.
Right? Yeah, my page isn't for everybody, and I understand that. My space calls aren't for everybody, and I understand that. And I don't want to build I like engaging and interacting with my community. This is why I'm in the space calls a lot. And when we're talking about being held accountable as an influencer, these influencers are out here shilling these projects all day long, but they're never in a space call where the community is, right? They're not sitting in Karma's room listening to what's going on with XRP and the very technical side of the XRP ledger and the side chains and everything you guys talk about in there, right? They're not hosting their own space calls to try to help educate the community. They're
No, they're running
nowhere
a
to be
business.
seen.
No,
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
nowhere to be seen. So that's where the difference is let it be known that you really don't know shit about this project. You really don't believe in this project. You just been paid to sell it.
It's like what Status does when he posts his stuff. He now puts it in his stuff that it's a paid promotion.
Go ahead, JT.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I joined the space. That was actually my DM'd question because I was just really interested in knowing more about what people think. I was actually in a Zoom call with someone else. We're trying to think and create standards actually for content creators and influencers. And, there's a lot of vague lines and there's a lot of things that are really black and white. But I wanted to invite anyone to DM me who wanted to maybe help create some of these standards for the community. It's something that, as a newer content creator myself, I just wanted to learn more and share those learnings with other people. That's all I really wanted to do. But as time went on, people, started offering me tokens and, hey, talk about my project. And I was like, okay. And sorry, my son's going crazy. Um, the Yeah, so I ended up making some videos and then I had to take some down actually because I was like, this isn't gonna work. Like I need to do more research myself. I need to figure
Man,
out how to
hey,
do the research.
JT, man,
What's
fuck
up?
these XRP motherfuckers. Get your money, man. Fuck these motherfuckers. Let them do their own research. Fuck these motherfuckers, man.
Well,
Get your
no,
money.
I mean that's fine for most people. I wanted to figure out how I could find the best projects for my viewers and protect my viewers. And so I think I have a way to do that, hopefully coming up soon. And I'll be willing to share it with everyone then. I think Too Cold already has kind of an inside scoop. But again, these standards are going to be part of that. And so I wanted to invite people who are interested in creating those standards to DM me because I want to have other people's thoughts. I want to create a consolidated list and I don't want to miss anything.
yeah, I'd be
So,
curious how you enforce those so-called standards.
well, it's not necessarily a standard that people would be enforcing. It would be something that we are someone would aspire to and say that they aspire to, and they would be doing it and acting it, and you'd be able to see it within their content. So if someone's paid, for example, first 30 seconds, hey, this is a paid promotion, and you know it. And it's not something that someone's going to, beat down their door about, but it's something that's going to show in their content. So those kinds of things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but as a project, how can you stipulate what are the recommended requirements for a project? And I've talked about this because there are many people out there who are doing this, who are projects themselves. So who are they to be setting the standard for other projects? You can have your own set of guidelines, that's fine. But, as a project, you should not be both the judge, jury, and executioner. You need.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. But, and like I say, there are numerous people out there who want to set standards. But from my point of view, and from many others in the community, those projects up to a standard that we would deem suitable for us to invest in. So why should they be setting standards for other people to be measured against? But, the other thing which is important is that there are groups like the XRP Ledger Foundation who try and promote XRP Ledger and they're the people who you should be discussing the ethics and things like that, because they are not projects. They're a group that is unassociated to any projects per se, and they're probably a better provider of that sort of information.
Yeah, maybe an idea would be, JT, to like approach marketplaces and offer them that certification as a label that consumers can choose to, filter through, right? This is like Rippleton approved project, for example, right? Or, there's actually a self-promoted association of XRPL projects that tried to look all official a couple of weeks ago. But I don't think the idea is bad, but I think it goes back to maybe the service might be better as a starting point to exchanges, that you can offer a label that, they can promote certain projects through because they do fit certain standards or expectations, or have, a certain escrow account, or do actually have, some minimal bookkeeping or whatever it is, right? Or a standard of issuance or whatnot.
Yeah, the issue with that, though, is that if any organisation or any group or any project that certifies somebody as being suitable, what happens in the case when that project turns out not to be suitable? What is the recourse people have, and how liable are these people going to be? So if they refuse to take any liability for what they deem to be a suitable project when their project goes sour, then are they worthy of actually giving it a certification to be worthy?
Well, it could be a DAO-based, community-based, certification, like poll. But yeah, I mean, great ideas, JT. I think I'm gonna follow you, and maybe you should do some of my wild ideas.
Yeah, again, I was just interested in, it was a conversation we were having. I thought it was a really good one. I didn't want to do it in a vacuum. Sounds like there's some great minds here that have already talked about it. So I was just hoping to get further feedback. So that's it. And so these are all great things to think about. So I appreciate it.
No, were you thinking about using it first, this information to help teach people criteria on how they should look at some of these influencers, or were you trying to make it as to enforce in a type of way? Because it would be good to make something like that to help educate some of these people to learn how to actually look at these different influencers and how they go about talking about their projects, that either if they are paid, or if they really do invest in them and really believe in what their project is doing. So I gotta go.
No, it's good. I appreciate it. When it comes to
Daddy, I want some milk, Daddy.
No, I want mushrooms.
Hey, I slap a fool for talking about that about my dog, son. Let's go.
Hey, I got a question for my daddy. Could you explain to us why XRP is better than XLM? Because I feel like XLM is better than XRP. Could you explain which blockchain is actually better?
You're asking that question of me.
Yeah, you my fucking daddy, motherfucker. Yeah, daddy.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, they're basically very similar networks in what they do. And yeah, it's a personal preference, really. They both do very similar. The XLM was just a fork, ultimately, of the XRP Ledger, written by the same guy. And he's just had some different modalities brought into it. Burnt half of his supply, which had absolutely zero effect on the price, which should be a good lesson to all those who are demanding the XRP held by Ripple gets burnt. Yeah, but anyway.
Okay, no, so okay, if you say it's the same shit, why y'all shitting on Jed? Jed created the shit for y'all motherfuckers. Why y'all shitting on him? Keep it real.
Well, this is about XRP. It's not about XLM, so let's just keep it on XRP.
Yeah, how about that, son?
Yeah, y'all scared to talk about XLM because y'all know that's the real decentralized blockchain.
No, but why don't you go?
Gonna be using. Ain't nobody using no fucking XRP.
Hey, can you go and issue a token on XLM?
He probably has a pimpin coin on XLM.
Yeah, no. Can you go and issue a token on XLM? Why did you choose the XRP Ledger to do it on?
Cause I fuck with you in Too Cold. That's the only reason. I would have did that shit on XLM if it wasn't for y'all.
Well, he said it. He wants that clout.
Which is liquidity, which is a smart decision. Why would you not dunk your coin into the community that has the XRP to pay you?
Yep,
absolutely. That's entrepreneurialism.
Yeah, well, I feel like the XRP community is dumb. They don't really do their research and shit like that. So I felt like that was an easier blockchain to create my token on, not XLM. They actually do research.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, no, he's just a fucking troll. Except he's not even a good troll now. He's lost all his troll ability.
Trollability level back down to 1.
yeah. It's getting to the stage of rinse repeat.
It was on the level of 99, but it got diminished.
Nah, I'm like 85. I'm like 85.
I'll give you an 88 for that.
All right, that's cool. I'll take it.
Oh, we're putting up number cards now. I give you a 10.5.
Yeah, I want my overall troll rating.
You're 10 stars.
No, it's actually
me,
a great
my
question
guy.
because it is really the same code-wise, and it's about the community, like Rippleton said earlier, that sustains the price. XLM and XRP used to be in parity, right? That's how they traded. They actually lost parity with the burn, but XRP has a different cloud, right? Speaking of cloud, XRP has the lawsuit, right? There's people that have become more hardcore believing in their holdings and their gods, so to speak, as the CEO that is hireable and the main developer, with his NSA history, which is all cool stuff. And it's funny how, in our minds, so to speak, including myself in the XRP community, someone that made 70 million recently, just by selling out a taco stand is sort of, his ideas, don't even matter anymore. It's a persona that people like or don't like. And that's social value, and I guess that's on the ledger. That's fine.
Who that was Vet? Twitter is tripping, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, your hand's still up on my screen and all of that. This shit is
Isn't
fucking
anymore.
tripping.
All good.
Yeah. So, anybody else down there want to join the conversation? All of that. Hit the request button, and we bring you up.
I want to join.
We don't want you to join the conversation. We want you to exit the stage left. Actually,
hold on. Rippleton trying to say I don't have no more troll material. I got a bunch of troll material.
Spit it, boy.
Bring it.
Let's go.
Well, you got to come on Saturday to hear it.
I
don't like free stuff.
All I think, he now spends most of his time in his garage looking for a use case for his token.
Oh God, that's hella funny. Yeah, a lot of good information here today, right? We had we've been having good conversations and a lot of good information being passed in here today. So, not all bad came out of what happened today. A lot of light got shone on a lot of things, so that's always good.
There is something that I found very interesting because this was pretty clear, if you just listen to what's happening. But I found that this is a very good argument in that sense. But it was about Ripple and their influence on the XRPL, and that if it would go after for Ripple, they would already pushed XS20 no matter what. And because everyone has seen their marketing and everything else, but the XRPL kind of pushed back for the benefit of their health, the network. And I feel like this is definitely true. For me, this is a plus in terms of how much people say that that Ripple has control over the XRPL. So I found this very, very good, just as a side note.
Yeah, I mean, Nick Boukalis wrote it, right? Who is a Ripple employee, so it was given by Ripple to the community. They're openly stated, and that's just the way it is. Now it's version 1.1 or whatever. And I found it more interesting that not only the validators, but also that are on the DNL, but also the rest of the network, the remaining validators, weren't in consensus either, right? Because it was still kind of like this initial push out. But again, the code written, the GitHub library initiation, is by Nick Boukalis, who is a Ripple employee. So it kind of, the lines are kind of thin there to what you want to, how you want to look at it, right? You're right. I mean, yeah, true. The consensus on adapting an amendment still decided by super majority, like Ripple likes to call it, is important and can protect the ledger. Absolutely.
Right, but the fact of the matter is you go through voting rounds, right? And if they wanted to have a vote a specific way, the only votes that matter are the votes in that supermajority, okay? Because they have
Well,
the
that's what Rippleton says no, because the overlap mathematically with the other validators wouldn't work out. So you would, but then they would just fork away, and that's something I still trying to understand really where he's coming from, because then the other validators could vote on the DNL to burn the escrow, but you can't just hack the XRPL like that by saying, I'm going to spin up 1,000 validators tonight and start voting whatever I want. And then Ripple needs to adopt it, right? That's not how it works. The DNL has power.
Well, you can't just spin up 1,000 validators because then nobody else is necessarily trusting those validators. I mean, 1,000 is actually a pretty large number, and if they're all trusting each other, that may start to have influence. You have to get enough.
They would just fork away, wouldn't they?
Well, that's exactly what could happen. They would fork away, and the real truth of the matter is who has the real state of the network, right? What's the state of the network that matters to people? And then you have to ask yourself, who actually connects to those 1,000 validators that have a different state of the network? And the answer is nobody, essentially. The exchanges, the major wallets, they're going to be the ones connected into the servers that matter, right? Almost everyone is connected into S1 and S2, and that's a fact. That's where exchanges connect into, is S1 and S2. And S1 and S2 are owned by Ripple, and they're going to be telling the state of the network as Ripple sees it, right? And that's why ultimately Ripple will have control over the network and do what they want to do, because people are going to be connected into their servers. So their truth and their state of the network is what matters, not what the other validators are saying. Even if somebody spun up 1,000 validators, even if a group of independent validators all decided to simultaneously change their UNLs to remove Ripple and other nodes that Ripple supports for themselves and other independent validators, it wouldn't matter at the end of the day, because of S1 and S2 are the endpoints, right, that most people are connected into. So when something forks, it ultimately matters where the most influence is. And Ethereum is a great example of this. I give Ethereum as an example very often. You had the DAO hack, and after the DAO hack, you had a split in the community what to do. Some people thought that you should change what's going on the chain, return the funds. Other people said code is law and the blockchain is immutable. And that's when you had the fork between ETH and ETC, right? Ethereum Classic. And ultimately, at the end of the day, who lost out? Ethereum Classic and immutability, because who went to the other end? Well, it was Vitalik, Consensus, and Ethereum Foundation, and essentially every exchange followed them. They got to retain the Ethereum
Take a quick pause,
title.
Scam. Take a quick pause, Scam. I just want to go back to something you said a minute ago. You said they're all hooking into Ripple's S1 or S2, and so Ripple is determining the state of the network. Is that specifically true? Because my understanding is, even if they're plugging into S1, right? S1 is still derived because Ripple has the other 30 some odd validators on their UNL, right? So they're not independently determining the state of the network. You made it appear like
That's
that.
right.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
correct.
That's right. We're talking about a fork, though.
Yeah, exactly. Like the thing that what is true is that these, like for example, Binance is, to my understanding, they are not running infrastructure. Okay, for example, or KuCoin, whatever. So they, yeah, as Scam said, if they plug to Ripple, which they do, as to my understanding, they don't run their own network. They ultimately move where Ripple is moving. But the thing
Yeah, but
is,
you're saying they're moving where Ripple is moving. Hold on, I'm just trying to drill down on that specific point because they're not actually moving where Ripple is moving. They're moving where the accumulated amount of validators that Ripple has on their node is, right? So y'all are making it seem like it's independently Ripple when it's not independently Ripple. Ripple's node is a accumulation of 35 other validators. So they cannot
Okay, Kasha,
independently
good point.
determine the state
Right.
of the network.
No, great point. Maybe let me reel it back. Where I came from was that the current amendment of XLS 20 that all these NFT projects bet on, right, on their success of actually launching, right, that standard, they're not involved. And they couldn't even be really involved in changing the DONL, even if all 1,000 NFT projects on the XRP spun up their own validator, 3 node powers to vote on their own code base, right? At the end of the day, the DONL wouldn't change. And by that principle, you couldn't change the DONL as an outside majority to burn the escrow.
But the thing is what I do, you know, of the network. Like if we talk about forks, if you fork away, it should be like with a reason. Like if you want to basically everyone else to follow, right? To say like the other validators or whatever. And if you just fork away, for example, to vote on XS20, whatever, if you spin up a sidechain, you can do this. But if people will actually use it or whatever, I don't know. I think no. This is why I think like XS20 on a sidechain is a hoax. Is in my opinion completely idiotic. But whatever. But with the regards of let's say you have like the S1 or S2 and the exchanges plugging in. The thing is the exchange is going like there. You know, like they could go to Alloy, they could go to XRP Labs, they could go to Rabbit. I don't know. And you know, say, hey, you run major hubs. Can I plug? You know, can you make reservations for us? Whatever. We want to.
Those are not
plug
servers. That's the S1, S2, and Sologenic runs its own server, and yeah, probably Zoom too. But the server plugin is really something where you enter through a funnel, right? It's like KYC, AML, OFAC complaint, like a gateway.
I think what's important is S1 and S2 are becoming less used, and more often people are hitting up the cluster and all the other hubs that are available. But S1 and S2 are certainly not as prominent in the equation as what the others have been.
My Sologenic wallet defaults to them. Right.
Vic, can I ask you a quick question? You said you don't think that if there were a federated sidechain that was running XLS20, people would use it. Can you elaborate on why you think that? Because I kind of could see exactly why they should use it, but I'd like to hear your opinion.
Because it's, in my opinion, it's too early for these in the sense of it's a small community. If people are forked to, let's say, have a sidechain, why should I use that sidechain? I can do my own. Like, who's the federator? Who's going to be deciding, you know, who gets in and out? And you cannot go out if, for example, XS20 is not available on the mainnet, so you will be stuck on the sidechain. So you will have like these islands of liquidity. Like liquidity will be like a huge issue. So what you're gonna do, right? So in my opinion, some features should be definitely used on the mainnet, or for testing, I would say it's cool. But for actual launch, I'm not a fan.
Here's my proposition though, Bill. If the sidechain is actually using XRP as the token that functions on that sidechain, right? Then the bridge, if it's a secure bridge, should be able to provide that liquidity with no problem. Like, you wouldn't really know which network you were really on, right? They're just mirrored networks that are basically using the same liquidity. So I still don't understand why they wouldn't use it.
That sounds like double the liquidity, and that's not how it works in my opinion.
That's exactly how it works.
Because
like if you had
you're not mirroring, you're operating on a sidechain. The value is on that sidechain. It's not secured on
Let me explain. The way that they're designing the federated sidechain proposal, you could use XRP as the only asset that functions on that, basically on that network, right? You don't have to have your own native token. So I'm not clear what you're saying when you said it doesn't work that way, because it very well could.
Insure XRP with XRP? Why would you do that? There's zero yield.
Again, it's not about yield. It's about the same concept that Flare is doing, right? Hold on, let me finish. The Flare is doing, right, by providing functionality, in this case, smart contract
No, no,
functionality, whatever.
Flare, you issue a
Excuse me,
derivative.
you can, and that's what I'm trying to get to, if you allow me, right? So what you're doing is you're bridging your XRP that doesn't have this particular functionality on the XRP ledger, in this case, smart contracts, right? You bridge it over as FXRP, and the reason you do that is because you want access to the functionality that you don't get on the XRP ledger, right? So what I'm saying is you could do that exact same function on a federated sidechain that only use XRP as its native asset. There's no difference, like, and that would be the reason you would use it, because you're looking for the utility that you cannot get from the XRP ledger.
That sounds correct. My point only was that XRP then would be on the sidechain, and you only transact as a gas fee with the main ledger to make your transaction valid every so often.
It would be also not the same XRP, because you cannot have like 2 times XRP the same on the sidechain and on the other. So you would to have like XRP / sidechain and XRP / main chain. So you would kind of have it's basically an IU like the FXRP, you would say. And also there would be like not 2 ways, so liquidity would flow in, but
you
not
can't
out.
insure XRP with XRP. It's the native asset. That's why all the issued assets are not backed by XRP, which some people don't understand why that has implications that it might never be represented as gold, because it is never backed by something other than the issued asset represents. It will never represent XRP. You can't issue an asset as XRP, the issued asset XRP. I mean, you can wrap it or F derivative, whatever.
There you go. There you go. So the derivative is the use,
and who
right?
holds
Like
your
at the end of the
XRP?
day, who holds the XRP?
You get a derivative token for it that you can use on a different network.
Correct.
But
What's the problem with that is what I don't understand.
Well, that token is callable for that principle, right? Which is why custody is
The
kind of
only
important.
risk factor, to me, the only risk factor that you're really facing, right, is how secure is the mirrored chain. I'm using mirrored in this just as a use.
But Flare, even as a concept, says I'm gonna reimburse you 2.5 times Spark, which you had to insure as an agent even issuing that asset, right? And there's a penalty. So if you're not even getting your XRP back, right? And that's unlikely because there's a lot of agents. But in that case, you would get a bonus for having to buy back your XRP on the open market yourself. It is a derivative.
A positive feature.
Hugo is an option.
That's a positive feature. But that's a positive feature, right?
But that's not really, that's like saying, Rippleton said it earlier, all these coins, they don't need their coin to have value. Two Cold's coin is a fan coin. That's how you market it, right?
You're changing the subject, though. What I'm saying is, for me,
no, what I'm saying is,
you're changing the subject, though. What I'm saying is, for me, as the potential user, right? I'm holding this particular XRP. I needed to have programmable functionality that I don't get on the XRP.
For 4 seconds.
Hold on, let me finish the scenario, and you're welcome to opine, right? So I needed to have this programmable functionality that I don't have on the XRP. If I bridge, right, my XRP over to either the mirror chain or, in this case, Flare, to get the functionality that I'm seeking, and I use that, right, that's what I was there for. Like, all of those other variables, other than the security of it, right, are really irrelevant. As long as I can assure that my derivative is safe, right, on the mirror chain or other bridge chain, right, then I'm fine. And that security, in this case, in the mirror chain, would be secured by the other chains, right, UNL, right? So it's like, as long as you can answer the security question, right, I don't think the rest of that matters, as long as you get the functionality that you seek.
Yeah, good point, man. What's up, Sas?
Hey, so, and my proposal with all this, I totally agree with what Kash is saying. So my proposal with this, though, I kind of want to add into the mix, though, is that who's to say regulations won't have tokenized assets that are bound to, say, the XRP ledger? Because if you look at the deals, because that's something that we can't really ignore, is also the connections that XRP has as well. So who's to say, just theoretically speaking,
what connections? Can you be specific?
Yeah, hold up. Let me just go on their website and look at the people that are willing to say they're working with them.
Whose
like
website?
You know what? This is the thing Bitcoin maxis do. And if you can't do simple
I'm
research,
just asking whose website. You
no,
said
let me
go on
finish
their
talking.
website.
You guys interrupt. We come up here and we try to speak with you guys, but you guys interrupt. I'm just basically throwing out base level knowledge. If you just go to their website, ripple.com,
Who's
you
there?
can
I'm sorry, I
see.
can't go to a website if you don't tell me.
Scams.
Okay, all right.
Calm down. You look like a giant
Okay, bro.
alligator, and he's walking into your mouth. Take it easy, okay? He's walking
I'm just
into you
saying.
already.
I'm just
It's
saying.
just sometimes the dreadest, you know.
You know, people aren't
Just
trying to
you're
get
taking a
sued.
nap with your mouth open and they come in.
People aren't trying to get sued, so they're not just going to make up lies and say that they're working with whoever, right? So
Who?
that's
Why do you keep beating around the bush?
Let
What
him
are you talking
finish. He's
about?
gonna say Ripple
What do
eventually.
you
Just let him finish. It's okay, Sauce, man. I mean,
what
yeah.
do you mean who?
No, you're right. You're gonna go ahead.
But that's another thing
Make
though
your
too, is
argument.
that we're
You
being I'm
please
not
finish your argument.
can
That would be my vote
stop
if I have
talking.
one.
Just let me talk. You guys got to interrupt. It's like being nearsighted. First of all, we're just focusing on one coin, and that's negating the fact that this is all software and it all functions in certain ways, right? So if you have interoperability within the network, XRP is going to serve one function or maybe two or whatever, but the prime focus is ODL and the ability to move money. It's a protocol. So when we talk about NFTs, I mean, NFTs aren't going to be art NFTs. They're going to be utility NFTs for one. But that's not even the main focus of what the ledger is used for. You could use it for that, but that's not the main focus. And another thing is that regulations can also kind of change the environment that crypto's in right now. So we can see tokenized assets like, say, bonds on the XRP Ledger. And when I say deals, I'm talking about Bank of America. I'm talking about, companies that I can't lift off the top of my head. I can go on their website, but they're major exchanges. And it's basically like CBDC networking. And Ripple's not the only one. There's other companies like Algorand and HBAR, Quant. They have connections with infrastructure banking and protocols that you just can't ignore. So it's very, very easy to just pick out one chain and attack it and attack it and attack it and put it in this negative scope, especially when there's three people kind of talking about it in a way where it's not necessarily positive because it's nearsighted. And I'm all for being open-minded and unlearning what I know, but I just want to just throw that out there is that we can't just pick on one chain. We have to kind of talk about it realistically in a whole spectrum because it's all going to be regulated one day. So I think it's more beneficial to talk about how we perceive it to be regulated as opposed to why you think it's shit. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let me just quickly say this, since you took a break there. One thing that I heard you say kind of repetitively, and that I kind of would caution against, is you seem to come from a place to where you're conflating, right, Ripple's use case of the ledger, right, with its intended purpose, right? So that is an issue with me, right? And so I think you should separate what Ripple intends to use it for and then what other people are using it for, right? Because there are other builders who are building on the ledger who have no concern about what Ripple is doing,
Well,
right?
yeah, I
So
just
I think,
misspoke.
hold on. No, that's
I just
fine. I'm just
misspoke.
saying it
So
because
that's
other
not
people heard you.
necessarily, yeah, but that should necessarily shouldn't be detrimental. But you should understand what I'm trying to get at. That's all.
Yeah, but
I
I think there's
understand.
a subtle I think there's a subtle undertone that runs throughout what you're saying that is a very potentially dangerous paradigm, right? And it's again this notion that, well, they have these partners and they have this and they have that, right? And it's all kind of leading a lot of people to expect the efforts of Ripple to then bring value to the token or the network, right? And so I caution people against this so much, right? That when you said that, I just had to jump in because that's one of the things that I kind of caution people against in this space. Like when you're coming to this space, right? And even if you're coming to XRP Ledger, think about what the asset or the ledger can do for you primarily, not what Ripple's
That's
using it
literally
for,
what I
or none of these
said.
other.
Each one of these tokens is literally software, so you have to see it as that. Like I just misspoke. So if me misspeaking is detrimental, I understand that, but it shouldn't.
No, it's
be
not detrimental.
This
I was just trying to
detrimental.
add clarity. Yeah, if you're coming back and saying that that's what you were kind of saying, then that's fine. I was just trying to add clarity because there are a lot of people listening here, right? And I'm trying to discourage them from relying on the efforts of Ripple and the reason why they're buying this asset, right? Like even if you're going out trying to tell somebody else about, hey, this is where you should be thinking about XRP. Don't lead in with, well, Ripple's going to do this and Ripple's going to do that and Ripple's going to all the money. Like at the end of the day, I think that is one of the worst ways to promote XRP, right? And so I was just kind of like adding that for the listeners. It's not necessarily to say that that was your intent.
I'm glad you said that, because you know what, like after talking about this so much, for me it's kind of like a common sense thing. But you're right, because those people at the end of the day that are new to the space, and utility isn't something that they're even aware of. So, and you'll catch me all the time saying that each one of these tokens, its token is basically a piece of software. It's like a button on a computer. They all serve each function to interoperate, to make it all happen, for sure. So I get the whole.
They don't
company,
interoperate.
The whole. How would they not interoperate though? If we're saying
individual blockchains, there's no interoperability between them.
Well, we're seeing multi-chain elements throughout the space. We're seeing compatibility. So wouldn't that kind of be interoperability?
Can you give me an example of one?
So just for instance, you can wrap tokens. You can.
Yeah, but that's not interoperability. That's just somebody issuing an asset on another blockchain and you trusting them.
Well, what about bridges? How is a bridge not interoperability?
Depends on how the bridge is built, but usually somebody's building it and there's trust involved. There are some decentralized bridges that use cross-chain atomic swaps that use basically hash time lock contracts. But at the end of the day, those are pieces of code that are put in between. The blockchains themselves do not interoperate with each other. People have to build additional code.
Well, that's what Flares and Quant is kind of trying to do in two different approaches, right? But it goes into the derivative market, and that's what needs to be
Quant
understood.
is trying to do it is using private closed source software. That's what Overledger is. I mean, Overledger.
Yeah, that's the brilliance actually of the token, in my opinion. There's 13 million, and if you want to be part of a gateway, you need to stake that token, right?
Yeah,
that developers are currently selling to.
And you can't.
Scams.
Let me run a gateway.
Scams. You just said that it was a closed ecosystem that Quant has all the IP. Like, could you reiterate what you just said? I want to get you correctly.
Yeah, so Quant, basically the Overledger is something that is owned by their company, and it is closed. It is closed source, and you basically use the Quant token to pay your way on there. Now, Quant is open source contract ERC20 on Ethereum, but it doesn't do anything except be a token that's used for payment for their services and their subscriptions. But in fact, they don't even make you use Quant. If you're an organization that wants to use their services, but you don't have a Quant token, they'll accept USD, but then they promise to convert it to Quant.
Now, pause right there, because this is an example of what I keep speaking to, right? Again, if this is a closed system and you're buying tokens that have to be used in that closed system, what you're really saying without saying it is that the value of that token is dependent upon Quant. That's the security, man. Like, we need to really start calling this shit what it is. And if we can start doing that, we can avoid people from getting caught into a lot of these things that may cause them losses in the future, right? And that's what I was saying about a lot of this stuff. Ask
as
that
a
question
stakeholder,
first.
Pastor, as a stakeholder, it's your effort, your investment.
No. You're holding an asset that is unusable unless it is used inside of the closed network that only Quant owns. So all of the efforts that you put into it and everyone else put into it is inevitably dependent upon Quant and Quant only. Because if they go away, Quant goes away.
You can just like throw the ERC20 token back and forth to each other on the Ethereum blockchain like hot potato and have fun doing that. I mean, that's the other use.
Coin is a protocol for starters, right? It's not even about the coin. The coin represents a function of the protocol, which means if you want to be a participant of the gateway that connects that did the labor of tokenlessly connecting all the different programming languages into one standard, right? If you want that simple solution, you can pay for it. It is a service.
Right, but you just said they did the labor. So if you're relying
Yeah,
on them
Ripple
doing the
did the
labor,
labor.
hold on,
Ripple
that's what I'm
employees,
saying. No, they're not.
Ripple
No, they did
employees
not.
wrote the current XLS 20D proposal.
Okay, and what the proposal is what? Again, it's not used inside
To
of a closed
implement a
network.
native
Hold on,
function.
Digirus, you proposed something, so let me explain what I'm saying. I am talking about the differentiator here is that I do not have to use my XRP inside of any Ripple products. So I don't have to rely on Ripple for anything, right? That's a big difference to where if you're having to use Quant inside of Quant's network, then inevitably everything relies on Quant.
You, the investor, you the token holder, it's an ERC20 token because that's what you invest in. Again, it's a protocol. It doesn't need the token for its function. The token is literally to pay the developers and eventually as a function for not even, this coin is literally not meant for you. It is meant for gateways. You'll never be a fucking gateway. But gateways that want that interoperability of an overledger will need to participate. And yeah, that's everywhere the same. That's who do you think made up XRP? I mean, all these things like go back to a certain, anyways.
But see, you're confusing things when you say who made XRP. Making it the asset is not what
Why was XRP made? XRP was a test token. The mission was always to move value via
Hold on,
IOUs.
if you're going to ask a question, allow me to answer before you answer it, right? So when you ask why was XRP made, my answer to you would come directly from the creators who created it, right? So if they're lying, then that's on me. But I'm going to give you what they said. They created it because they realized, or at least from their perception, that there were deficiencies in the Bitcoin protocol that they didn't agree with. So they decided to create an alternative to Bitcoin. That was the reason why it was created. So if you ask me
protocol,
that, that's
but not
my
the
answer.
token. The protocol, but not the token. The token they promised to give away for free, half of the supply.
No, the token is part of the native asset. Like it's a spam part of the functionality of the
It has
native
a function,
asset is
right?
spam protection.
Like Rippleton said,
So-
you give it value. The ledger would operate at 0.0001 market value of XRP, as it has for 10 years, believe it or not.
Correct, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that I do not have to rely on the efforts of Ripple is the point. Like I don't have to put it inside of their proprietary network to use it.
Okay, who sold it? Who was the initiating wallet? Chain of custody wise? Where did you get that XRP from? Was it pre-mined and given somewhere gifted? Where did it, I mean...
So again, what
did
is
you
the
get it from the
relevance to
Genesis
your
wallet?
Hold on. I want to ask you a question here. What is the relevance to what you're stating? Because what I stated was I am not forced to rely on any efforts of Ripple. As a matter of fact, Ripple could completely go away tonight, right? And I do not have to rely on the efforts of Ripple. That's the point that I'm making here. You're not rebutting in context of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Compared to Quant, where if they go away, you don't have a place to use the token anymore.
Yeah, but one of the things that I would argue there, right, and this is something that's fundamental to the whole thing. What is the native thing that you can do on the XRP ledger without relying on somebody to do the work for you? So, you know, what functionality have you got natively on the XRP ledger for the XRP token? If you rely on somebody else to provide anything to give functionality, then it is, irrespective of whether it's Ripple or whether it's you or whether it's Casino Coin, you know, whoever. If you're relying on somebody to do some work to make your XRP work, then you know, it doesn't matter whether it's Ripple. Ripple's irrelevant in the equation. It's anybody. And you know, it comes down to what is what things can you do with the token using only the protocol without intervention by anybody else.
Thank you. That was kind of the point that I was trying to make, Ripple.
Yeah, you can't. You know, so the only thing that you can do is have you know, you're relying on the efforts of somebody else to create a wallet for you to even interact with it. You know, and this is one of the arguments of the SEC is that, and they've taken Ripple on against it, But at the end of the day, when you look at the token in its native form, there is nothing you can do with that token that you can't do without the work of somebody else providing that effort in order for you to A, use it, and therefore B, make money off it, because it's worthless. The token was issued at zero cost, holds no value. So any value is derived off the work of others, whether it's Ripple, whether it's Casino Coin, whether it's an NFT project, whatever. Somebody is creating an effort to give that token value. That's what we've got to remember.
Right. And broadly speaking, I agree with you, Ripple Inc. But in regards to the security threat, right, it becomes an actual legal issue if it's not a collective issue of multiple people that are all doing that, and it's primarily or significantly one third party who's doing it, right? And so that's the distinction that I would make there.
So let's go ahead. Where are you going?
Sauce, tell us more about the
Yeah.
partnerships.
So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, Costa makes some really good points. Actually, that's why I brought up other chains, is because it's like we can't just pick out XRP and like pick on it, because there's other chains too. And when I say interoperability, in my mind, that's how interoperability kind of works. Though, is that yeah, XRP you can basically use it offline. You could do things with it.
You can't use XRP offline.
Okay. Well, you can use XLM. If you can use XLM offline, how can
You
you
can't use XLM offline. You can't use a distributed ledger technology offline. That's just silly, my friend.
Okay, do you have to be right all the time, bro? Just let me talk, bro. Like, if you
But
disagree,
there's a
write
room
it
full of
down
people and
and
you're saying
address it.
incorrect things. I'm sorry. It's just, you can't use it offline.
Okay, well, you know what? Everybody's learning in here like me, bro. And if you just let me get my thoughts out, because you derail like thought processes when you do that.
I agree that you're learning, and that's why I'm just helping you with the factual information.
I know, but if you have to be right,
We need a professional alligator hunter. I'm gonna shoot my shot right
write
here.
it down.
My dog.
Come at me, bro.
Anyways, bro. Go ahead. Go, just whatever, bro. Like.
Don't take it
I
serious.
don't get it, bro. Like, I can't talk to that guy, bro.
You can
No,
finish.
you're good,
I'm
man.
done.
You're good. You got really good ideas, and you're really conceptualizing a lot of principles, in my opinion, the way, and you're taking your time with it. And that's this information. That's what Two Cold said earlier. Like, we don't know nothing. All we know, we are happy to share. And sometimes, it's just like conceptual stuff, where, it's actually refreshing to hear some refresher questions. So fire away, man. Get used to it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I like how Costa talks about it, because he makes it make sense, because there's other aspects that not necessarily everybody talks about in the space. So, and it's also easy to get kind of wrapped up too, in your own ecosystem as well. And my question though, I actually have a question though for Costa, and it's, so would you consider would you consider having a token, just the ability, just holding it, just having it is your ability to stake it? Would you consider that a bad thing? Because if you're actually providing, you're providing to the network. But you think that's like a security feature? Not talking about quant. I'm talking about Algorand. What do you think about Algorand?
I will openly admit I'm not very familiar with Algorand, so I won't give an opinion on Algorand. But again, if you're just talking about holding a token, right? I know this is probably contrary to some people's belief in this particular room, right? But again, this is just my personal opinion. If you're just holding a token, the reason why you're holding it might be all the utility that you as a user need, right? So if that's the utility that you seek, holding it could be enough utility for you. It just depends on each person's intent and what they plan on doing with the asset. So some people's intent may be some other use. Some people's intent may be to hold it, right? There's going to be different people holding assets for different reasons, but I don't think, if someone's just holding it and that's the utility that they seek, then that's fine. The risk factor comes in if you're having to depend, right, even if you're just holding it, on the success of being able to hold it being dependent on someone else. So let me explain what I mean by that. If you're running on, say, let's use XLM as an example, right? And you're just holding XLM, well, that's fine. But if the Stellar Foundation runs all of the validators on that network, then everything, even just holding that asset, is now dependent upon Stellar. And for me, that becomes a legal issue, right? So that's what I mean by like having to really get down to the nuances of some of these things to really define if you are relying on the efforts of others or not, right? Because those are the questions that you need to ask. So I hope that answered your question, because I don't know about algorithms.
Yeah, no, that did, and I like that's why I wanted to ask you a question, because the way you explain things is really in depth, and there's no such thing as a stupid question. So, yeah, I mean, an Algorand can do the same thing as Ethereum, and it's scalable, it's more efficient, that whole 9 yards. So, yeah, and that's yeah. I already told you guys my whole thing. Like, I believe they have their own functionality, whatever. But I like how you guys talk about it, because you guys are talking about honestly, I never heard about the S1, S2 validators. So I'm just honestly just sitting. It's one of those things where people are talking and you just can't help but just to shut up and listen. So I just want to let you guys get back into whatever you guys were talking about. I just want to ask that question.
Right on, yeah. Just two quick footnotes. I mean, those are the S2 and S1 servers, right? And then Algo is like ETH, but Algo isn't ETH in terms of proof of stake. I would add that as little remarks real quick. But yeah, no, great thinking and absorbing it for sure.
So here's a question I'd like to ask the room, so it doesn't have to be any particular person that answers it, right? But if you're in a proof of stake network, right, and you're staking tokens, right, and you're getting a reward for staking those tokens, right? That's essentially this proof of stake kind of mechanism, right?
Yeah, so Algorand, all you need to do is basically you just need to have the wallet, and you can get, I believe it's like 6 or 7% APY just having it sit in your wallet.
It used to be like that. If you have it on a centralized exchange, then that exchange will vote quarterly for amendments, unless you're an active voter.
But
as of
but no
recently,
one's doing that. So move it to one of the wallets, like Para Wallet or my Algo wallet. There's other ones too, but you get
Hold on, just one quick question. So just one quick question. Where are the coins or value that's getting paid to the stakers coming from?
it's like Flare Networks. There's an allocated amount, 15 billion or whatever.
Inflation
Going
coin
to the
creation.
FTSO. Yeah.
Yeah, I believe it's just network. I believe it's network transactions. I believe that's how you're getting your rewards. I'm not too sure on that though.
Right. That's definitely the other structure with especially on ETH, the 50 and 59 or whatever. You're actually burning most of the fee, right? And it's only interesting once it is proof of stake, because right now technically they can issue and have been issuing whatever. They're not whatever it's called on XRP, blacklisted or whatever. But yeah, yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And
so just for my understanding, it's
just holding Algo on your ledger is not earning you anything. You need to be now a passive participant, just like an FTSO. You need to do something now with the Algo. It used to just earn you, or even holding it on a ledger. These days, you gotta have it actually participate.
So they have like a certain contract that you can see where all of these extra algos are at that then get inflated into the network to the participants. I'm really not clear, so I apologize, but I'm just trying to conceptualize this. Where are the tokens? Where do they live at before they get distributed to people as rewards?
Yeah, I think it's typically the foundation.
Yeah, I don't think they've released all the algos yet, actually, because I think they have a high supply. So I think it's coming because there's governance. So what they're doing is you're able to you're not giving away your liquidity, but you're able to kind of lock it up in governance, but you can still access it. And it gives you ability to vote on chain about like aspects on the chain. And you get rewards. But the
Yeah,
thing
it's like
is
a
that
flare that some people here talk about. And algo is already, you must be participating, just like Wi-Fi, actually, Wi-Fi, just a DeFi protocol. You need to, or GRT, the graph, you need to actually delegate, right, to delegators that hopefully make the right decisions to get the rewards to be paying you. Otherwise, your vote can easily be slashed. The validator votes can be slashed. But then you say, oh, but on proof of stake, there's two major chains or exchanges, basically Coinbase and Kraken, like technically have a big foothold on the Beacon chain, which is already live ETH.2, whatever. Are they making the decisions? And really, they kind of have decision power, but it is still like if they did their own thing, then, again, the rest would fork away. So it's sort of a great times to be alive.
Thank you for answering the question, Digers, because again, I don't follow a lot of these proof of stake chains or whatever. So I'm just trying to get some clarity on them. I'm not a big fan of them. It just doesn't make sense to like trap all of that liquidity and make it unuseful just to secure the network. So that's my principal objection for, why I don't engage with them myself, right? Like if other people want to, I mean, they can, but for me, just like, thinking long-term and scale issues, like it seems ridiculous that as you grow, you're just going to continue to lock more value, like that doesn't get used. Like it's just crazy to me. So I don't like the
No, it's being
consensus
used.
mechanism for that
It's
reason.
yielding. It's yielding. It is capital that is yielding. You don't really care about the coin price. You can. And the thing too is
That's
with
not the
most of these
price.
recent projects, you had VC lockups that then after a year unlocked and they're just dumped, right? Because again, some of this money needs to come from somewhere, right? And like Rippleton said, usually it's the community, which sounds kind of like a Ponzi, but it kind of is. You need buyers at the end of the day.
Yeah, but for me, I still view it as being locked, even though you end up getting these rewards for it, right? Because you could end up spending the rewards, right? But again, the security of the network relies on all of that other value remaining locked in there, right? Because if everybody said, well, I could just use value, right? And you start taking it out, now you're lessening the security of the network. So it's really trapped in there to secure the network, right? Unlike with Flare.
It could get that way. On ETH, if you had 32 ETH, you could become a validator and you would get rewards, right? Or you already, if you're staking, like I got ETH on Beacon Chain, right? Staked through an exchange though. Not directly because I didn't have enough ETH to really participate in that. Because you need to have a stake in it because you're taking stake in it, right?
What I'm saying, the 32 ETH actually stay locked in there, right? Right. So they're not used other than the fact that you get some returns for it, right? But it just stays in there to secure the network.
I got a quick question. So how would the ISO protocol function with all this then?
It doesn't.
You don't think it will?
No, ISO 222 has nothing to do with cryptocurrencies because it's an interbank messaging standardization is what it is essentially. And none of these cryptocurrencies do interbank financial messaging. So,
do you think that's the point of CBDCs though?
No, the point of CBDCs is to be able to control monetary policy at the central bank level to individuals. Today, they can't do that. When they create money, they have to go through, Treasury and then create fiscal stimulus and Congress and the president have to pass policies. But with CBDCs, you can gain some additional monetary levers, and they need some additional monetary levers because of some of their traditional ways of creating and destroying money aren't working as well anymore on our debt burden society. So CBDCs are going to be a more effective way to do what they call helicopter money, which is direct money into consumer and people's pockets for spending into the economy to keep the debt bubble reinflated.
Like how we were seeing with the stimulus and how the stimulus checks was being sent out, but was being sent out to people that weren't like even alive. I mean, it's gonna streamline that way too.
So kind of what you're saying is that I guess CBDCs will take over the small mom and pop banks then with that protocol then, or bankers will be able to have the ability to, I guess, communicate with each other, but I mean, doesn't that just? I mean, regardless of all the other stuff, I mean, just doesn't that not sound like, you know, like interledger operability, interbanking, like the ODL with interoperability with the banks, like that's because they're not going to make an ISO. There's literally protocols for everything in the world. There's ISO compliance for everything, and just to make an ISO compliance just for something that really seems very small, like a small scale thing. I think it would be more
No,
like a bigger.
it's a huge scale thing.
Right,
It's a
but
huge scale. That's how the money. That's Swift moves $5 trillion a day. So, and that's Swift alone, and it's not just Swift adopting it. Yes, they were the leader of the development of ISO 222, but at the end of the day, we're talking about all the other networks. The Fed network is going to, which moves all the money. The central bank balance sheet within the United States, chips. You know, we're talking about moving all the money around the world. This is not small at all.
Yeah, the Fed actually has something.
Just
They have a lot of XRP Ledger actually. That's what I'm talking about deals. That's what I mean. Is that there's people that already have established connections to the XRPL that involve banking. So it
quick
kind of
question,
coincides.
scams. Quick question, scams. When you describe the dynamics with the CBDC as far as some of the intent and why it's being developed, I agree with you, right? But could you say that knowing that those are the dynamics that they're creating it for, if it ends up having any negative kind of connotation to us, the people, do you perceive that it may precipitate a flight away from CBDCs into assets that are not as controllable as the CBDC?
Yeah, of course. There could definitely be an externality of it, right? They want to have control, but at the end of the day, you know, people can eventually on ramp through that, be turned on to this new way of thinking, right? Because a lot of people's resistance to cryptocurrencies today is not understanding it, not thinking it works, you know, not giving it a try, and then getting onboarded through something like a CBDC because they have trust in government is basically their gateway drug, if you will. But then understanding some of the control mechanisms of it and not liking that and wanting to move something to something that's not as controlled, an externality could end up being actually quite positive for the crypto markets, depending on how regulation comes along with CBDCs, right? Because nothing is in a silo, right? CBDCs is something that's coming, but every country is going to have slightly different implementations of a CBDC, and then every country is going to have, you know, different regulations as well. So all of this together is essentially what makes up the entire, you know, ecosystem. But I think your statement about the flight away from it is definitely a very possible and probable externality in my mind.
Man, I'm so glad you said that, right? Because most people don't really talk about that potential when we talk about CBDCs, but I have been kind of speculating on it for quite some time, right? Like if you start messing around with the CBDC and having consequences that the people don't like, although we, talk about the fear aspect of those negative consequences, we don't then talk about the inevitable flight away from it that may just accelerate, right, the use of real decentralized cryptocurrencies, right? I like to always differentiate the two. So thank you for saying that, man.
That's a good point because not all bakers have to use an ISO compliance. Like a mom and pop bakery doesn't need to use an ISO compliance. It's just higher up in the chain, the supply chain and how it gets there through warehouses and the airlines, all that other stuff, all the commercial things has a compliance. So I get what you're saying on that level.
Plus, I like the fact that I wouldn't have to cash out, right? So it eliminates, in the real friction manner that we have to do it in now. So, like, even if you were needing the CBDC for whatever reason, right? It just makes it a lot seamless transition from crypto back to fiat, if you want to call a CBDC a fiat, right? 'Cause you don't have that cash out friction anymore. So I think it's a positive from that perspective too.
Do you have a
I mean,
credit card?
You might. I mean, we don't really know, right? Until these networks are stood up. We have to separate the technology which is, one thing, and how these things will actually end up working. At the end of the day, money is already digital, right? And cashing out through ACH, a lot of the things that happen today are due to regulations, right? People have to follow KYC, AML laws, check OFAC lists. There's a lot that goes into that. And CBDCs, if you want to cash out into one, you may only be able to do so on certain highly regulated exchanges, and these highly regulated exchanges need to comply with all the rules that have been put in place, and that may still mean a delay before giving you your CBDC token until all the proper KYC, AML checks are done.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
not.
that's a fair point. That's a fair point, but I was going under the assumption that, like, at least this is my premise here. I was going under the assumption that a lot of these CBDCs would just be onboarded to some of these ledgers anyway, right? So you might just see, the USD CBDC onboarded onto the XRP Ledger, right? And once it's there, then I just have that, instant tradability based on the functionality of the ledger that it's onboarded onto. But you make a fair point. If they regulate friction into it, that would be a real sucky thing.
And that's probably where it's going to go, and why most of the CBDCs are not going to be built on, networks that they don't have very strong control over, is my opinion.
When you say that's the way it's going to go, elaborate, because I'm not sure what you're saying. You think it's going to stay siloed?
I don't think that they're going to issue CBDCs for the most part. Not to say one or two countries don't, but for the overall arching majority of CBDCs that get issued in the next decade, I don't think they will be built on public blockchains. They will be built on either private or semi-private, so permissioned but maybe viewable blockchains that the central banks or the governmental authorities building them will have much more control over, so they can put the safeguards in place.
We will 100% agree on that. But what I'm saying is, even if they issue it on their private ledger, right, then they could then turn around and distribute it onto some of the public ledgers that hold these tokenized assets. I'm using XRP Ledger just as an example, right? So they can maintain that control.
They won't, but other people can, right? Because essentially, through any other method, you tokenize it and you hold the underlying, right? You wrap it or tokenize it. I don't think that the governments are going to then turn around and issue it on these. I think it's going to be third-party entities. And, they may try to regulate that as well, saying, like, you can't do that if you hold this, CBDC in some other tokenized form or whatever. That becomes a security, and you have to, or you have to file with Treasury and FinCEN if it's the United States, right? And you have to comply with all Bank Secrecy Act laws, and those are the type of things I think we're going to see in the space.
Thank you, man. Go ahead, Sauce.
Yeah. So, hell yeah, you guys are on a good conversation, and I want to add to it because, so with that in play, how do you think, okay, so scams, do you believe in ETHgate? And if you do, how do you think they're going to regulate cryptocurrencies moving forward, in your opinion? And then also, do you think that's going to affect Ethereum? And if they deem it a security, do you think that's going to basically kill the ecosystem? I'm asking you 3 questions at once, but I know you can handle it.
I think that Ethereum is not out of the woods yet. I think so far it has been lumped in with Bitcoin in terms of being a commodity in a lot of the recent conversations, but I wouldn't say that they're completely out of the woods yet. And I also don't necessarily agree with calling Ethereum a commodity. An argument can be made on both sides, though. As for believing in ETHgate, I mean, it's a you'd have to basically, in a concise manner, summarize what ETHgate is to you, right? Because different people have different arms of ETHgate. I can tell you for a fact, because of just knowledge that I have in the industry, there were a lot of hidden disguised whales in Ethereum. I mean, there were some big investors in there, and there were hidden whales. It's not so much a scandal. It's a known fact. If you were in the community back when it was launching, It had some shady things going on. As for the stuff that the community has dug up on like Bill Hinman and stuff about $15 million being paid. Well, they didn't like dig this up by going through his trash. The way they found it is because if he reported it, because he actually reported it before he went to work for the SEC, because it was an agreed upon payment, for a partial retirement and part of his partnership. He was still a partner in the firm, and then they found some loose links through some business associations, which there's in the world. If you play 5 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, you can connect anyone to almost anyone, right? So they found some loose links and basically said, he was paid because they got a free pass. Yeah, the SEC is trying to walk some of it back, and they're floundering around because they're trying to make a case, and they have this one blaring thing out here that is pretty detrimental to their case. So, I mean, the whole of ETHgate, like wrapping it all together, that the FCC is completely corrupt. Not to say I agree with everything the FCC does, and he was paid under the table by consensus. No, I don't believe that. I actually think that that's just a wild theory. But part of it's right about ETH whales and so forth being disguised at the very beginning of the ICO. And at ICO, I don't really think there's an argument here. At the ICO, Ethereum was a security. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. You're pre-purchasing something that doesn't exist, and the only way it's going to come into existence, you're holding a worthless token, as Rippleton has said, earlier with his points about other tokens. Its intrinsic value at the time is absolutely nothing, and the only reason somebody would hold it and invest in it was the work that the Ethereum Foundation and Consensus and so forth were going to be putting into it to make it into something in a network, and that's 100%.
But you had to have had
definition of a
Bitcoin, right? You use Bitcoin mostly.
They took both. They took US dollars and Bitcoin. They raked in quite a bit of both.
You made one error, Scams, in that it's not being alleged that he got paid under the table to give ETH a free pass. The accusation, and it's been proven, is that he was an ongoing profit receiving partner, right, of the law firm that was still representing Ethereum. And based on the ethical laws of the SEC, he was prevented from having any contact with those people, and he continued to do it. So you tiptoed and tried to skew that a little bit, but the reality is that was the ethical and legal violation that he was explicitly told not to do, and he continued to do. So it wasn't about whether he was paid under the table. He was receiving legal compensation as an ongoing partner, profit sharing partner, right? So the 15 is not a under the table payment for each free pass. You tried to portray it as that. That's not the case. So I just wanted to clarify.
No, that's the way the community portrays it. Like, look at all the memes out there of like, they say like, oh, Ripple spent 100 million on legal fees, and Ethereum only paid 15 million for their free pass. I mean, that's exactly the way it's portrayed in the community, that it was a $15 million payment for a free pass.
Some community members, because I'm in the community and I'm explicitly telling you that, like, that's definitely not the literal accusation, right?
It's a tough thing
because,
to just
hold on,
generalize, right? Everybody has a different opinion.
Not really, because sometimes you tend to go towards looking at those community members who are doing it, right? Instead of looking at like why John did it, the lawyer who's actually making the accusation, right? So I think that speaks more to the intent and what's being described as far as the behavior than pointing to some community members, right? Who cares about these community members? So that's the only thing I'm cautioning you about. Like, if we're going to speak to what the intent behind this is, right, we can go to the lawyer who actually filed it, not some community members, right? And so the accusation is being made by the attorney.
Hey, so what y'all motherfuckers talking about? Cash, you still trying to convince these dumbass XRP investors? Like, what the fuck, man? Cash, man, leave these motherfuckers alone. They don't know.
Appreciate you making it back, Triple X.
Why y'all get quiet? Don't get quiet.
Yeah, they know they
Yeah.
belong.
So. Well, one thing I will
Hold on,
say.
hold on, Dad. First, tell me what y'all was talking about. I've been smoking weed and I'm high. Let's go. Let's go,
Yeah,
Daddy. Let's
no.
go.
No, I just got to correct somebody. There was a mention earlier on. Somebody talked about the S1 and S2 Ripple validators. They aren't validators; they're public hubs.
Digiritis corrected that. Yep.
Oh yeah, cool.
But
Hey,
so
Scams.
I brought up ETHgate because
Sorry.
my interpretation of it is basically a lot of Congress, a lot of people in office right now hold it and are basically stifling the innovation of the United States and the crypto market. So then it seems like they have like an old school stock mentality with crypto. So I think that's kind of what it is with the whole ETHgate thing. And a lot of the time with open seas, because a lot of that's not even KYC. So we see a lot of money laundering. So that can also be a factor with Tornado Cash and the whole thing that just happened a few days ago. Plus, I don't know, with the exchanges and Celsius. I don't know. So that's why I kind of brought it up. Just kind of pick your brain, see what you think about that, because I think that can be potentially a huge factor in all this.
The only thing I'll say about the tornado situation is it was an obvious thing that the regulators know that people disguise wallets by going through a coin mixer, then going to the wallet where they're trying to store their value, right? So it was pretty obvious why they kind of, from my perspective, why they kind of made that move against them, because they just don't want people disguising these wallets, right? So it's an attack to try to make sure that they can identify a lot of the players in this space.
Yeah,
They
it goes
use
back.
money laundering as an excuse, but it's really about identification.
Yeah, they don't want us to essentially the same as this one, but going back to what Scam said, that they basically want to be able to tap into that. They want to see that, they're not gonna, and they want control at the end of the day. They want the good boy blockchains to work with them. I can definitely see that, and it just makes sense. The ones that are willing to work within those parameters are going to be able to be the ones that play ball, but they're going to be basically pimped out by the governments. And I kind of see that as it is right now with the deals. And I say deals, and I know you guys are precise, but I guess I'll just have to work on how I that. But
Who's got deals?
I got deals. I got deals, bro.
Hey, Scams, what I posted up on top, I know a while back, Sauce spoke about offline transactions. You said there aren't any, and I sent you that tweet of whatever the XRPL Labs, what is it, the XPOP? Could you kind of speak on that? Why you think that's not an offline transaction? Because I do want to know. I don't know whether it is or isn't. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's actually XPOP is what confused a lot of people to say that the XRPL can work offline. You had a lot of influencers in the space like Linda Jones and other very large accounts saying that. So everyone else saw it and retweeted it and perpetuated it. But is what XPOP is, it actually says it in the name and the post you put up there at the top. It's well, it doesn't say the offline part, but it's offline proof of payment, right? So it's very specific in what's offline, and it's just proof of payment, but you still have to interact with Ledger Online. So the way it works is for example, and I'll just use the example XRPL Labs give a vending machine, right? Because it's actually a great example, because it could be in a parking garage, underground where there's no internet access to the vending machine. Maybe your cell phone still has internet access, right? But anyway, the bottom line is that the vending machine doesn't have access to the internet, and if it doesn't have access to the internet, and you're trying to pay with the cryptocurrency, how does it know it was paid, right? The only way your wallets know they're paid today is because your wallet is connected into a server endpoint, like Zum is connected into the cluster, right? Which is a whole bunch of different nodes that are keeping track of what's going on the network. And then it will let you know the status of your account balance and you've been paid. Okay. Is what offline proof of payment is let's say you put in, an order in the vending machine, you want a Coke and it's $2. And then you got to pay it in XRP. it will display a QR code for you, and the QR code is basically where the payment should be going to. So you would scan that with your Zum wallet, and then your Zum wallet would still send the payment through the XRPL network, right? You still need to have the internet to send that, and then a validator, would pick it up, a node would pick it up, and then would push it in. Validators would consider it for consensus. It would get confirmed within like 5 seconds or whatever. And then your Zum wallet would let you know. And it would give you back a QR code to show the vending machine. And the QR code basically within it has cryptographic proof that you have actually made payment to that. And it's been confirmed by the validators on the ledger, the validators that the vending machine said it trusts. And then there's cryptographic proof in that QR code you're showing back that the payment has been made. So without ever touching the internet, the vending machine understands that it's been paid and it can now vend your Coke. But you, as the sender, still needed internet. And the reason for this is super important with any distributed ledger technology, right? Because the whole point of a distributed ledger technology is like everyone that's participating in the network at any time knows the balance of every account, right? Because it's a ledger, so you need to know what's in every account, and it's distributed. So that means everybody, for the most part, has to have the same view of the network for it to be working correctly. There's instances where forks can happen, but we're talking about an ideal state here. If you weren't connected to the internet and you spent XRP and nobody knows about it, you could spend it again. And then you can spend it again. And then you have the double spend problem, right? You have the triple spend problem, quadruple spend problem, because you're spending the same XRP in your wallet over and over and over again, and no one else on the network knows about it unless you connect it to them with the internet. They all agreed that this is a valid transaction, and they put it into an immutable block. So no
There was
distributed
a nice
ledger
little
can...
discussion about pre-funded Lightning, right? Lightning, David and Matt Hamilton kind of discussed it. You can create pre-funded payment channels, right, that you can solely call on, right, because it's like collateralized, so to speak. But you're right, yeah. I mean, it's a decentralized ledger because there is independent nodes that are internet powered, basically IP addresses contributing to a validation process, for sure.
But you were talking about the Bitcoin Lightning Network?
I was in the thread earlier making comments on it with Tiff, David, and Matt, but did your
No, that's
just
how it works. Yeah, that's how it works. You use pre-funded channels on Lightning.
Oh, okay, break it down to me why the XRP Ledger is better than the Lightning Network, but besides gas fees and shit like that.
Well, I just want to thank Scams for breaking it down. So I guess it's safe to say that it adds value to the XRPL. It's not transactions. It's not dealing with transactions offline, but you are dealing with a device that is offline.
Right,
and it provides a functionality.
You've paid.
Yeah, it provides functionality to it. It provides functionality to the XRP Ledger.
Exactly.
That's right, it does.
So, okay, yeah, that just, okay. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. And again, like, that's just like one of the many things that people like repeat over and over. Oh, XRP works offline, and Sauce, that's why I just, corrected it earlier. I think it's just important people understand how it works instead of perpetuating the same, nonsense that an influencer said and believing it's true because they said it.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I think it's also important to say that this does add value to the network as well, even though people misrepresent what it actually is. If they get the facts correct, it could still be understood that no, this does add value or utility.
And to speak to like Tuco's point when he started this room hours and hours ago, the Scams is kind of saying in passing, right, is we do have to hold some of these people accountable that are disseminating misinformation, right? So like
we know why they're doing it, whether it's just clicks, because their sites are monetized or whatever it may be. Like, we all know that this activities are going on, right? So, like, collectively, when we see this, man, kind of lend other people who don't come to these spaces and maybe new a hand and just say, hey, look, man, like, at the end of the day, it's not a, whatever it is, 50,000 XRP or buyback or whatever it may be.
But
Well,
you
the
said
reason why
earlier
I
it's
say what I said
100%.
is because I saw a commercial from XLM, and it's basically a woman crossing the border in a third world country, not having any internet transaction. So that's I mean, maybe they could be lying, but that's just what I got. That's what I got from it. So it's not a YouTube influencer or anything. I mean, that really easy, but I definitely hold some of his YouTube.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'd
But
actually be interested to see that commercial if you could find it. Maybe post it up top. Maybe it was slightly
One second.
misinterpreted too, because if that's the exact claim they made, then yeah, they're liars. Because that's not how a distributed ledger works. Is what they may have been implying, which, by the way, any cryptocurrency can really do, is that you can cross a hostile border with seed words, memorized, and basically not have theft of your assets, right? Because people sometimes flee hostile countries with like jewelry and other valuables on their persons, and then when they get to borders, they're often robbed by corrupt police or military militia, and then their assets are taken from them. When a cryptocurrency where you memorize the seed words, so you don't even have a physical device on you to be confiscated, nobody can confiscate the what's in your brain. And then when you get to the other side and you're safe, you can buy another hardware wallet, put the memorized seed words in there, and then make a transaction. And essentially you did that all offline in meat space. But that's nothing unique to XLM. That's what every single cryptocurrency can do.
Yeah, in a
Yeah,
sense,
but I think where
the
the
6 minute block time is a feature, not a bug. You could eat your secret code if you had it written down in 6 minutes, if you had to.
Right, but I think where the innovation is coming from, scams, is like most of these platforms are being contacted by a lot of these CBDC projects that are trying to, create CBDCs, and the nations are looking at, okay, if I'm going to create a national currency, right, then what if I have a disaster or some catastrophe, right, and these kind of events pop up? These people need some way to make payments or verify that the payment is made. Not that the network is offline, but that you can verify the payment in some type of way offline, right? And so when you're trying to do a whole nation on a currency, you start thinking about those things, and then the private sector ends up trying to solve that problem, right? And I think that's where we're starting to see a lot of offline kind of transactional proofs talked about, because they need that in order to scale it up for a CBDC at a national level.
Yeah, you still just can't do it. You can't do transactions offline, though. The only way to really do it is, and this isn't the best either, people have created fiat versions of cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin even did it back in like 2014. It was called Cassatius coin. It was basically like a little gold coin, and it had a private key inside, and then like outside had a public key QR code, and then basically you knew as long as like it wasn't broken open, the private key was still safe inside, and they each had a monetary value of either 1 Bitcoin, half a Bitcoin, a quarter Bitcoin. So you could always scan the Cassatius coin and see that there in that public address there still is that coin. But if you had no internet to do that, theoretically, if you knew what these were, you could still trust that if it wasn't broken open, there's no way somebody has moved the Bitcoin out of that public address, because the private key is still sealed inside, right? As long as the manufacturer doesn't have a second copy, there is some trust involved with it. So I don't think it's a perfect solution either. But that's really the only way to move these assets in meat space, without transacting on the ledger. Because even if you sign transactions, if you and I both have a phone and we don't have any internet and we're scanning QR codes back and forth to sign transactions, if you don't publish that to the blockchain and everybody else doesn't know about it, I can turn around and sign transactions with other people and double spend the XRP. And if that gets published faster than yours, you're shit out of luck and I've double spent it. So that's why just offline transacting is just really not possible.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that, right? It's not possible completely offline. But I was just saying they're looking for some type of solutions, right? Because I don't even think that the totally offline may be the objective, but I would ask you, since you're a little more technical, could there be a mechanism where you technically didn't have a smartphone, but you were able to relay back to the ledger via just cellular service?
I mean, you still need something to sign the transaction with, right? So like cellular service is part of it, getting it to an endpoint, right? A server that can then broadcast it to the validators is important, but you still need some sort of electronic device to be able to sign a transaction, right? Because that's not something you can do without an electronic device that's holding private keys with inside it.
Gotcha.
Someone rugging out there.
Yeah, you sound like a banjo, X.
But yeah, I posted that video up top though. If you guys want to check that out.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that.
Too cold. I'm so with you, man. Like I said, I was listening earlier mostly because I was doing something, but like I'm so with you, man. Like everybody needs to start inviting some of these large influencers who like to stay behind hidden walls to these spaces, man, so they can interact with the community. So I've already made a few public invitations to some people specifically that I question their intent behind some of the information and the validity of the information. But yeah, man, like if you want to also do it and other people want to do it, start inviting some of these people to these spaces so so that they can engage with the community and take questions and stuff like that from the community, man. Because we all know, like I said earlier, that this stuff is going on, and they'll ignore me as an individual, right? They'll be like, "Oh, it's easy for me to ignore him, right? He's just one person or whatever, right?" But if we all collectively start saying, "Hey, look, man, like come from behind the hidden wall and engage with the community, man, and stand up and support the stuff that you advocating." So if anybody else is kind of thinking the same, I'll be looking out for some similar tweets and requests.
But that's where you vote with your dollars or you vote with your time. I mean, I don't know. They do what they do, and let them do.
Dude, I can't fucking agree more, bro. I just can't. I've said it so many times. How come YouTubers don't have spaces in Twitter? Like, how come we don't see YouTubers having conversations with other people? All they do is post YouTube videos and get them monetized, paid. Once I've never seen
because it's so much. I already went over this earlier. Was Saucy? It's different hosting a Twitter space because you speak to live people. Even when a YouTuber is hosting an AMA, a live AMA on YouTube, it's just them and the project or whoever it is they're interviewing. And they can bypass all them fucking chat things and all, and say, "Oh, I didn't see it because the chat's moving so fast," this, that. And then, they can control the Twitter space room as well, right? I don't come in here. I don't censor nobody until there's disrespect, right? And I don't try to block anybody's question and say, oh no, you can't ask a project that question right now. We're not here to talk. The fuck it. You caught them off guard. That's a question that you got. Ask them. Let's hear what they got to say about it, right? And the only people that are not allowed on my microphone are the people that have harassed me, bullied me, and trolled me. But this is how real of a motherfucker I am. I don't even block those people because I still want you to be able to come in the room and get the information. You can still come in here and listen, but you don't hit that request button because I'm going to ignore the fuck out of it. And it happens constantly in here, right? But that's the difference between YouTube creators is you don't have to deal with the public. So everybody thinks it's so easy to host a space call and this and that. Man, I'm telling you, X-rated, if I if I don't want to host a space call and we're just like chilling and not a scheduled call with projects, and because I host a lot of just like, we be chilling and community pops in and we be having our conversations like we having now, not on a recorded line. He'll hit me up and say, I could come outside to play tonight, like host a call. And I'd be like, I don't feel like it. And he'd be like, all right, I'll host it. Just make sure you come. I'd be like, all right, cool. He put the call up. He like, man, I don't want this responsibility. This shit a lot of work. And then on top of the shit that you do when you host a call, like you got music, you got the shit organized, you got live trivia giveaways, having fun and shit. I just threw this call up because I'm bored and I don't want this responsibility. This shit too much. Like, it's not as easy as people think it is to sit here and host a space call, and people really think that what I do in the community doesn't bring value to the community. They think I like to start drama and create FUD and do this and do that. No. I'm just not afraid to ask real questions. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I care about how big your fucking collection is, but I also want to get down to the nitty gritty. If you're not just an NFT project and you're building all this type of shit on the ledger, I want to know, do you have a validator node? If not, do you plan on getting one? If you didn't plan on getting one, did you know that you can, adopt a node and raise money and give it to Weedsy Win and he'll take care of your validator for you? That's just something to throw out there, right? I'm not afraid to ask those type of questions. So there is, people don't want to do shit that will fuck up their bag. That's the difference. I didn't come in here with the intent to make money instantly and make money every single call that I host. That was never my intention. I saw the value it started to bring. I consistently kept doing it. And then, now I'm doing it so much that, if I can make a few bucks out of it, I'm going to do it. Right. But I'm not, all money ain't good money. So I'm not taking any and everything. But 90% of these space calls I host, this is my time, me just doing it just because I want to do it. So
word. Asking hard questions is what's up. That's what you got to be doing. Don't let nobody give you no flack for it. Keep it up.
Good coin
Though,
good coin
like,
fashion.
these YouTube influencers really need to have some accountability, because I can't tell you how many YouTubers tell me that some projects working with some chain I'm already invested in, and it's like, all right, cool, I'll dip my toes in that too, and then it just turns to shit later. So
Yeah, here's the thing, like I caution people that at the end of the day, I'm aware that I cannot export my moral compass right onto other people. So when I say I'm trying to hold them accountable, call them out, etc., etc., I know I'm not going to change their heart from what they're doing, right? But like, I think if I'm hearing Two Code correctly, and he's been saying this kind of all day, right? The counter to that, how you succeed in spite of that, right, is everybody else stepping forward and exposing it, right? Because again, as you get exposed, you hope that other sincere people just don't continue to follow them, right? And you just kind of overshadow them with better, good information, right? You're never going to make them go away or change their heart. But at the end of the day, if we can just be more vocal, right, instead of being a silent, correct people, right, we're more vocal.
But that's not our job. That's Too Cold and Rippleton's job. That's not my job. That's their job.
I mean, everybody decides, individually if it's part of their job or not, right? I'm just saying, like, personally, I feel like I'm definitely stepping forward and doing it. And it's not just these project people, man. I'll say the same thing about some of these TA people that, like to say a whole lot of, wild and crazy things, right? Because they understand the psychological influence that has on the viewers, right? Let's call it what it is. So they give the people what they want, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day. And for the people who understand, technical analysis better, need to speak out and call these people out. Like, you're really just blindly leading people into some bullshit, and it's not doing anybody any benefit. So I think it applies to not just the project creators, but, technical analysis and a lot of this nefarious activity.
Yeah, man, I watched that video. They're sending all online transactions. They're just on their cell phones sending they call it mobile money in the video for people that are some sort of app, whether it's real or not. They're on a non-smartphone, able to send it on like a old school brick Nokia, but they're using the internet essentially still. So, or not the internet, mobile SMS networks that then bridge to the internet, but it's still mobile communication, right?
Yeah, that's kind of why I asked the question that I asked you earlier, because I figured there was some kind of relay going on between the cellular people and the blockchain itself, right? And again, I'm not the technical person, but I figured it was something along those lines.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody can have endpoints that hook into other things. So, I mean, you could be running something through like Twilio, for example, right? And people could be sending SMS text messages, and within these text messages, you can have raw encoded hex that is the raw signed transaction. And then that's coming in through an SMS, and then being received by the endpoint that's set up to do that with the Twilio service, and then they're relaying it to the blockchain. It's completely possible, yeah. But somebody has to set up that service, for example. You could even do it through radio waves if you want. There's something called GoTenna. And GoTenna is basically a type of it's not a traditional radio, but it's using radio waves, and it hooks into your cell phone through an application. And if the cellular networks were down and you had GoTennas and other people had GoTennas, it becomes a mesh network where they all relay for each other, and you could be sending information to another person. But if you finally reach somebody who does have cellular service, and that got relayed, through 9 or 10 hops, and that person has cellular service, and then has an ability to broadcast the transaction. You could be sending transactions that way too, without internet, but you're still using some internet at a point after having 9 hops through a radio frequency mesh network. You eventually reach somebody with internet service that broadcasts for you. So yeah, the end user may have a way to not have internet, but it has to reach eventually an internet endpoint that reaches the the nodes of the network.
Let me quickly say this right quick, and hopefully this illuminates some thought process in people, man, about a lot of these problems that we face in this crypto space, right? but when you see a lot of these new projects, man, trying to like sell these tokens, pre-sell these tokens, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, like I said earlier, that should be a big red flag to you. Like I started a CBD company. We use WeFunder. We crowdfunded through WeFunder and raised a significant amount of money, right? So there are legal mechanisms out there, even if they need to crowdfund the money in the correct way, that they don't have to be doing this pre-selling tokens, man, particularly under the circumstances that they're doing it. So if you like some of these projects, right, and you think that they have real promise, right, like Tuco was saying, don't just ask some of the silly questions, right? Just flat out ask them, like, why don't you go through a legal mechanism to raise this damn money, man, instead of trying to do these damn pre-token sales and shit that, like, repetitively, like, if you read all the material by the SEC and the regulators, like, pre-selling tokens is a straight up path to getting a security designation, right? It's the biggest red flag that you can have. So y'all just keep that in mind, man. When y'all dealing with these new projects, man, like just put them on the hot seat and say there are legal means to raise money, even in a crowdsourced, capacity, right? I've done it personally, so I can tell you it is. So, yeah, just wanted to put that out there, man, because this pre-token sale crap is really just getting out of hand.
Nobody talks like this either in other spaces. A lot of it's just speculative, a lot of it's like theoretical, but you guys talk about actual network functionality and how it actually works and how it doesn't work and the things that pertain to like the reality of it. And that's why like it's I came up here and I was like asking questions and stuff because Scams knows a lot. He fucking knows a lot. He's really smart about a lot of different shit. And that's like it's really insightful, and the way Costa explained things too. It's like to unlearn things and then relearn it. It's hard, so it's kind of like blowing my mind. Some things that I just learned tonight, so it's definitely gonna make me feel a lot more careful if I can put my money in places because my whole cornerstone was ISO compliance, and it still is in a way, but maybe I gotta I don't know. Just check out a little bit more, but I really appreciate how you guys elaborate on shit.
Yeah, well, props to Too Cold for always allowing open conversations in her space. She's always let me on stage and speak. A lot of the other spaces, the reason you don't hear it is because they boot people who like myself and others who speak their mind. And they essentially become echo chambers. These places say they're...
Scams. You be making people feel some type of way. You gotta be cool with it, man. When you tell a motherfucker they dumb, you gotta be cool with it. You be kind of blatant and shit sometimes.
Yeah, but I've never told somebody they're dumb, but I will interrupt them to tell them they're wrong.
You said it. You just didn't
No,
say it.
no, I've never called anyone dumb. That's a mischaracterization of me.
Yeah, using them big words. Go on, Scam. I fuck with you. You need to follow me. And Cash, you need to follow me too. You don't fuck with me or something? What's up?
Man, I thought I did already. I got you, man.
Nah, I don't want to hear that. We supposed to be brothers.
I got you for sure. But yeah, Scams, you didn't specifically call somebody dumb, but without actually saying it, we all know that you can kind of like at least give people that impression by the words that you use. And so I have cautioned you before, like sometimes you're definitely a smart individual, and you bring some good education to the space. But all I've said to you in the past, and I'll say it again, is just like, be mindful of the listener. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of one of those things, like, and know if I don't even know how to draw this analogy without offending someone, but like, say for instance, you're talking about a particular demographics of people that you're not a part of, and you say something and that demographic says, say, man, that was offensive. And you like, no, I didn't say nothing offensive. I didn't intend. It's like not your intent, right, that made it offensive. It was the perception of the person that you were talking to, right? And if they say that they were offended, you probably need to pay a little more close attention to what you were saying, right? Because that could put you in a real precarious predicament, right? When you don't. And so that was the advice that I was kind of giving to you before, is just like, be mindful of your listener, because if your listener's telling you that you're doing something wrong, like particularly if it's not something that coming directly from your head only, right? Then it's just good advice to kind of consider your listeners, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, but one of the things I find in modern society, especially the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of people have figured out the tactic of taking offense to something to censor somebody, right? And they just throw themselves in front of the bus to get run over. Like, I was offended, and it then becomes an avenue to censor somebody and say, they're offensive, so we're not going to give them a platform. I definitely try to choose my words, very carefully, and it's hard not to offend everybody. I think people sometimes have to put their big boy and girl pants on and just take the information as is. I think Sauce was maybe slightly offended earlier, but he stayed up here. He kept asking questions, and now he's saying how much he learned for the night when he could have, ran away and taken offense to it. So I actually compliment him for putting, his best foot forward and caring more about the education, than taking offense and, running away and taking issue with anything I said.
Scam
Right,
said,
and I commend
get
I,
some nuts.
I commend him. I commend him for staying in there too, right? But at the time that was taking place, even as a third party observer that wasn't part of that dialogue, when you what website, what web, it becomes antagonistic, man. So I can see why he took it that way as well, right? So it wasn't just that he put his big boy pants on; he just kind of, for lack of a better phrase, became the bigger person and allowed it to go that way until it could transition into a better part of the dialogue. So there was still a little bit of antagonism going on at that particular point in the conversation that he picked up on.
Yeah,
And look how far we've
I
come as a
will.
result.
I will jump in there and I will say that to you. I uncovered my mic and I was about to say something to you. Like, lean back and like let him finish saying what he wants to say first. But yeah, it did come off that way.
Word, we've come a far way though.
But that's, I mean, and that's the thing. Just like scams, scams may not be for everybody. I'm not for everybody, right? And I know that. But again, when you ask projects questions or you ask influencers questions, and if it's not coming out disrespectful and it's coming out in a respectful way, and it's just a question that maybe you're not prepared for, there's no need to get hostile and quote unquote unprofessional and this and that, right? I don't try to be somebody that I'm not, right? I don't host these space calls and put on a fake fucking voice and a fake persona and act like there's no cussing in here and there's no F-bombs and, pardon me, I'm sorry, that F word slipped out. I apologize, you guys. Like, fuck all that, right? It is what it is. And this is how I talk when I host a call. This is how I talk when I'm on the phone with people in my real life. This is how I talk in person to somebody. Like, this is how the fuck I talk. I do have a mouth like a sailor. And, so if I say that to say when I come up and I ask questions to projects or influencers or whatever, and if I say a cuss word, but I'm not saying, yo, hey, your fucking project's a piece of shit, so why the fuck, well, I don't do that. I may say, okay, so, whatever, there was this situation that happened with your project a while ago, and, people were kind of pissed off and fucked up about it, so, can you answer that? Like, get all hostile and, like, who the fuck do you think you are, and this, and then, like, start attacking me for asking a, like, real question. Like, okay, you're weird, but whatever. Those are, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know how you feel. I've had people attack me for asking questions, saying I should dox myself and all sorts of things. It's something that's very common I come across, and I think that you just gotta let it. I think you said it the best earlier too, Cold. You're volunteering your time. I guess for the most part, you have some things that you do on the side, but for the most part, you're volunteering your time to run these spaces. So you're gonna run them the way that you want to run them, and if people don't like it, they can go somewhere else, or they can come into your space and either listen to you or not. It's a choice.
Exactly. Nobody forces nobody to stay in these space calls, right? Like just like I was reading the comments earlier, when the Expectar call, when the Expectar and Rose situation was going on, people are, can we talk about something else? I'm over it. I came here to talk about crypto and hear about crypto. Well, you fucking funky bitch, this is the topic of this space call. If you don't like it, you can get the fuck out. Like, nobody's making you be here. You brought yourself in here because you want to be nosy. And now that you're done being nosy and you're over it, you want everybody else to be over it. Go somewhere else. Go host your own fucking space call. Fucking commenting on here. Like, it's this, that. Like, okay. Obviously, other people still want to talk about it and have questions they want answers to and topics they want to bring up about the subject. So we're going to fucking sit here and talk about it. So what?
I appreciate that. And I'm not about to bounce
People are
because
weird, bro.
somebody's, opposing. I feel it. If I'm not going to bounce those, I want to happen because if someone's not challenging my thought process, what the fuck am I really learning? I'm just telling myself shit, and then I'm gonna think it's true the whole time. And that's why I ask scams. That's why I'm asking him questions. I'm trying to pick his brain and see what he says about this. Because I can't think of his name, but the guy with the yellow or the green yellow doll of a PFP,
Digeratus.
he also is very. The way he is also really good at being a contrarian too with his thought process. So I was picking his brain last night as well. And honestly, that's what you need because you need to understand, there's people that know more. I mean, for me, there's people that know more than I do, and I need to fucking learn that shit because I know all of us, we're trying to figure this shit out, for real. We're trying to figure this shit out. So I'm not like you said, it goes with the same premises. I'm not going to get tired of what he's saying because I'm tired of what he's saying. I'm just in the bounce. No, I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to hear you out. I'm going to see what's up. Because if I can't do that, how the fuck am I going to be successful? And that's what I want to be.
So wait, Sauce. You said you trying to figure it out. You don't know? You don't know that blockchain is the future? You fucking with fiat or what?
No, not like that. See, that's not. I don't mean it like that, simplistic like that. I'm trying to actually figure out. So the whole ISO compliance, SEC lawsuit, regulations, how it's all going to make sense. How everything's really going to play into our everyday lives, And I know it's going to be in a nonchalant way where we're using blockchain and we don't necessarily realize it type shit. But people like Scams, he has the technical know-how. And he knows he knows enough about chains to where he can explain it to where it's no, that's not necessarily how it works. And you can explain it, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm not going to lie, man. I do research, but I don't really read each fucking white paper. So when someone can explain things in a more precise way, like how Costa, he's very intricate with what he says. And when he says things, he says it in a way where it's like he says, he's mindful of the listener. And that's this space right here. This space is dope as fuck because we got people up in here like that.
I was about to take his his blockchain card. I thought he was fucking with fiat. I was about to test this gangster on some real shit.
Get that baby powder out.
And that's the thing, right? That's why I enjoy hosting these space calls because everybody. I'm an electrician by trade, okay? And I'm a union electrician. So I had to go through an apprenticeship, right? And sitting in the classroom, I'm not going to learn that shit, right? And then we had lab days or, hands-on days, whatever, at the apprenticeship. We could, for 2 weeks, be doing all the reading and all the shit on the fucking whiteboard and everything. I'm falling asleep, or I could be really in tuned and paying attention and really trying to understand, and I just can't wrap my head around shit, right? Because I am a hands-on learner. And now once I get to touch it and and do what I need to do with it, and kind of figure it out as I'm piecing all the circuitry together. Now I understand everything that has been being talked about for a week during lecture, right? So doing this is, of course, is completely different, right? Yeah, we have hands-on with the wallets and stuff, right? But watching a lot of these YouTube videos, right? Some people, that's why some people like going to YouTube for that type of content, because they're visual learners. So they'll go and they'll watch the YouTube videos. Then you have, people who rather come in and absorb the information through conversation. You got some people who sit in here who say they take notes while they sit in these space calls and all this stuff. I suggest it as well, right? I do the shit sometimes too, like when I'm in Karma's room and stuff and I'm just a listener. I have a notepad out and shit, and I just be jotting shit down, right? And I go back and I'll research it on my time and do this and do that. But everybody has a different way of learning, and that's why the conversation, I feel, is important, because as somebody who's, say you got your sister in the crypto today, if you were to take her into Karma's room, do you think that she would
Boring
feel
as fuck. It would be boring as fuck. But go ahead, Tuco.
shut up? Do you think that she would feel comfortable enough to get up there and ask a question? I'm not saying that Karma's room is bad, right? Because it's not. It's very, very informative. But the language that's spoken in there, it's very intimidating to somebody who doesn't know anything stepping into the space. So it makes somebody nervous to want to get up on the mic and ask a question, right? Versus you come in here and we're just talking regular kind of conversation and breaking it down in simple terms, and it makes people say, this may be a stupid question, but what is a seed phrase? Seed phrase is basically your password, right? It's just like your email passwords. We call it
Stupid
a
ass
seed phrase.
newbies. Stupid
Shut your
ass
ass,
newbies. They don't know
right?
shit.
So it's everybody, and that's these space calls and everything that everybody is putting out is important, whether it's YouTube content, whether it's tweets and posting pictures of charts and then writing a thread on it, or and then making a video about it, and then stepping into a space call and hearing somebody talk about it. All those different aspects are important, because everybody fucking learns and retains the information differently. And for me, I feel better being in this position than trying to create a YouTube video, because me personally, I'm gonna feel stupid just talking to a camera and I'm not talking to somebody. And I'm trying to say, well, yeah, I talked to this project on a Discord call, and we talked about this, and like, I feel fucking retarded. I want to bounce conversation. I want to
Right.
engage and talk.
Yo, too cold. You IBW?
Yeah.
Or that's what's up. What local?
I'm not telling.
Uh
It's too many weird people that stalk me already, trying to find out my personal information and where I live, type
you
shit.
you
Fucking
local
weirdos.
3. You local 3.
Yeah,
So,
I'm local. I'm local 3.
so, Sauce, I'm gonna say something real quick, man. I'm gonna use you as an example here. So take no offense in it if I'm wrong or if it comes off wrong, right? But like I've heard you say a few times now, like, okay, ISO, and how ISO influenced some of your perceptions, at least before tonight in crypto, right? So I want to go down this logic tree about this ISO and the dynamics that I'm kind of witnessing, not just with you, but is a threat in this space in general, right? A lot of times those things like ISO get promoted into the community. And if you really dig a couple of layers down, right, they're getting brought to the community because they know that the information will be perceived by the listeners, right, as something that's going to have high utility, then high volume, meaning high price, right? And so that's just the bare dynamics, right, of why a lot of this information is being disseminated to the people, because it creates that FOMO, like bottom line, right? So again, like when I was saying to you earlier, is really, really, really separate, right, other people's mission and intent from your own, right? Because at the end of the day, as scams are eventually alluded to you, right? It's just a messaging system so that those people who have the job and responsibility of moving money, right, can better move money for whatever reason that they're needing to move money, right? It's being disseminated to you because it's being disseminated to create a FOMO inside of you, right? So at the end of the day, like if you're engaging in crypto, right, in any capacity, the most important things at the end of the day is when you buy and when you sell, right? How do you formulate a strategy of how this is going to benefit your life, right? So I always ask people that even give out some good information on some of these influencers, right? Like, okay, what is the relevance of the information that you're giving out? Like, it's cool to put it out there, but tie it into some type of relevance so that people know how to make benefit of the information. Because even if it's, you know, valid information, sometimes you know that if you don't put the steering wheel on it, right, then it's just, it can cause as much harm as it could good. Just say it that way, right? So that's why a lot of times, like in a macro perspective, I tell people one of the most proven things that you can do and come into a space like this. I don't like to use the word investor, so I'm going around that. But one of the things that you can do in this space to make yourself more efficient and get more benefits out of this space is dollar cost averaging, right? It's proven an investment strategy for a very long time, right? So if you're dollar cost averaging as you should, right, then what difference does it make if this new report comes out and Bank of America is the new partner or Santander is the new partner and this new user? Like at the end of the day, what does that really matter to you? Because you're already should be dollar cost averaging only with the money that you've already predetermined is the amount that you're going to allocate to this endeavor, right? So all that other information really just becomes noise that's either going to create fear or it's going to create FOMO. That's binary, right? So this is why I tell influencers, right, to be more responsible with the information that they disseminate, because it should go in line with your overall strategy, right? And if that's what makes it useful information at the end of the day. If it's not aligning with your strategy, right, then it's really just noise. It's going to do one of those two things that I just mentioned. It's going to create fear or it's going to create FOMO. And both of them are not good for you as the individual who's trying to get into this space responsibly, right? So I just want to caution everybody about these dynamics because, again, we know that they're all out there, man. Like, formulate your strategy and all of that other stuff just becomes noise. Like, that's why I don't pay attention to it. I see it and I listen to some of it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter to me. All I need to know is when do I need to be buying and when do I need to be selling? Like, that's
See,
it.
but Cash, that's not fun though. The whole point of crypto is you could be rich overnight. So if you're not FOMOing into projects that's already had green candles, like what fun is that? Like all I hear you talking about is sound investments and do your own research. What about the fun? Like let's talk about fun in crypto. Come on.
So when I say ISO, I don't say it in like in a FOMO sense because I'm able to control my emotions with my investments. I'm not just gonna drop a bag on something. I've done that with NFT projects and never worked out. So yeah, I get FOMO, yeah, but with my investments like long term, that's how I see it as. So that's why I'm saying I see it as a cornerstone to the investment that I have in it because it makes sense because I see ISO as a way of having the compliance within crypto to where if your coin isn't ISO compliant, therefore you can't really transact on, say, CBD Ledger or something like that.
Stop
So
right there, though.
yeah.
Do you know how much crypto activity is already taking place without ISO? Like, companies have it on their books legally. They're cross-border payments.
Totally, yeah,
They're
I
like,
get it.
use it.
That's
Hold
offensive.
on.
That's
I
offensive,
just want you
Costa. You're
to
being offensive.
I just
Hold
want
on,
you to
no, one at a
understand.
time, one at a time.
Yeah, I just want you to understand that, again, it was given to you and you were even aware of it because of the dynamics that the person who disseminated it originally knew that it would create the FOMO. So I'm not accusing you of saying it to create FOMO, but I'm saying your awareness of it originated from someone who knew that it would create FOMO when it was disseminated to the crypto community. So when you say that,
Well,
okay,
yes
I
and
think that
no.
it might, yeah, I think that
Yes
it
and
might
no. I
aid.
guess everybody's personal experience is different, but what you're pertaining to is basically the more broader spectrum of investors that jump into a crypto Twitter space and they don't really know much. Because standard of operations is something that I'm already aware of just in my own personal life. So when I realized that there's a financial one with crypto, that's when I'm like, okay, it's starting to make sense, you know. But you know, I guess everybody has their own, their own like you say, everybody
Yeah,
gets in. Yeah, yeah.
I'm just encouraging you to always think about the logic tree that when you're breaking down this information, right? So part of your logic was, and I heard you, right? It's like, okay, well, this is going to be a mechanism that's going to allow for the proliferation of payments, right? And so that's what I'm trying to say. Like at the end of the day, the payments are already being made without ISO. So the flaw in the logic was not realizing that reality, right? That led to a wrong conclusion. So in reality, it's not to facilitate crypto payments at all, right? It's to create a
Well, not
standard for these
necessarily,
Mexican
because
people who needed to move the money.
we're not in a
Go ahead.
regulated market. That's the thing, though, and that's another aspect of why I'm invested in ISO compliance too, is because we're not in a regulated market. So basically, there's no anti-money laundering. There's barely any KYC, and I know it kind of sounds shitty to say, but I mean I don't support KYC, but and so I guess this could be a disconnect for some people, and I totally understand. But KYC would necessarily be needed for regulations, and I believe ISO is a compliance that would be there kind of hand in hand with that process, because if your coins aren't necessarily clean, I guess, if they're not compliant, then you necessarily can't transact on the network.
Right.
So
But let me just say this real quick though. I think at the end of the day, even the fact that you're talking about regulations, if I were to and I'm psychoanalyzing you from afar, so I apologize, right?
no, it's all
But I
good.
think
Nah,
no, but I think if you were, I think if
psychoanalyze
you were to I think if you were to dig a layer deeper, right, why you're mentioning regulations is because subtly your intent is once these things get regulated, then the volume's going to go up, then the demand's going to go up, and the price is going to go up, right? It's real subtle at the end of the day, but I think it's still influencing you in those same dynamics. Like at the end of the day, that's what I'm trying to say. Like I came into this place long before we had regulations, and I don't give a damn if we ever get them, right? Like, and I
That's what I'm
understand
talking
KYC.
about.
I respect KYC, right? But at the end of the day, I don't care if we get them. I don't care if we don't get them. Like it's not a concern of mine at all, because at the end of the day, I'm not saying to myself, well, I'm going to need everybody else and their mama to use this stuff before it has the benefits that I need to get out of it. Like I've already gotten the benefits that I needed to get out of it, and there hasn't been any regulation. So that's the reality that I want you to understand. Like there's no moment that the asset can't be doing for you what it needs to be doing for you right now as it is.
Give a
That's a good
fuck about
perspective.
regulation.
I appreciate that perspective. I do, but at the same time, I'm also in it for the long term. However long it may take, that's how long I'm in it for. So I get what you're saying about kind of waiting for everyone's grandma and mom or whatever to jump in and start using the shit so it goes up in value. I get that. But if that's the route that it has to take, I mean, conviction is one thing, you know what I mean, and scams, that's another thing too. I want to bring up scams. He comes in and he not no disrespect, but he does it in a good way where he kind of, and this is where people believe, is because people have a lot of fucking money wrapped up in all this shit. So when someone's telling you like, your protocol, it may not necessarily be what you think it is, or along the lines of that, it's like, nah, dude, because you have so much conviction, So but I appreciate how you guys talk in this way, in this manner, because yeah, other people need to know it. Like I'm super open minded. I'm real laid back about it all. So you can talk to me about this. You can tell me I'm wrong or whatever. Call me stupid. Like I'm still gonna try to understand so we can have
Stupid.
some common ground.
I called you stupid. No, but you don't want conviction to turn into confirmation bias, and that's what a lot of people do. they search out rooms with people who are, you know, saying what they want to hear, and then they leave the rooms of people saying that the things they don't want to hear, or they kick them out of the room or whatever. And you know, that's dangerous because with confirmation bias, you then lead yourself to think you're right, but it's because of you self-selected to the people that are telling you what you want to hear. And you know, then that could become a dangerous feedback loop. And like you said, people put a lot of money in these things, and then when it doesn't work out, you know, they're like just completely shocked and surprised. They can't figure out what happened because they felt they were so right, and they had all this confirmation everywhere they looked, but they were only looking in specific places.
Yeah, hey, Cash, I fuck with you because I be trolling, but a lot of the shit you be saying, I be agreeing with your ass 100%. Keep that shit going, bro. Let's go.
So guys, I just found out something that has been troubling me for a while, and I wanted to just toss it at y'all to see if you guys could decode this. I'm assuming.
Nah, we're not the Riddler community in here. Nah, it's fine. Go ahead.
So
No, I fuck with Bearable Guy. Let's go. Bearable Guy. Let's go.
so I'm assuming y'all got XRP on Uphold, right?
No.
No, I don't have none on no
Okay.
exchange.
Did y'all buy it on Uphold?
Yeah, there you go. Reframe your question. Yeah.
So when I
don't got no XRP.
Okay. So when I first got my XRP, it was bought on Uphold, and I was just thinking it was cool, and so I would spend my XRP and my other assets via the Uphold card that they had, which lets you use it like a bank card. Well, a couple of months ago, the Uphold app had some problems with their card, and everything went down. And they were having people were having trouble accessing it. And Uphold was like, "Oh, we're going through some feature updates or something." Well, I just went on digital asset investors page, and he had a repost that talked about Global ID, who their wallet was powered by Uphold, said that their partnership with MasterCard was ending, which is interesting to me because when I first found out about the Uphold card, I was using it to, I put the Uphold card in Cash App and was able to send my assets directly through my Cash App and not have to wait the 7 to 10 day period or whatever the holding period to get my assets back out. I could get them out immediately, even if I just purchased them. But now I'm seeing this saying that this Global ID has exited their partnership with MasterCard. And it's funny because when I tried to enter my Uphold card into Cash App a couple of weeks ago, they said that they don't accept prepaid cards anymore, meaning that, and I talked to their service people behind the scenes, and they were like, "Yeah, we don't fuck with prepaid cards." I'm like, "Bro, I thought this was a MasterCard or something. It has the logo on there. It has the Visa on there." And I'm like, I just didn't understand why that was happening until now, and I see they've exited their partnership, and I was wondering if anybody had any thoughts about.
Well, no, that
XRP
card's
is a
always
scam.
that card's always it's always been a prepaid card. Same thing with Coinbase. They classify it as prepaid
That's
cards.
crazy because they used to Cash App used
Yeah.
to accept it directly, and now I tried to enter it the other day and it would not accept it at all. I've never seen that message before, and Uphold neglected to comment about it when I showed them the message. They were like, maybe it was just an error with your card or something." But then I'm seeing this now. I'm like, what kind of major move is happening behind the scenes for them to change the status of their card? Or is it just that Cash App finally caught up to the fact that that card wasn't real? But I don't know. I was just wanting to see what y'all thought about it. Y'all that it wasn't a real thing anyway.
Well, by default, it's a prepaid card regardless, because you still have on your Uphold card, you have access to all your accounts, and there could be up to 10 accounts. So you're pre-funding each account through the card. So regardless, it'll just be prepaid. But the whole Cash App thing, I don't know. I don't use Cash App like that.
Okay.
Okay. But that's a good question too, because I did the same thing, and my question was about the tax implications.
Right.
Because those fuckers are gonna want their taxes, and Coinbase is already saying I made a couple thousand in gains. Fuck them. Like, what the hell? Like, this shit's dumb, bro.
And another question I had. So with people being able to send, they're looking. You guys were talking about this earlier. I kind of missed out on part of this conversation, which made me perk up my ears when I heard the end of it.
Hold on, XRP teller. Hold on. Let me address the first situation before you go to the second one. Because ultimately what Global ID was trying to do and why Uphold and them are kind of making some changes in that is they don't really want to be married to the MasterCard situation, right? Because it still creates that counterparty that they're not trying to use. So they're trying to create a more crypto experience in those transactions without having to deal with the MasterCard counterparty element of it. So that's why they're making those changes.
That makes sense. So earlier you guys were talking about sending remittances. I'm just going to use that term. Sending money through to people that are unbanked, so to speak, and they're using cell phones to transmit money through each other. And my wife and I, we were talking about this the other day, and how do you onboard people that don't have a bank? And we were discussing so if you don't have a bank and you have cash, one of the barriers I see to getting the unbanked into crypto at all is the fact that they don't have a bank. How do you scan money to digitize it? There's no way to digitize cash assets right now onto the ledger without having a bank or an exchange, some type of system that knows who the people are. But you have a culture of people in different communities that don't use banks at all. So how the hell are they going to get all?
But everybody got a MoneyGram. Everybody got a remittance type payment platform. So you just make everybody turn their cash in for digital cash.
And I thought that was going to be one of the biggest barriers to get them to trust turning over there. And then how do you for example, I was thinking about creating some sort of system where you could scan, you could take a photo, if you had cash of any fiat, you could take a picture of it and then digitize that without having a bank. But how would you?
So as a person who's around pretty much people on the lower end of the economic scale, let me just kind of describe to you the dynamics that they go through, right? Most of the people who have cash don't have cash because it just got given to them as cash, right? A lot of people nowadays are either going to have some type of check or direct deposit, right? No matter what economic scale that you're on. So if you're getting the direct deposit, you're kind of getting on bank, but it depends on where you're getting that deposit to, because it could be another one of these silo situations that don't really let you move it or as fluently as you need to, right? And if you're getting a check, then you're having to cash that check, right? So there are workarounds that we try to help people with that need to onboard money into the crypto, right? And so one of the best ways that I've found to kind of help people that are everyday people is really just Cash App, right? Because once you can get into Cash App, right, even if you have to go from Bitcoin to another platform, it allows you to get into the arena at least, right? And so there's many different ways. I just use that as an example to do it. But back in the day, it was, paper wallets. We've always found ways to kind of get around that. But I think that, hopefully some developers are working on some easier methods, but yeah.
So and the reason why to go with your notion of the lower economics, I myself, I've been working with bigger clients than I've ever worked with before my entire career. So I work with social media agencies and other advertising agencies. And during COVID, I moved back to my mother's hometown. They're in Georgia. We are in one of the poorest communities in Georgia. And for example, my aunt has a store. My aunt isn't doing things the way I would do it as far as how to handle money, but she's paying my other aunt in cash directly. And so, for example, my aunt the other day when I was exposing her to crypto, she's like, I don't even have cash in a digital form to do this yet. And I was like, So like I found people who don't have actual bank accounts. They're just getting paid under the table. And I see that as a huge market to address. Is how do you, like, I live in a community right now, a
Yeah,
neighborhood.
we're sending them to Dollar General, right? So if they have cash, they can go to Dollar General and onboard it from Dollar General.
Her. I was like, how do you prevent fraud in, but that's a way. You have to, at some point you have to go through a KYC form of
But
verification.
what they gonna do also is they gonna set up your digital wallet at post offices. So people that's on Section 8 welfare, you gonna be forced into the system if you want to get your check. And it's gonna be digital money.
Wow, dude, that's interesting. Okay, I'm back to listening.
No, you're good, man. But like I was just saying, there's a lot of little hoops that we have to go through to try to get people on that level into the system. And like I said, there's multiple ways. But that's one of the things that we work on, right? Is trying to make sure that there's seamless and available options for people to get onboarded into this space, right? Because it's not easy for everybody. You've identified a
But
real problem.
but eventually, if you poor and you want to get that government check, they're gonna force you into that's the first people that's gonna get forced into the digital shit is the people that's poor that need that government check. You're not gonna have a choice. You gonna figure that shit out once they say, yeah, we not gonna make your Section 8 payment, or we not gonna give you your welfare or your EBT card or any of that shit. You gonna have to go to the metaverse. You gonna have to go to the fourth industrial revolution. Shit.
Fact.
Yeah. And that's a very interesting thing, because it's like, how do you, like, I heard someone speak earlier and they were saying how they weren't down for KYC, but I was like, I don't see a way around KYC.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't have a problem with it myself. So but it would be it would be messed up if they start taking those same poor people, right, and then censoring what they can do with their money. Now that would be an oppressive
Bro,
situation.
it's already programmable. We want you to buy
Yeah.
this type of bread. You can't buy the type of bread you want to buy. You buy this type of tampon. You buy this type of soap. You buy this way. The rich people is the ones that could buy some fucking Irish Spring. Everybody else got to buy generic fucking German wash. Like, I don't know what the fuck, whatever. Like, you gonna buy what the government tell you to buy because it's the government money in the first place. You can't buy whatever the fuck you want to buy. That's for people
Yeah,
who
we
actually have
we
money.
see we see USDC. They have the ability to freeze wallets and transactions, and what you're talking about right now. Let's see, X-rated. They have something called Fed Now, and it's a UBI system. So that definitely coincides with what you're talking about. I totally
Yeah,
agree.
bro, I be trolling, but I be knowing my shit, bro. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, everybody gonna have to conform. The only people that won't have to conform is the people who actually have real digital assets that's decentralized. Like, if you getting that Fed coin, then you gonna do whatever the fuck we tell you to do. God damn it.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Why, if anybody ever tried to give me some of them, cashing out of them immediately, like I don't need none of that.
I
Nah, but real
appreciate
talk
y'all.
though. No,
I'm
real
about to
real
dip
talk.
though.
Most of the robots is gonna take over all of these jobs that dumbass people have. So it ain't gonna be no choice for you to join the metaverse and give your data and your attention to somebody, and they give you a Fed coin for your time. Like, cause you ain't got shit else to do. The robots is driving all the trucks and working in the warehouses. Like, we got robots to fucking flip burgers now. We don't really need you. So get your ass in the metaverse, tune in. I want your ass to be in there for 20 hours, and yeah, let me get your data, let me get your attention, and then we'll go from there. Motherfucker, the
Nah,
only person that, real no, real shit. The only people that don't have to get a data attention away is the people who actually have real digital assets. You got shit, be new. You got to
I'm gonna add to that Triple X, because you fuck around a lot, but you saying some real shit right now. So it's kind of maybe a little off the subject a little bit, but you're definitely right, man. And so a trend that I've been speculating, at least hoping that I want to see going forward, man, is I think that you're going to eventually see more smaller circular communities exist, and you won't have to rely on this big macro dynamics, right, to keep people locked into these circumstances that are very unfavorable for them, right? And so I think if we start to see people move into more smaller circular communities, they'll be able to escape those dynamics that you're really talking about. Because I've been doing some work towards it. Hold on, I've been doing some work towards it for the last few years, and I'm gonna just share something with people, man, that they might not be aware of. But at the end of the day, if you're an able-bodied person and I'm not talking about exclusively across the board, but I'm talking about in general, right? If you're an able-bodied person, man, and you get into these communities and get back into producing things, right? Collectively through your own energy, you can produce more of the things that you need and out of life than you'll ever be able to do by trading your labor for these dollars and then trying to buy it back. Like that's really not a real efficient system, man. Like I've taken a small little garden and a few animals and produced more food than me, my family could even think about eating, right? While other people go out and work 40, 50 hours a day just to get enough money to be able to put a roof over their head and eat, right? And so I have learned that you can produce, and hear me when I say this, a lot more than you'll probably ever be able to buy unless you already have the money. So when people start coming to that realization, they can realize that they can free themselves from this paradigm that we think has to exist, right? Because we've been trained to think that.
But Cash, most people are stupid as fuck. They have no skills. They don't know how to code. They don't know how to grow their own food. People are dumb as fuck. So you talking
Fact.
about like 1% of the population. Most people
Now,
don't know
what
what
happens is,
crypto
no,
is.
you're right, but here's the deal, right? Necessity puts you in a situation where even if you don't know it, you'll follow somebody who do, or you will learn it. Like, and
Yeah, you
so a
gonna
lot of
follow
these
the
things will be,
government. You ain't gonna
no,
follow
you
no
won't.
CEO. You gonna follow the government, bro. Like people are dumb as fuck. They don't know how to do that type of shit.
I'm gonna give you dumb. I'm gonna give you dumb. But I gave you this scenario the other day, and I truly believe this because I've seen it happen in my own life. I know a lot of dumb people that are around me, but you know what changed their behavior and belief, right? What changed their behavior and belief was seeing a person like me who come from the same environment that they come from free myself by making these other decisions. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So even though they may be dumb as hell and trapped into these environments now, as they see other people pull themselves out, dumb as they may be, they gonna follow, bro, because they don't have other options. If they had an
Okay.
option, that's different.
What's the percentage of your friends that got into crypto or real estate or stocks or whatever the fuck that you be talking about? Like what's the
Very
percentage?
few. Very few. It's a small percentage, man. Like I go down to the barbershop in my town, man, and I just talk like y'all talking now. I talk with them direct. And
Okay,
for
but
the most part,
I don't want to interrupt the XRP, but he asked me, so I'm going to quickly
no,
answer.
go
You can
for it.
finish.
Run it. Run it.
No, you can finish, but I'm going to answer it quickly. Most of the people that I engage with, as far as my associates and family, are in crypto, right? So I'm just trying to answer real quick so I can give you the answer. And the reason is because they have seen it change my life. You would be a damn fool to not get involved after seeing what I've already been able to do with it. And the difference is a lot of, and I don't know your situation, XRP Teller, but a lot of people are just giving lip service and narratives while they're telling people why they should be in crypto, and they're not being the example of what it can actually do. And that's the difference in what I'm trying to explain.
Man, what I've run into is some of my family, for example, like my family, they have old school money and not like they're not like super wealthy, but they lived in a house that their grandparents was raised in type of experience, and so they were able to stack cash by being conservative as fuck with their money, but they've only kept it in ways that they could see and control. But this is like, oh, I have to put my money digitally somewhere else. These are people who are still quote unquote hiding money in their mattresses, and that's just a metaphor for it. But like how we what I've run into is that right there. Like I have some people in my family who are like, "Yo, I'm all up on this crypto. I saw you make a couple of G's off of this and do something with it." But then I also have my cousin who's from that side of the family. She only tells people to invest. I mean, it's not investing; it's speculative gambling. But like, she would be the type of person who what I'm saying is we have I'm running into two scenarios where people are educated and understand what this is, and they're following the logic of this. But then there's people who are being sold on crypto as the get rich scheme, and so if my cousin puts in a couple of hundred and Shiba goes up, and now everybody's like, oh shit, well Shiba must be the answer, and they're stopping short of actually understanding what's going on, and so they get caught up thinking that this must be the way, like you got to buy these scam coins, so to speak. And like like I do have a friend who put $100 into Dogecoin, and then months later she pulled out $60,000 from Dogecoin, trying to show her son with it. Wait, say that again. I'm sorry, it got choppy.
You robot and triple X.
Yeah, you sound like a robot. He was saying it's Dogecoin, not Dodge.
Got you. Doge. And so like, what I'm seeing is that the lower communities are having discernment. They're running into discernment problems where it's like, you're telling me that XRP is safer as an investment strategy than Dogecoin, but somebody just made 60K off of Dogecoin off gate. So we're having like people being sold the dream versus being sold the facts. And like, I'm just wondering, how do y'all explain that to people? Because I have a lot of people that would rather follow my cousin who's like, I just buy everything when it's cheap and then wait for it to go up. And she's willing to do that with any coin that's quote unquote penny stock minded. And it's like, how do we educate our people outside of this? They're still coming from the hustle mentality.
Fuck them, man. Fuck them. We ain't got time for that shit. We about to be rich as
So,
fuck. Fuck them.
so just to opine on what you said there, right? I don't know if you noticed, but you kind of went through a maturation as you were talking. We were initially talking about trying to onboard people who weren't into crypto, right? And you kind of evolved to these people who started playing around in crypto, right? So the people, like I was saying, if we go back to talking about the people who are just not in crypto at all, because that other dynamics is just education is hard to do, right? But at the end of the day, if we go back to those dynamics of how to get more people who are non-crypto people into crypto, again, I think the best thing that you can do is be that successful example, right? So I did hear you say some of them watched you make a couple of thousand, right? And I'm not going to minimize that couple of thousand because you're not even putting the specifics on it. But as you become more, because for some people, a couple of thousand is not worth the risk, right? I'm trying to say this nicely, right? And so even at that point, they're like, I could, give or take a couple of thousand, right? What I'm saying is when you really change your life because of these assets, right, there's a big difference. And then I also try to identify that necessity always becomes the major driver in people's behavior, right? So when you start talking about older people who already have homes, who already have, done, whatever they've done, right, in a different paradigm, right, they are not kind of part of that demographics that is in the necessity group, right? Because they're already, comfortable where they're at. When I'm talking about the people who are really the people who need to be kind of brought into the space, are those people who really need it, but just haven't been, articulated to, right, why they should as an example, right? Because words are one thing, I think examples are another. And so I'm just really trying to differentiate that, as if we take it upon ourselves to just do what we need to do for ourselves and become that example, then suddenly you'll see that you'll get more traction.
Facts.
Yeah. I mean, And that's why these conversations. Shut up. That's why these conversations and communities like this, right? Beginner friendly crypto, introductory to crypto friendly type of spaces. That's why they're important, because when you get those people, the masses start to come, they're about to start asking all these, basic questions. And, that's, I don't know. Like being, like I said earlier, no matter how big your platform is right now, even if you're not trying to build your own platform and you only have 2 or 30 followers and they're all just your personal friends, but you're following all these crypto people, it don't matter. At some point in time, you are going to be a educator for somebody in your personal life to get into crypto. At some point in time, you're going to become an educator when the masses get here, whenever that is, whether that's 2 years from now, whether it's 6 months from now, or 5 years from now. You're a pioneer in here, just as much as these people who have built these platforms.
I think a lot of times the biggest skepticism from non-crypto people and even people inside of crypto is the not wanting to understand and accept that like price is going down. Like that scares so many people that are not into crypto, because they're like, man, I heard it was at 69,000 and that thing's at 20, today, or it was $2 and now it's 30 cents. Like that is something that a lot of non-crypto people can't wrap their head around. And a lot of people that are in crypto, struggle with it because their sentiment swings so much because of it, right? They're not understanding, like, okay, I'm down thousands of dollars, right? And am I going to ever recuperate, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? So, full disclosure, man, I am a trader. And one thing that I think it behooves people to really understand is that when you really understand this market, volatility is a feature. The people who really make money in this space understand that, right? And so, be able to also articulate that to people who are not in the crypto space as well. Don't let them be scared by the fact that price goes down, right? Show them that even when price goes down, you can make that advantageous to yourself. Because I'll just tell y'all, I have made more money on the price of an asset going down than I ever have on the price of an asset going up. So just remember that.
Well, yeah. See, I'm not a shorter, so I wouldn't know how to. I mean, I get the concept, but I've never shorted a play personally myself. But the thing about that is that, yeah, they don't have the market, right? Crypto market or stock market mind frame, and it has to be taught, and it's not going to be taught overnight. But the best way to explain it to people walking in is, you like clearance sales, right? You like going to the mall or your favorite fucking designer store or Nike Town or Foot Locker, and you'd like to see a pair of Jordans you like on sale, right? Like the ones you had your eye on, and you see they're on sale. You're gonna swoop that shit up, right?
So then
That's
do we
that's
so then for
that's
them, is that the same answer? Is so then for them their answer of should I buy Dogecoin or should I buy XRP? To them the answer is still I should buy Dogecoin because it's
Well, yeah,
massively more on sale.
well, no,
Yeah, you
so
got it.
there, no, so hold on, can I finish? Hold on. So when I say you have to teach them it's on sale, first you have to let them know the difference between a hype coin and a coin that really has some utility and a coin that's going to do so. Well, you don't have to teach them, but you kind of point them in the right direction to start kind of doing their own research, right? And then when I say when things are on sale, it's now say you've presented that option to your people, right? XRP teller, and you've educated them, and then they went and did more research, and they know the difference between XRP and Dogecoin, right? So when I say it's on sale, XRP, where did it just come from within these past 2 days? It was at 38 cents earlier today, right? Or yesterday. It was at 38 cents today or yesterday, right? So when I say shit's on sale, say they get in to XRP at 38 cents, and now right now it's at 36 cents, and they come to you panicking like, oh my God, now it's going down. Like, it's on sale. You didn't have a problem buying it at 38 cents. Why are you worried about 36 cents? If you did your research and you felt comfortable enough to buy it at that price that was higher, why wouldn't you buy it lower if you can? If not, then just don't worry about it. You were already comfortable buying it up there. Right now, it's just on sale. We don't know how long the sale is going to last, but at some point, it's going to go back up to where you got in, and hopefully, where the research that you've done and why I believe in my investment is that I hope it's going to go up before that. It's just the mind frame of how the psychology you have to break it to these people is in a different, you got to put it in basic terms. Like I was trying to say, like your Jordans on sale that you want, you're going to go buy it if you see it on sale. Or are you going to wait until it's at the very highest price, meaning chasing green dildos on the chart, right? Now they're going to go hype in to Dogecoin because everybody's talking about it and it's up 50, 60, 100%. Now you want to go buy that shit. Why didn't you want to buy it when it was red and it was cheaper?
Tuco, real quick, explain what you do know about the dynamics of what you call the short.
Well, I know a short is in the down, when the short's going. I mean, when the play is going down, right, and it's not going up. So when it's when it's red, right, like it doesn't even have to be red, but just wherever you caught it at, it's gonna go lower, right? So just meaning that your entry point, you're betting that your entry point is gonna go down and not up.
In general, yeah. So let me explain how I execute taking advantage of price going down, right? As I would be curious to know when you say I don't short, right? Why you don't, right? But
I'm not a trader though. That's why I don't trade.
everybody's a trader.
Well, I invest more so than trade. Like,
Okay, I understand that, and those are good word plays to put to it, right? But we're all traders. You have a price that you're going to sell that asset. You got a price that you bought it at. We're all traders, right? So I'm just trying to explain how I take advantage of price going down. So because a lot of people think shorts have to be leveraged plays, right? And I'm just trying to differentiate the two. But a short can simply be as easy as selling out at a particular price and buying back at a lower price, right? Just as simple as that. And so again, I would go back to, if you're not doing that, why not? Because if you're not, in general, what you said earlier is correct, right? We all want to go ahead and get something at a lower price, right? But it becomes a lot more difficult to explain, particularly to the average person, right? That, okay, well, I bought at $1 and this thing goes down to 30 cents and I should just be glad because I got it cheaper, right? Their common perception is going to be, cheaper my ass, I lost 70%, right? And that's just their normal reaction, right? So what I'm trying to describe is show them and be able to educate them that there is a way where when it was $1, you potentially could have sold at 90 cents, right? Bought back at 30 cents, and you've accumulated more of the asset, right? And that's the most important thing about being in this crypto space, is you want to accumulate more of the asset, because what differentiates crypto from all the other assets is crypto is the only asset class that operates with finite supply. So your objective should always be to accumulate more of the asset, not more fiat and all these other things, right? So being able to explain to people that there's a way to take advantage of declining price is very, 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 very important to educate people on, who are not very familiar with this space, who are inevitably going to have big problems because price is always going to be volatile for the foreseeable future, right? So there's really no way to excuse it. You just have to be able to show them how you can make volatility your friend and not your foe.
Yeah, I mean, so I say I'm not a trader more so because if I get in a play and I'm trying to get in and out, I done forgot and I just end up being stuck in it, right? And so I'm just in, but like I get distracted and I'm not very attentive to getting in and out, you know, in the same day or within a couple hours or this or that. Like I don't do that. So
So
if
let
I
me ask
want
you this.
something, I'll just
Let me-
buy something and then I'll set a limit order and then I'll just set it and forget it. Like fuck it. When it comes down to pick it up, that's cool. And then you know I'll worry about it way later.
Right, but if you know how to set a limit order, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like,
Oh
then why
yeah, I know
are
how
you
to. Yeah, I know how to do all
right?
that.
So then our next question is, how are you then forgetting about it, right, and missing this so-called opportunity if you know how to set a limit order? Because at the end of the
Well,
day, the limit order could protect you while you sleep. You don't have to forget about it.
well, yeah. Well, that's the thing is I don't set the limit order to sell. I just set the limit order to buy. So I will say that. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no. So that's I don't. Yeah, I set my limit order to buy, and then that's it. Because I don't know. I just don't want to be playing in and out like fucking double dutching in and out, in and out. You know what I'm saying?
So what?
But
Hold on. I hear you paying lip service to this stuff, but we get into some important stuff, right? Because when you say in and out, in and out, in and out, how many in and outs do you conceive to be too many in and outs?
well, if you trade in a day, I mean, I don't know, you know, because there's different investors, right? You got the day traders, you got the swing traders. So,
Right. So I'm asking you on your own personal preference, how many trades is too many trades within a given time period? You can pick it.
oh, for me, like just trading in and out, like even a couple days out the week. Like I'm not, I just, because I just feel I'm so early that when I buy it, I just want to hold it until I see
So let me
a fucking bull
psychoanalyze
run.
you
You
like
know what
let
I'm
me
saying?
psychoanalyze you like I did the other guy. What you're really telling me is you don't have the confidence in yourself to do it, and you've already convinced yourself that any losses that you do incur, right, that you can accept those losses, right? In a nutshell, that's exactly what you're saying.
Well, no, not necessarily because I don't never pull out because I feel like I'm down too much, right? I feel like I'm so early that I'm not out. You don't lose until you hit the sell button, right? To pull out and liquidate and flip it into
You
fucking
believe that
fiat,
to be
right?
true? You believe that to be true?
What you
What you
don't
just
lose?
said.
Yeah, like
Okay, so
I
stop
don't
right there.
feel. I mean,
Stop
yeah,
right there. Stop right
I'm
there.
down. I may be down in my portfolio in some things, but I'm not. I don't feel like I'm at a loss because I'm not gonna exit the play.
So this is exactly what I'm trying to describe to you, right? What you have done is you have convinced yourself that those losses are acceptable to you. Those are the exact same thing that I just said. So what you've described is, well, if it goes down and I don't actually sell, right? I haven't lost anything. I'm only going to lose when I hit the sell if the price is under where I bought at. But that's not actually true, because if you didn't sell, and I'm going to go back to the dollar example, right? If you didn't sell at the dollar, right, and it went down to 30 cents, that is basically a permanent loss that you could have avoided. So you lost something, right? You just accepted that you could lose it because you convinced yourself that. And anytime that you have that opportunity to gain and you pass on it, you lost. It's just as simple as that, right? So at the end of the day,
Do
you've
me
convinced
next.
yourself.
Do me next. Do me next.
Oh
Right.
my god.
So you've convinced yourself that the loss is acceptable, right? But that doesn't mean it's efficient. And so what I'm trying to get people to understand is, don't convince yourself that you have to take those losses. If you're fine with it, then that's fine. I'm never going to tell you what to do. But don't convince yourself that you have to, right? Because that's very important to being successful in this space.
No, I don't feel that I have to. I just feel that I'm so early that we ain't even seen nothing yet. So that's why
So
I don't even worry about it.
Hold
it's
on. What have you not seen? Hold on, XRP Teller. What have you not seen? You
Our
keep
bull
saying early, and hold on. You keep
our
saying
bull
early.
runs. right? Like I feel like we haven't seen our bull runs the way we want to.
Okay. Hold
My
on.
exit points are not at 50 cents. Like, so that's why I'm not worried about it. Like, I believe that we got so much more leg room than a 50 cents and $1. So for me, I'm not taking the loss and accepting it. It's just, it's not time yet, right? As my exit is not going to be down in these low area numbers.
Okay, so when you say exit, you're almost implying that you have to sell 100% of your assets, and so you're just going to walk away at 50 cents or $1, and that's not what I'm implying. But I'm asking you as simple as, is 200 better than 100?
Yeah.
Okay, then. So it doesn't matter if the price target has not reached your ultimate place where you're just going to exit the market, right? At the end of the day, what you're always trying to do, or at least in my book, you should be wanting to do, is always find where I can take 100 coins and turn them into 200 coins, right? Because when you hit your ultimate price target, you want to have as more coins as you possibly can when you hit the target. So again, why accept the inefficiency, right? Just because you haven't reached the $10 mark, right? When all along you could have taken 100 coins and turned them into 10,000 coins, right? That's what you're missing. And early has nothing to do with it.
No, I hear you. It's just, I don't know. I just don't, I don't feel like I want to be trading and sitting at the, I hear what you're saying. Just when I set my buy order or sell order, when I set my buy order, I should just go right behind it and set my sell order.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because that's not how I devise my strategy. But I'm just saying, ultimately, you have to manage your portfolio the most efficient that you can, right? That's ultimately what I'm saying. And to think that because you're early or any of this, none of that matters, because the reality is it's going to remain volatile. Like, that's the one thing that we know for certain, is the volatility is here, and it's going to be here for the foreseeable future. So the idea is to make the volatility benefit you, right, while you continue along your path.
I hear you.
Oh, and another thing, some of my best years, I've only made 4 or 5 trades in a year. So I hear you say, I don't want to be stuck to the computer. Like, all of these things are like real subtle indications of your perception of trading, right? And so he's like, I don't want to be stuck at the computer. I don't want to make all of these trades. Like, that's telling me what your perception is. But I'm trying to tell you, in reality, when you have the proper strategy, right, sometimes only make 5 or 6 trades in a year. Right. I think that amount of trades is acceptable to us all at the end of the day. Right. So again, I told you I was psychoanalyzing, and I'm just pulling out some of the words that I'm hearing you say. And never think that you can't become as efficient as you need to be. And I'll just leave it there.
No, don't leave it there. X-Rated wants you to do him next. He wants his attention.
I want to know his trading methods.
You gotta go. Well, you gotta watch him stream. You gotta watch his streams.
Who asked that?
Our side said that.
Our side, yeah. So just to give you a short rundown, man, I do recently just threw up a YouTube page.
Nah, get in line, X.
Yeah, I threw up a YouTube page just so I can finally kind of like share what I've been doing for some years. So I would encourage you to go to my YouTube. It's under my name with a J behind it, Cash to J. But yeah, it's really nuanced, and it would kind of require a lot of conversation to try to explain right now. But if you go to my YouTube page, I do explain it over there. And I have a long history on my Twitter feed of talking about it too. So if you just go to my page, put in hashtag 19, you will kind of find all the information of related threads around it, because I use exponential moving averages, and it all revolves around the 19 exponential moving average in short. So if you have further questions about it, after this space or something, you can hit me up in other spaces or on Twitter, and I can go more into detail of how it's articulated.
Cool. I'm following you now.
And that's why I was saying earlier that, the TA people fall into some of this, misinformation stuff too, man, because I've learned enough about TA to know when I see bullshit. So just to let y'all know, man, a lot of that shit be bullshit. Like, they're never giving you really actionable information, right? And so the difference between what I share with people and what they do is I actually give you a real point in time. Anytime that you look at the chart for any asset, doesn't matter whether it's Doge or XRP, you'll know when to buy and you'll know when to sell. And that's really the most important thing. And if you're disciplined on just making it at that indicator, then you'll have good results.
So that's interesting because I had a similar perspective to code where I was looking, like, I understand, or I believe that I understand where the market is going in the long term. And so for me, it's the same way. I was looking at it as I haven't hit my benchmarks of where I think this is going. And so that where I think the direction that I think this is going is where my sell order is at the top. And so on the way back down from that point, for example, I got an XRP when it was 45 cents. I rolled it up to $1.92 and I cashed out at $1.72 because I knew I recognized a trend and saw it going down. After I did that, I personally was like, damn, I should have just kept that, not moved it, and just bought more dollar cost averaging on the way back down instead of cashing out completely. And so what I hear from my cousin, he was into Forex before he started coming into XRP. During Forex, he had to pay attention to, for example, that 19 moving average and where that oscillates around the 200. And he said he was stressed out, all of that. So a lot of people that I'm coming into contact with, they're leaving Forex to get into crypto, but they're like, how do I time my interests and exits? And so it just comes back to education from what I hear. It's just making that decision to set your floor of where you are. I feel like this is also chasing the red knives type of concept. How far down do you go? How far down do you let the retracement go before you start to kick it out? And you mentioned your tactic for doing that, and I think that's freaking brilliant. Because prior to this, I had been thinking, I haven't hit those points. I know that I'm not going to sell the bulk of my assets until I reach those points, because I'm also being an XRP nerd to this degree. I also think that it's going to come a point when I won't be able to buy back in for some reason. And so I've been like, I might trade other assets, but with XRP, I'm more so like, I want to hold this because I know, for example, Jed's finished selling his, Ripple is buying all of the stuff back off the open market. So at some point there might be a zone where I can't get back in, especially with this court case going on. So my tactic has been to just buy and dollar cost average on my way down if I need to, without ever liquidating the entire egg, if you so to speak.
Yeah, I would just encourage you to always let math be your guide, right? So one day when you probably get off this call or something, go back and run the numbers on your portfolio, right? If you sold at $1.72 or whatever it was, I think I heard you say $1.72, yep, and had bought back, right, in these ranges where you're at now, compare that to if you had stayed in and not got out at the $1.72 and just continued to dollar cost average back down, and then look at those two results and then come back and share with us what you figured out.
That's perfect. I'm gonna look at that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Damn, is it my turn yet?
I knew he was about to say that. You better do him, Cat. You better give him his fucking analysis, Cash. He wants his. He feel like you gave everybody else some clout except for him.
Yeah,
No,
favoritism, man.
my man on point though. So like at the end of the day, him not having the rundown right just goes to speak that he really realized what time it is. Because one thing I will say about him, right? Like he says one thing jokingly, and I'm gonna speak to this real quick, right? He says one thing jokingly that is really kind of true, right? And I don't want to offend anybody in this space, right? But at the end of the day, there's a lot of dumb motherfuckers in this crypto space, right? And at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to save them all, right? They come in with these predispositions of being greedy ass people trying to get rich overnight, and they gonna get hit in the head with that shit. Like that's just ultimately what it is. A lot of times when I'm talking, I don't really care about them people, to be honest with you, and I'm gonna tell you why. And I've kind of already said, and y'all should be able to put it together because I'm a trader. So ultimately, when I'm selling out high and buying back low, I'm gaining off of these other motherfuckers' mistake. Like that's just the reality of it, man. So when I speak, if you're one of these people who don't want to be one of them dumb motherfuckers, and you don't want to be taken advantage of, right? And you don't want people exiting on your liquidity, even though you can wait longer, right? Learn how to make better decisions, man, because it's very doable for literally anybody. You don't have to be a genius. You don't have to be super smart. Like all these people are trying to give you the impression, right? And that's what I don't like about their presentations of their TA, right? They try to make themselves look so smart and the shit looks so complicated. They're like, you're going to always need to come to me in order to get the information that you need. And I simplify this that literally anybody can do it, right? And so yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there, bro. So you already on the right track, and you be saying that shit jokingly, but it's real as fuck. Like you're not going to be able to save everybody that's coming into this space because some people are coming in with the wrong intentions to begin with, right? You focus on the things that you can change, right? You forget the rest. Never make your plans dependent on changing another man's mind, or you're probably going to fail.
Banjo, son, banjo. Yeah, and that's the thing about like some people think that because X is in here and I cuss a lot and we laugh and we don't use big words. They if you don't know X and what he's really doing, he can really piss you off, right? But we let him do what he does because we understand that's how he brings the education to the space and keeps it entertaining, right? He'll get people riled up because he'll say completely opposite of what you say because he wants to hear you defend what it is you're talking about and really break shit down and bring your knowledge to the table and share it with the room. But people don't think we know what we doing in here. You know what I'm saying? We just do shit different.
Nah, he brilliant with that shit though, right? Because he like, so tell me about that Ethereum and why you like Ethereum and how. So if a person really coming in with the wrong intentions, right, they might take that motherfucking bait, but like, well, you know what? I mean, Ethereum, you know what I'm saying, and they'll run with it, right? So like, yeah, man, I peep what he doing, man, and I like it, bro. So at the end of the day, just keep being you, man.
Yep. And that's why I like what we do here. We play the music. We got the music that has the education vibes. We do the fucking giveaways, when we got hosted space call, scheduled space calls to make it entertaining for people and, to help try to expand the project's community, right? Putting shit in real. Like, we know what we doing in here is a whole different vibe than any other fucking space calls. So, I'm glad that people are starting to wake up and see the value in it, right? Just because we don't use the same language as Karma's room, but we speak on different things than Karma's room, right? You're a frequent flyer in Karma's room as well, right? But I call that the Wall Street. and the big boys. That's the big boys table. You come down over here, this is like the kiddie table, right? We talk about NFTs and projects and all of that. Y'all, y'all in Karma's room more so focus on the technicalities and the internet of value and all of that. I mean, we have those conversations in here as well, but we don't have them at length like you guys, right? And that's why I get when you guys was talking about it earlier, I got quiet because now I'm listening and learning because that's not my lane. I mean, I know a little bit, but I don't know enough to sit there and engage in a full length conversation with y'all at that level. So I'm kicking back and I'm learning.
Yeah, I got you, man. And full disclosure, man, I go in there a lot of times and I still play kind of the contrarian role, right? So, yes, we do cover a lot of things about the ledger, but again, if you've been in the room, sometimes they say things that are, either not correct or misunderstood, even about the ledger dynamics, right? And so sometimes I sit there so I can then lend a different opinion about that particular thing. Or sometimes they get so broad talking about the economy that it really doesn't have any, like I was saying back earlier, actionable information. Like, okay, economy, what the hell does that mean for me today? Like, how am I getting out? Like, and so even that room sometimes needs that pull back to like, what does this shit mean to me? And so I like to go over there to kind of play that role sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. I will tell you, I did get pissed off in Karma's room one time. He pissed me off. I flew out of that room. I was like, he got me fucked up. I'm finna go host my own fucking call and talk about this shit that happened in his fucking room. Can't believe them motherfuckers in the Wall Street room fucking said that shit. And it was because of the Michael Jordan conversation, right? Everybody, this was when the Michael Jordan NFTs had first, that conversation started first circulating around. And I had did my research and I had made some phone calls because there was a phone call on the article that we found, and I called it, and it ended up being a lady, and she said she didn't know nothing about it. Like, so whatever, right? And I was sitting in Karma's room, kicking back, listening, and then somebody came up and asked and started saying, oh, this is Michael Jordan is bringing NFTs to the ledger and this and that. And so I got on the mic and I told them what I experienced, and I was like, there was a phone number on the bottom of the article where the tweet came from. Right, I read we read the article on a space call together. There was a phone number on it. I called it. And it was a lady who answered in her house, and she said she didn't know anything about crypto or NFTs. So like, we need to like do more research on this before we start spreading it around and talking about it. Do you know that Karma and I think like who, I don't know if it was Egyptian, it was some of them main speakers in there, they were arguing with, debating back with me. And then I was like, no, like, what do you mean? Like, you guys are sitting in here saying that you don't need to do more research because Ripple tweeted about it. I said, you guys are totally contradicting everything you fucking preaching here, talking about do your own research. And you're saying because Ripple did it, it means it's good to go, like it's Bible. Like Ripple can't get scammed by scam artists themselves. Like, fuck that. Karma removed my mic from me and kicked me down to listener. I sat there for like a minute or two longer. I say they got me fucked up in here, and I hosted my own space. I was fucking pissed. But other than that, yeah,
But you identified it as you were going through your dissertation right there, right? At the ultimate, the difference between you and them is they trust more, right? And so they're trusting the word of Ripple to where you're questioning everything until you can verify it, right? And so even he uses the euphemism sometimes. No, these are not trustless. We're building this trust. Like at the end of the day, like I said earlier, man, if you're a project creator and I gotta trust you, I guarantee you I am not putting one red cent in your project. Like, period. And Too Cold, you know me well enough. You know me long. I ain't bought no NFTs. I ain't bought none of these XRP coin tokens. Like, I've been on the sideline and questioning this stuff for a very long time, right? So if I gotta trust you, it ain't happening, buddy. Like, period. And
No, and I'm glad that you stepped into the Thursday space, right? Because you didn't know nothing about Sonar Muse, and that opened your eyes to some dope innovation that a young brother is building on the XRP Ledger, and it's in your lane, music, something that you could see yourself enjoying. So I'm glad you come down. I call it down here like their tables up, because I really feel like we're the fucking kids table compared to them. But
You fuck with music, Kosh? What you do?
Yeah, I used to have a studio, man, back in the early 2000s, right? So I was trying to do a little producing and messing around back in those days. So from that experience, I definitely can understand how blockchain can benefit, artists in that capacity, right? But then again, right, like I tried to tell people earlier, to get pulled into a lot of this NFT stuff. Like, at the end of the day, if you heard some crappy song, right, and you know the difference between good music and bad music, right? If you heard some crappy song, are you really going to buy it and expectation because it's on the blockchain that in the future it's going to be worth something? Like, no, it's a fucking crappy song. Like, at the end of the day, you're going to judge it by the music itself. So it's crazy how people buy these JPEGs and other NFTs, right, with this other perception, right? Because at the end of the day, it's art. Like, if I'm buying art, it's Picasso because I know the value of a Picasso, right? Like, or I just like the art, right? I want to hang it in my wall or something. Like, so yeah. But again, yeah, I've been around the music, and I did see a lot of potential value in like building something like, what was Sonar, right? The Sonar is building.
Kamikaze is the creator and Sonar Muse is the project.
Right. So I like that kind of stuff, right? It's the other stuff, man, that I've, long been questioning it. Even, again, like I've said many times, I'm not a big NFT person, right? At the end of the day, because like I said, like, is my cousin sitting around talking about he needs some art or some pictures, right? Or any of this stuff that's being sold? Is my homeboy really talking about? Like, this is not the stuff that people are really looking for. That's that kind of like trying to find somebody to buy your stuff kind of stuff, right? And so the other guy that was the other guy that was talking earlier about Ethereum, right? He was always kind of, to me, giving this impression that, yeah, this space is going to take off because it's going to go to these better ledgers and then it's going to take off. Here's my perception of it, man. I've been around this crypto space a long time, and the reality is, if there's a handful of apps that the everyday people really want to use, that's all there is, right? So the limitation right now is not a technical issue per se, right? Whether it's Ethereum, Bitcoin, or whatever these networks is. The issue is nobody is building an application that 10, 20, 30 million people want to use. Like, let's just be real, man. This is how real I like to keep it in this space. Right? So it's not about whether it's going to go to this ledger, it's going to go to that ledger or that ledger. At the end of the day, the people are so distracted behind trying to chase money that they're not building an application that literally 20, 30 million people want to use or have a need for. And until we get to that point, a lot of these expectations are going to be letdowns to a lot of people that are coming into this space because they haven't built that app yet.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's a fact. But then also you have to remember, stepping into the crypto space is a lot more younger people, right? So motherfuckers just want to be kids right now and buy JPEGs to play video games and fucking trade their fucking cartoon character with their friends.
And if that's the case, it's fine, right? But then don't put other expectations on it, right? As if it's going to evolve from them playing with JPEGs to their friends to it's going to be $1 trillion asset class, right? That's not what's going to get you to $1 trillion asset class. What gets you to $1 trillion from an asset perspective is having something that's useful for the masses. It's really just that simple.
And
yeah, I
I'd
get
like
what
to
you're
say,
saying.
like being in this.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying like I was thinking about that with my wife. I was like, how do we get people in the middle of this small town to actually? And it's not about, like you said, they're not asking where do I buy a JPEG? Where do I buy this? They don't understand or care about the metaverse because that's not where they live their daily life at. And so I was saying like until we find a way that people in these small, because America is a bunch of small, and every country is a bunch of small towns and few big cities. So until you can find a use case for crypto that affects these small town business owners, for example, you don't have a utility that's going to turn their heads. And it's got to be something that's not even conscious for them. They don't think about how stuff works. It has to be something that, to like you said earlier, necessity will breed that change. And so, like, if we're not creating something that actually affects their day-to-day life other than, oh, you might come up, there's no real value in it to them. And I see that as a barrier to adoption of this industry. It's just like, how do you make this, as Two Code has done with your platform, how do you make this addressable to a market that only thinks about where their next meal is? You have to make it that simple. It has to be that version of necessity. And I mean, like, shit, if it's not toilet paper necessity, it's not it's not utility yet. And so I'm trying to think, how do we make toilet paper a level of necessity for crypto?
The answer to that is going to be different for every person, right? And so I always try to go back to the practical application of this stuff. And I think this is one place where we could learn from the Bitcoin community, right? Because they have done a great job of explaining to the people who, and of course, there are going to be extremes, right? That are just speculators trying to get rich. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the majority of who have formed the narrative, right? Have formed these narratives to explain to them the practical benefits of holding the Bitcoin, right? So I'm going to just kind of use an example here, right? And you can apply it to pretty much any highly liquid, truly decentralized asset. And I said those two things for a reason. But anyway, like say, for instance, you're a woman that's in a bad relationship, right? And you're married to this guy, right? Well, you can't put your money in the bank account, right? In preparation for a separation because he'll have access to it. You don't want to hide it under a mattress, right? Having that sovereign money that only you have access to, right? In that paradigm has value, right? You could be a drug dealer, and I'm just using this as an example, but you could be a drug dealer, right? And you've been sitting in this trap house worried about getting robbed and killed because it's too much cash in this motherfucker. Like at the end of the day, you can turn to crypto. So all I'm trying to say is like for each individual, that reason is going to be different, but you have to arrange it in a practical application to that individual and show them this is why you're potentially going to need it. And sometimes it may just be a very small percentage that you're allocating to the side because you don't know what the future dynamics is of the currency that you are using, right? So who knows what the future is going to be for the dollar, right? The dollar could experience some troubled times and right devalue, right? And in that event, you don't want to be trapped in the dollar, right? You want to have some hedge against the dollar. So it's going to be all of these practical reasons why these people will have in order to hold the asset, right? And it's drilling down into knowing that person and then being able to articulate that specifically to that person is what's going to kind of bridge that dynamics that you're talking about, Teller.
Facts. I love these conversations. Keep going. You're blowing my mind.
Y'all already know the vibes. I see are some of our regular folks in here. Just hit the request button if y'all want to join the conversation. You know what's up. Yeah, it's and so the yeah, I mean I hear 100% what you're saying with the it has to be one product, application, or whatever that the masses are all gonna want or that they're gonna need to start using. Now, with XRP and what Ripple is doing, we know that they're targeting the finance sector, the big boys, the banks and large institutions, right? That's what got me to invest my money into XRP is, in my mind, it's that simple. There's banks all across the whole entire world. So if banks are going to be putting money here, and this is going to be the future of where money is going to go, this is where I need to put my money. So, but the masses don't necessarily need to know that they're using crypto or XRP right now. So we need to get to that point. And I feel that what's going to bring the masses, it's not going to be, because look how long it took Elon Musk to kind of get to where he's at with his innovations and people to really start understanding and seeing how brilliant he kind of is, right? It took a long time. And until we got a long time before we get to that point with like XRP. What's going to bring the masses is going to be something stupid and silly. It's going to be some type of social media that ties in blockchain. That's what it's going to be. I guarantee you that's what's going to bring the masses. And you know what project is working on that? Zungible. If you go look at that project right now, they're going to be bringing social media to the blockchain by being able to mint your posts and sell it right from as soon as you post it, you can mint it.
Yeah, I think you're right in identifying social media as one of potential killer apps, for the lack of a better word, that I was talking about earlier, that literally tens of millions of people will use. But I don't know if it has to be as complicated as like minting the post, right? I think if you just look at the dynamics of social media, they have onboarded tens and tens of millions of people, right? And then they sell that data, right? And literally make hundreds of billions of dollars, right? I think all you really need to do is just redesign the revenue mechanism, where if you're going to sell the data, you then redistributed all of that wealth back to the users on the platform, and then you simply overnight have the killer app, right? You don't really have to reinvent the
Shut
wheel.
up, and if this is a recorded line, you need to shut up and go build it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that's really the problem, right? They're keeping all the revenue, right, to themselves, then distributing all of it to their shareholders and all that. None of it goes to the users. You just need to onboard them to a new platform, right? That then take all that money and redistribute it to the users. So,
But like
yeah,
for that, aren't like the reason from my perspective, the reason why why Facebook really blew was because there was revenue to be made from that captive audience, and like the advertising community made it so. Let's go back to the small town owners. Like small town business owners were investing. I mean, not investing, but using Facebook to reach audiences. So it will come back to, can a local entrepreneur use this platform to actually come up? And it's it's a conundrum to figure out how you can do that and protect the data of the people. I mean, we're from the age, I don't know how old you guys are. I'm 34, and I'm from the age where everybody's phone number and address was written in the yellow book that everybody had a copy of. But now we're in the age of, protect all of that information. So as we enter this new digital age where people are more frugal about where they give their data to, it's going to have to be some decentralized group that has credit. And when I say credit, social credit, like respect and trust from the community, but also has value to, because I mean, when you advertise on Facebook, you're just taking advantage of the fact that nobody has their privacy settings up, and so you can kind of scrape all this data and put it to use and make a come up off of the ability to target people, but nobody wants to be targeted anymore. So like the platform has kind of shifted I don't know. I do agree. It's going to be a killer app. It's going to be something that has to be adopted, and it's. I don't know. That's the thing though. It has to be something so dumb, stupid. Like, what do you mean you don't have Facebook? It has to be something that fucking necessity driven.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be a social media fucking app. And I hear what you're saying about the data, right? But the data is gonna be important to people who give a fuck about their data being passed. A lot of people don't give a fuck. You got a lot of people accepting cookies on every website they go to. They don't care. They don't care how they use the internet. They just want to get on the internet, look up what they want to look up, get to the social media page they want to get to. But this is why I say Zungible, right? If they can fucking pull it off and they get a sexy, sleek user UI interface and they implement everything that every fucking social media app has into one place and be able to fucking what's going to bring the masses is use this Zungible app. You don't got Zungible app? You don't got the Zungible app, Cash? Look, I could post my picture. I could post my picture right here, and it turns. I could press this button, and for some reason, is whatever an NFT is, and I mark a listing, and I get this crypto. Like I could put this fucking post up for $10, and somebody will buy it. Even the people who don't understand what an NFT is, just to know that they can make some money, that's what's gonna fucking kill it. They don't care about their data. They don't give a fuck about that. But if you can fucking, as soon as you post your post, a picture of your fucking car and you flexing with your fucking muscles out and you waving your $100 bills and you can hit a button, go look on Zungible's page on the demo video they got on the desktop.
How do you spell Zungible?
It's fungible with an X.
Got you.
Yeah, and I agree with you too, Cole. Like most people don't care about the data, and if you start to get compensated for whatever they're doing with it, right, you'll probably care even less, right? So I probably would agree with you on the data aspect of it. Like a lot of these people just don't care. Once you start
They
getting
don't give a
compensated,
fuck.
like you'll care even less.
Yeah. And then just think about that. I mean, just take what I said into consideration, Cash. You already got people using social media to do that, to flex and stunt and do this and do that. Now you can make money off of that same picture. And then you can attach royalties to it. So if you buy it and then you sell it to somebody, I'm going to still continue to get paid. Once they understand what an NFT really is and what it can really, man, I believe Zungible is going to do something. They just have to fucking market it right. And I will say this, they have used like, I don't think they've used like very big influencers to like try to drive hype, right? And I've invited them to the cookout like at least 5 different times. And every single time they have told me, we want to come to the cookout. We want to come speak to the community, but we don't want to come until we have something tangible to talk about and that the people can really see. And last week was the very first time they posted a fucking video of the demo of what the app will look like and how it will play. And when I seen them, or I watched the demo, I was like, oh yeah. I can see myself using that shit for sure. And I told him, I said, make sure you make a dark mode too, because motherfuckers don't like using shit and there's only a white screen. I'm one of them. I'm motherfuckers.
Got you.
But and this is the killer right here. This is the other part, Cash. It's cross chain. It's not just XRP mint NFTs XRP on the XRP ledger. It's gonna be Ethereum, HBAR. This like they're making it multiple chain. So the crypto world is gonna be the first to know about it. Now, you get your young crypto people who are in crypto, then you go take it to your partners who don't give a fuck about crypto at all, but you show them this new app, like, hey, you seen this new social media app? It's called Zungible. You can get paid. You can sell your pictures as soon as you post it. You don't have to sell everyone, but if you wanted to turn that fucking thing into it, oh yeah, how I do that? Oh, you mint it. What the fuck is minted? Now you opening a door for conversation and bringing them into the world. What the fuck is minted? Oh, you mint it and it's going to turn it into an NFT. What the fuck is an NFT? It's a non-fungible token, which means it's this, that, the woo, woo, woo. You get attached royalties. So when this person sell it, I buy your picture that you put up for sale that you minted. I buy it, and then when I don't want it no more, I put it up for sale, and the next person that buys it, you'll get the royalties off of me fucking selling your picture. What? Do you know how fast that shit's gonna spread in the hood? Come on, bro. It's gonna be something silly. It ain't gonna be something.
It's gonna be TikTok worthy.
Yeah, it's gonna be something that they could tell their goofy ass friends when they it's gonna be something they can make money off of, taking a picture of a drunk or high ass friend or a world star moment out in public and make $100 off of fucking catching a video or a picture of somebody acting crazy out in the street. It's gonna be something ignorant that brings the masses. And I don't mean ignorant in a disrespectful way, but I'm saying compared to all the other type of shit that people are trying to bring, like that like the Bit Farms project that was here at the cookout this Sunday, who's trying to bring out education into the agriculture field through NFTs. It ain't gonna be something like that brings the masses, because motherfuckers don't care where their food come from. They don't give a fuck right now. They want to know they want to know if Kim Kardashian and Kanye West is getting back together since Kim Kardashian broke up with old boy type shit. That's what's gonna bring them. That's what's gonna bring the masses.
I agree with you. I did, in full disclosure, I did hit the Bitform dude up because I agree with you, right? It's not like the large scale kind of adoption project like you're discussing, but I thought and still think that it has some potential with a few modifications and things like that, right, around some ideas that I previously had that could certainly make the idea viable, right? And so I spoke to him about that, but
And that's what's up, right? And that's what's up, and that's the magic that I love hearing about after a cookout. People, right, who aren't even developers or developers who heard about a project and say, oh, I hit up that project after I heard them at the cookout because we could collab together. And people saying, oh, I got ideas that I feel I could add to it, help them out and give them some. I love hearing that magic, because that is how we move this space forward, by helping everybody get connected and sharing their information.
Right. So I kind of identify what you identify with, right? Is there's not a whole lot of revenue potential in growing fruits and vegetables, right? At the end of the day, but just to kind of give you a thought idea, right? Like if you changed it, instead of putting the camera on some broccoli, right, that you were growing and educating about agriculture, right? Imagine if you allow each person to grow their own marijuana plant, right? And then that you get to choose the strain, you get to sell it through the dispensary, right? The potential revenue through that agricultural endeavor, right, changes a whole lot.
Yeah, it do, and we talked about that before we brought him to the cookout. We brought up cannabis. It's not legal where he at, so he's waiting for federal laws to pass till
right, and that's the whole problem. You don't wait, man. When you're an entrepreneur, You figure out what you need to do to get it done, right? So, like, I live in New Mexico, and we're allowed to have out-of-state investors, right? So each person who is in the project, right, can literally sell their weed to New
Well, okay,
Mexico.
we on a recorded line. You be quiet and you keep talking to him, and you let us know when y'all collab and make something happen before somebody take your idea and fucking run with that shit.
It's like, bro, that's one thing I ain't never worried about, boy. You got to have the executional skills, and it takes a whole lot.
Yeah, it do, right? Because it's funny you say that, right? Because I've seen a couple people as I've slowly started growing who've never hosted spaces before. I've seen projects who've never hosted spaces before, and then I see their posts try to do exactly what I do. Come learn about the come any projects are welcome. We're playing music and we're doing live giveaways, and I'm like, oh wow, y'all just stole my whole swag. It's cool though, because y'all don't got that secret sauce. Y'all don't got that commentary. You feel me? You don't you don't got the personality that Two Code has. So go ahead, do exactly what I do. Do you see them motherfuckers hosting a call every single week? I sure don't. They tried it.
I'll tell you what's smart about what the guy kind of identified, though, and what I peeped immediately behind his business model, right? In that ultimately, man, you don't want the revenue to be relying upon the efforts of others, right? That's what gets you into that security danger zone, right? And so what he identified was he basically was creating a blockchain version of a co-op, so that if I can make you an active participant in the business model, then I can never be accused of all of the revenue being on the efforts of the company, right? And I actually make a blockchain co-op that I make you integral in the efforts that make the business run. And I think that was pretty ingenious that he identified that. Now it just takes tweaking it, right, to see how you could better apply that model. And that's important because most people are still risk takers, and they're designing these projects and platforms that, for me, still heavily rely on the efforts of others, man. So, like, trying to find those alternatives, right, to those dynamics is important. And I think that's kind of what he did.
And that's exactly what this space is all about, right? I hear you say it all the time. Find a problem and bring a solution. I hear you say that all the time. So he found his niche, right? He's in agriculture and he knows it, and he likes crypto, so he combined the two together. Yeah. That's what this is, again, we're so fucking early. So early. We're going to see a lot of quote unquote things that want to be innovation, but that ain't going to get too far. Then we're going to see things that are built from the ground and then watch it flourish to the masses and be a part of that history. Like, we gonna tell our fucking family and friends, oh yeah, you just now learning about that? I been knew that when they was doing this and they went through this, like, and they gonna look at you like, what? Like, for real? That shit had all that type of problems? Yeah. That shit was, that shit didn't come out smooth sailing like that. We watched their, to explain it to them, we watched their stock chart or their crypto chart go up and down, and finally, now it's on the right side of the coin. And we're so early. So early. Y'all still there?
I'm certainly here, man. I just wanted to quickly thank you for hosting the space. I know you do it a lot. and it may just seem redundant for me to keep saying it, but yeah, I really appreciate it, man. Triple X, all y'all that came in here to participate, Scams, everybody that came in to participate, Teller. It's been a good one, man. So I'll definitely be dipping back in. I may even do my live tomorrow. So if anybody want to catch up on how I, display and articulate the charting information, I'll probably do that tomorrow as well. But yeah, it's been a pleasure, man. And I hope y'all got something out of it. I'm gonna go ahead and dip on out, man. So yeah, appreciate it.
Oh yeah, for sure. If I'm up, because I think the last time, I think a time or two before when you had did a chart, you had did a space call or a stream. I think I had just woke up from my nap because I barely sleep, and then it was like demon hours and whatever. But yeah, if I see it up, I'll definitely join in. Or if you do a space, I'll definitely hop in and try to get up in there.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna
yeah.
probably do it. I'll probably do it on my YouTube, do a live presentation like I normally do, because I don't pre-record this stuff or nothing. I just do it live. But if y'all want, man, I've still been trying to encourage a few of these influencers to come in and come out the shadows. So I'll be extending that invitation to them tomorrow when I do the live. So if any of y'all want to tag Digi Perspectives, Digital Asset Investor, James Rule, a lot of these people, man, that I've been trying to get to come from behind the shadows. Tag them and invite them to my little live tomorrow, man, and see if they had the courage to step up and come from behind the gate.
Yeah, that's what they ain't gonna do. But yeah, we will try, right? And I appreciate you for pulling up
Hey,
and
Kashta,
joining the conversation today.
when webcam?
Say again?
When webcam?
You mean like when am I going to show my face during the live? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been hiding my identity in that perspective, man. I had a gentleman come on one of the two lives, and he brought up his camera, so then I reciprocated. So it's really not that I have any issue with kind of like not showing my camera. But just to give y'all one little thing of like why I don't really, show my identity, I have learned over the years, right, that I try to make people focus on what I'm saying and not me, because I think too many people make the errors and trying to judge the messenger by all of these different things that they may be looking at, and they don't pay attention to the actual words that's being said, right? So to eliminate them from even trying to do any of that, right, and try to focus on me per se, I force them to focus on just the information. So that's kind of the intent behind it with me.
Yep, I feel
sense.
you.
Makes sense.
100%, right?
All right,
It's
y'all. Y'all have a good night, man. Appreciate you, X, man. We'll link up, bro.
all right, Cash. Be safe, man. Have a good night.
All right.
X already knocked out right now.
All right. Oh, fucking sleepy ass. Wake your ass up. X-rated. Wake your ass up.
Good night, JN.
What up? What's up? What up, people?
What up?
We're reaching those DJ hours. This call's been going on for what, 12 hours already? Shit.
Man, it was 1:30 Eastern, 1 o'clock, because I put it up 30 minutes earlier than the scheduled time, 1 o'clock Eastern time.
13 hours.
Sheesh.
You recording this on your PC or what?
No, no.
Oh, too cold. Now
I
you gotta
know.
record 13 fucking hours.
Yeah. I don't have no call. I don't have no scheduled call tomorrow, so it can record on the PC tomorrow. It's all good.
Oh, I thought you had the bi-weekly one.
That's next Wednesday. We did it last Wednesday, so next Wednesday.
Oh, I keep missing that one.
Oh, it's the same time. I think it's the same time as the
Oh, ledger scale.
ledger scale.
Oh yeah, I don't think I'll make it then.
Yeah, it'd be at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Anybody else want to get up here and join the conversation? You sound like you sleepy, OC.
Me, I'm still fucking recovering from the stupid COVID. I don't understand this shit. It's like I feel good, and then like I'm all back on the ground.
Then I'm back on the ground.
I don't get it.
Oh shit, that's hella funny. Are you still testing positive?
That's just $24. I'm waiting a couple more days to buy one. It's like I'm gonna fucking buy one, be positive, and then fucking go buy another one.
I heard that.
It's fine, like $24 for a test.
Just go to the hospital and get it for free.
Nah, I gotta do fucking copay and shit, no? Same shit. What's going on next?
A fucking sleepy ass.
It's because he changed it from XRP to casino coin. That fool was straight up fanboy kissing ass that day.
Right? He's like, oh, Daniel, oh, Jake, oh, Jack.
I forgot his fucking follow though.
Oh man, that's hella funny. Hella funny. Oh man. Well, nobody else wants to talk to us, OC.
It is what it is.
We've been here all day. Yeah, we've been here all day entertaining them.
Zero XRP. My young.
You don't pronounce the A. I kept getting that fucked up at the space call. My young.
Oh, they've been on a space call with you?
On the bi-weekly Wednesday with Syndicate Women.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's why I missed it.
Here we go, Mayong. What's up, my guy? What's up? Mayong. Okay, Mayong.
Yeah. All right.
I'm just here in the middle of my lunch. Still at work, so I couldn't say much. So I just listening.
Fuck that job, man. Fuck that job. You'll be alright. Fuck that job. Nah, but yeah, it's been a long day on the space call, man. We've been here all day and all night.
Right, Chico. What about Rosie just now? What's up with her?
It was a miscommunication type thing, and she reacted before she knew all the facts.
Spill the beans.
Oh, I don't want to. So, Jack the Rippler, Expectar does pay his influencers and ambassadors, whatever. There's supposed to be a date, right, that he makes the payments, and he's been busy and he made the payments late. And he wasn't responding to DMs because he's been traveling and he's been busy, whatever. So one of the people got in contact with Jack the Rippler, and Rosie is personal friends with Jack the Rippler, and he told Rose what happened because she's an ambassador.
Hold up. Who was trying
So,
to be the snitch?
huh?
Who was trying to be the snitch?
I think it was the Perry guy, the soccer guy, if I'm correct, or whatever. So off of that, Jack told Rose. Rose contacted Dirk. Dirk said whatever he said. Something about and then Jack the Rippler ended up DMing Dirk again and like trying to extort him and threaten him and say, you know, I have 12 influencers and we will destroy your project if you do not do this in 12 hours or whatever. And so it just kind of got out of hand from there. And Dirk made a comment that said something like, you know, these people are pissing their pants because I'm a few days late on the payment or whatever. And from that, Rose made a post that she was gonna stop being ambassador at the end of the month because of it goes against her morals and ethics to be a part of a project like Expectar. So that's what caused everybody to get in a fury because of the choice of words she used, morals and ethics. So people started to question Dirk and Expectar, what have they morally done wrong? Are they ethically wrong? And this and that. And so it just got out of hand. And it came to light and it brought on a lot more conversation about these influencers and, you know, what they kind of do in the community and how they need to be held responsible. But at the end of the day, Dirk and Rose still have respect for each other. And Rose came to the call and told her side of the situation. And during the call, a couple people who were in the Jack the Rippler Discord exposed that Jack the Rippler does shill a whole bunch of pump and dumps, and he knows that they're Ponzi schemes, and he doesn't care. So just a whole bunch of shit.
So basically, it's all good now.
Yeah,
Or
it's all good between. So she deleted the post, and she's gonna make a better statement instead of choosing words, you know, unmorally and ethically type stuff. She's gonna clean it up and exit in a better way.
And I guess if I may ask, what's Expector going to be doing to, I guess,
thanks.
sort of not have this happen again? Where I guess, because I guess it is a little bit unprofessional, right? For you to be late on your payments, or your you know, I guess your employees or partners, whatever you want to call it, pay.
Well, I mean, it is, but it isn't, because I've dealt with jobs that have paid late or
I've
whatever.
never had a job paid late.
I have. And you know, but at the end of the day, so obviously he said he's going to obviously choose the type of, you know, the influencers, quote unquote, that he partners with, and he's gonna lean back on that influencer tip in itself altogether, right? And but when he does partner with some, he's definitely going to take better.
Wasn't Rose sort of new
To the Expectar project?
Yeah.
I think she was an ambassador a couple weeks before me.
It was with the other chick, right? Where they joined together, I think.
Who? What?
The dev.
What are you talking? Huh?
Wasn't there like another chick and Rose who got like sort of hired around the same time? I forgot her name.
Oh, Sarah or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
a dev. Yeah. So.
Dang, that was pretty quick turnaround then.
Well, I mean, you know, whatever. I DM'd Dirk and, you know, whatever, and on the date, right? And he didn't get back to me right away, and I was like, whatever. Like, I've bought my bag before I ever got an Expectar, right? So I wasn't gonna dump my bag and be like, oh, fuck Expectar now, right? I still believe in the project and what they're doing. And so he didn't get back to me right away, and I just told myself, I was like, okay, he playing now. I'm like, I get it, he busy. And he told me, like, when he did end up getting back to me, he was like, sorry for the late response, been traveling, I've been hella busy. And he said it on a space call that he had hopped in. I heard him say he was like wherever he was and talking to whoever he was talking, he was somewhere out the country or whatever. So he was traveling, fucking handling business, what everybody wants him to be doing, right? Build Expectar, get it more exposure, do this, do that. So I was like, whatever. He told me he was busy, and I was like, all right, it's cool. So I gave it a couple days, and if he wouldn't have paid, I made it a decision in my head, like, okay, I already don't shield the project every single day, but I'm not about to post nothing about Expectar if I don't want to for like hella days until I get paid, right? Like, if I don't see no good stuff to post, like, I'm good. Like, I'm not about to. And if he does send me a specific, because he has done that, like, sent me, not only him, but other projects have sent me specific posts that they want retweeted. And I already said it in my head. Okay, well, if he does that, I'm not retweeting shit. But I wasn't gonna sit there and fud it out like, oh, right? I was just gonna lean back, and then if he sent me that, I was gonna say, I'm not retweeting nothing until you fucking pay me. That's what I was gonna say. But when he got back home, he DM'd me. He said payment's on the way, and I was like, all right, cool.
Yeah, as for the payment sort of things, we should probably heads up the influencer first, or tell her or tell him whatever busy with, right? So the influencer will understand that the payment will be late or anything like that.
Yeah, so what was suggested in the space call was he hires somebody specifically for that task, right? Like,
It's like a treasury, I think.
yeah, or an accountant or whatever. Like, make sure these payments go out on this date, like, whatever. So that was suggested on more than one occasion throughout the space call to him. So who knows? He might take that into consideration or whatever. So, yeah. Nah.
Okay, as long as everything is cool with them, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're still like, they still have respect with each other and for each other and all of that, and they're just gonna part ways on. She's gonna make a cleaner post and clear up the moral and ethics statement, because that's what really pissed him off, and the fact that Jack the Rippler was trying to extort him.
You know what got me sort of upset with like my own community is that a lot of people call him a bad actor, and those same people follow him, and I sort of dislike that just because it gives them a bigger platform to sort of spread out their FUD or fake news or whatever you want to call it. If we as a community really want to get rid of these bad actors, then we as a community have to make sure we don't follow them to give them the extra stage, to give them the numbers, to give them the, oh wow, they got these followers. We got to make sure that we stick together and let them know, don't follow these fools. They're obviously, have bad intentions. But I did go through Jack the Rippler's because I did follow him with the OC, my OC account. But then I saw one of his posts that he retweeted, and then I looked a little bit further, and I was like, no, this fool's not a good guy. So then I unfollowed him, and then later on I say, well, let me see who follows him, and yeah, there's definitely a lot of credible people. Even Ripple themselves are following that mofo. And I thought that was really surprising.
Yeah, I was following him too, right? And he blocked me. I didn't even say, I just was hosting the space call. And yeah, I called him out when he was in. And I called because how are you going to sit here in a room? This girl is under attack because of you and your friendship and you telling her this about him. And then she went and tried to stick up for you off of what you showed her. And you're in the fucking space call and you don't fucking get on the mic. You're a fucking pussy. You're a fucking coward. So, yeah, he blocked me, I guess, after sitting in here and heard me fucking say that shit. But whatever, I don't give a fuck.
Scammers usually won't come up and talk. They'll just dig themselves a bigger hole, usually.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's why I be quick. You already know, OC, that Rothschild dude, you already know. You gonna call me a scammer and a rug pull and this and that, and you know about my coin and where the money go. Okay, come on, let's go. I'll put the space call up. I don't care. Come on, I'll even title it. Two Cold's coin is a rug pull. Come on. And let's address everything you bringing up. And don't you, I ain't seen that motherfucker since. I ain't seen him since, and he ain't commented on shit.
He was probably paid. I'm telling you, he was probably paid to fudge your shit. That was my suspicion the whole time.
I don't even get he looked stupid. That was a funny one.
Oh, okay, to go. Thanks for the explanation. My lunchtime is finished, so
Man, fuck that job. Fuck that job. You don't gotta go back. Tell him Two Cold said you can have 20 more minutes.
I would. Really.
All right, nah, it's all good. Go have a good rest of the night at work.
Thank you,
Or
everyone.
day. It's daytime.
Thanks.
Go have a good rest of the day.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So, it be like that, OC. They don't want to be fucking around. They want to be fucking around, but then they don't want to be fucking around. But shout out to Rose, though. She came in here. She stood her ground. Shout out to her.
I don't know. I feel like she sided with the numbers.
Well, I mean, she had a personal friendship with Jack, so whatever. But she came in here and she addressed, she came in here and addressed her side of the issue. So you can't do nothing but respect that. You don't gotta like what she said, but you gotta respect it. Look at what Jack did. He came and he didn't fucking address shit. Fucking sat there looking like a fucking clown with a thumb up his ass.
It too cold.
Yeah.
Apparently, Jack, he can't talk.
Huh?
Apparently, Jack, he cannot talk.
He can't talk?
Yeah, I think, apparently he's mute.
He's mute?
Yeah. Yeah, he never talked to anyone. He never talked to his followers. He never talked to his patrons. He never talked to anyone.
Yeah, I believe it.
Apparently.
I believe it.
Yeah. I mean, this petrol is getting crazy out of hands here, man. In our country. How is it coming that side?
What?
The
What is
petrol.
that beeping noise? I can't hear you.
I'm saying this petrol thing is coming out of hand. I used to put 500 rand. It will give me like 25 liters. Now 500 rand is giving me 10 liters. It's ridiculous. It's getting out of hands.
Oh yeah, the gas.
The gas, yes, it used to cost me when I started my job 4 months ago. I'd spend something on the first month. I spent something like 2,000 rands. Now I'm spending something like 4,500 rands. I still got all my sleep. It's crazy, man, and it's slimy.
Yeah,
I'm
gas.
filling up. I just fill up on Monday. I mean yesterday, and I have to put another 500. So I spent 1,000 rands in 2 days. It used to take me a week, man. 1,000 rands. Now it's taking me 2 days. It's crazy. How is it there by your side? Is it crazy or is it
Yeah,
normal?
it's like almost $6 a gallon.
Well, how much was it before the war?
Almost 5.
Hell, hey, you're still enjoying it. It literally doubled in price at this side. Tap, please. It literally doubled in price this side since the war started. It's crazy, man. It used to be like 13 rands, 12 rands. Can I have a text? Now it's like double the price. It's like 27 rand. It's going for 30 rand. It's crazy, man. It's like yo. And apparently it's going up again by the end of September.
Got you, Hicks. I got you, Hicks.
What is that?
Hold on. I want to bring up J Bubs. What's going on with J Bubs and the karma duplication over here?
I was going to bring that up.
Oh, I don't even know.
I'm gonna invite him to speak to Cold. I want
It's
to see
like
what's
$3.60 for gas around here in Louisiana, which we make it here in the States, so you know.
Hey J Bubs, give me some emojis. I feel like Karma has a fanboy.
Karma has a room. Karma has a room up.
Maybe he got kicked.
His account is private too. It's locked. All right, I'm
So yeah,
muting you.
Karma knows
Yeah,
about
too
him.
cold. The price is this crazy, ne? I miss my giraffes. I can't wait for them to get back to migration.
Right, your giraffes.
Oh shit.
Karma knows about that guy, though. We was talking about him in a space the other day. He don't care. He does not give one shit like at all.
Oh, Karma? Yeah, he don't care.
Yeah.
Karma's like, whatever. Whatever.
He'll probably look at it and laugh. I don't think he's noticed it yet because he doesn't really scroll down and look at all the listeners or anything. You know, he just sits there and talks.
He just sits there and talks.
I brought him up the other day. He's like, oh yeah, no, I haven't seen him. So I don't think he's seen him.
Yeah, we was talking about it though. Oh shit! I wonder who that is. He looks familiar. That face looks familiar though.
The face is Karma. That's him. I think Karma.
No, that's not Karma, dude. That's not.
Nah, Karma's hosting a space right now.
No. I'm
That's not his face, man.
It is.
No, it ain't.
Yeah, it is. He has a buzz cut. I've had meetings with him before. That's Karma. It's chopped up a little weird, but that's him. He was definitely not what I expected. I'll tell you that.
Is that, you know what, this whole time that I've looked at Karma's fucking picture, I've thought it was like a black and white lion or something. A picture of a black and white lion.
It's a lemur.
I swear I thought that's what his profile picture was this whole time.
Yeah, it's Sabumafu.
Yeah, that was cool though. The Zaboomafoo.
Yep.
Fucking loved that shit when I was growing up, man.
Yeah. Huh. What else, guys? Head over to Karma's room.
All right, bye.
Yeah, he said. Damn. Why
Right, I see you rocking them glasses, man.
Hey, Tuco, I should send you a message. Can you confirm that's the email?
I don't think so. That's an N, not an M.
Oh yeah, except for that.
Well, let me ask. I'm not sure. Let me ask.
Cool.
I was at work when I made them glasses X-rated, so you got to pay me 5 XRP. Yeah. He asleep.
He ain't paying no attention to nobody right now.
X is knocked out.
All right. When I get an answer, I'll let you know.
Cool.
Coat. That shit is ugly.
When are you having the 101s on your cookout?
Oh, I've tried even before I made that post. I've tried a couple weeks ago. They're not gonna be coming no time soon.
Are they XRPL?
Solana.
No, fuck that.
They on Solana. On Solana.
Did you see Yoke Clever Galleries going to Chia Network?
Mm-hmm. And that on Ethereum?
Beats me, to be honest.
I think it is. I think it is. I think it is. Yeah. Well, it's tomorrow's Wednesday. I gotta start doing some shit. Is this YouTube video finished posting? It is. So they got that one. What do I post next after that? Shit. Now I gotta figure out which one it is. The cookout. Alright, I'll post it tomorrow. Sunday's cookout. Alright, guys. You guys are not speaking to me. Felipe, what up, guy? I see you down there. Haven't seen you in a while, my guy. Good to see you. Good to see you. We have been going since 1 p.m. Eastern. Nobody's talking to me no more. So we're going to get up out of here.
It's time to roll.
Time to go. Whoa. I don't know. Whoa, whoa. You can't mute me, fool. But I can mute you. All right, y'all. It has been a long, educational, entertaining day and night for sure. So this call will probably be split up into 2 or 3 calls, however many, and put up on the YouTube channel within the next 2 to 3 days or so. So, but definitely, you know, be safe in these crypto streets, right? Do your own research, and definitely start asking these questions to people and projects and having these conversations. I'm getting sleepy. Appreciate y'all for pulling up. I don't have no scheduled call tomorrow. If I'm bored and there's no good space calls up, probably throw one up. But other than that, Thursday, 2 p.m. Eastern with Lemmy and Kamikaze. You'll catch us here, and we'll be taking a break and basically touching in on the music side of things that Thursday. That's what we do every single Thursday. We tap into music NFTs, and the music industry and that type of stuff. And we play exclusive music that has never been heard before by Lemmy and Kamikaze. So you could catch us there for sure on Thursday. But tomorrow you'll see me somewhere in these crypto streets, and I might host a space call. Check the pin tweet on my page. There is the schedule of all the space calls I host throughout the week. So until next time, you guys, we are getting up out of here. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for spending the day with us, y'all.
There, Tuco.
All right, our side. All right, X, JN, Felipe. Hey, I see you, my guy. All right, we'll catch up with you guys later.